Hey chat, I'm going to sleep. Hope this is not a shocker. I should be swagging out. I'm like, they bad guys. Know that. All my shoes are Haitian. Hold up. Know that. Cardi, we're gonna hold our sticks. We're gonna hold our sticks. Hold up. Hold up. It's Cardi world. You guys wanna watch the silkiest, the woo? Okay, I'm angry. Look at this fatty. Yo, Tay, why do you have to do that weird stuff, bro? Like, come on, gang. Oh my god, my.
There are 19 devil fruits in One Piece that are the single. There are 19.
I'm going to give you a film score, and you have to rank it, okay?
Okay.
Without knowing what the others are. Here's the first film score. Star Wars.
Oh.
John Williams, where does it rank? Remember, there's other ones out there.
Can I add a crazy Star Wars person? I'm so sorry. Wait, hold on. It's the first one, though. It's the first one, so give me...
Oh my God, it's one of the greatest scores of all time! Can't believe you did that to my man JW. Titanic.
Oh.
This is James Horner. This is a legendary.
My God, I'm so terrified because I feel like people are going to be so mad at me.
Yeah, especially John Williams. I'm going to give you a film score, and you have to rank it, okay?
Okay.
There are 19 devil fruits.
Okay, guys,
I'm going to sleep. Buy the ads on sites like YouTube. And while we're blocking ads, why not?
There are 19 devil fruits in One Piece that are the single rarest, most powerful, and most special type in existence. But what makes the user for each of them basically a god is very different in every single case. So let's start with the fruit of the strongest creature in the world, Kaido. His Uo Uo no Mi model Seiryu, otherwise known as the Fish fruit model Azure Dragon, is a force to be reckoned with. But not only him actually, because thanks to the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, the Daimyo of Wano, Momonosuke, was also able to get his hands on a version of this mythical fruit that was an almost perfect copy. Only that instead of that rad blue dragon, he got this nice strawberry lemonade color scheme instead, fitting for a child if you ask me, and still just as powerful. Now, the Azure Dragon Fruit enables Kaido and Momo to transform into titanic beasts that dominate the land and the sky. Since dragons are typically depicted as godlike beings with power over various elements, it's only natural that the Azure Dragon users can dominate the battlefield through pure elemental control. Now, let's be real here. Regular Logia Fruit users only get like one element that they can fully manipulate. Meanwhile, Kaido has, at the minimum, 3. With their Blast Breath, they can unleash beams of fire capable capable of destroying mountain ranges and castles in a single blow. They can fire off blades of cutting strong wind, enough to make Zoro sweat, and even tap into the wicked storm energy to unleash tornadoes with the Dragon Twister attack. And these wind blades and tornadoes can even be combined to make a blender of wind energy that slices and dices everything in its path. And I mean, yeah, what a shocker. The devil fruit of the strongest Yonko is super destructive. Who would have guessed? I mean, seriously, this fruit creates some full-on Dragon Ball action, and yet I still haven't talked about its strongest attack yet, or I guess sort of attack, which is the Dragon Torch. In this absolutely crazy form, Kaido combines the blast breath and crazy flames to coat his own entire dragon body, creating an even bigger dragon of pure fire that he can fully control. Its size then almost compares to the entire island of Onigashima, and its flames can literally burn mountain-sized objects like the castle's horn by just being close by. That is bringing some serious heat, way more than like a regular old boring fire fruit. And of course, since I'm talking about the flame powers, I do need to talk about the most convenient power that this fruit grants its user, which is flight. Thanks to the flame clouds that the dragon form can create, the user can crawl across the sky, imitating literal flight. And those clouds can also be used to casually carry and float entire islands, even by an amateur user like Momonosuke. Seriously, those clouds do not get enough credit, and I feel like with the final saga now being well underway, Momo might just use these to help carry entire armies, or even something like Pluton into battle for Luffy, and wouldn't that just be sick as heck? And this power actually displays the lore behind this fruit the best, I think, because that fish part always throws me off, considering there is an actual dragon fruit we're gonna cover in a bit, so it doesn't initially make that much sense for Oda to make this a fish fruit, right? But not exactly, because this is actually based on the very famous Chinese and also Japanese legend of the Dragon Gate. And in this tale, carp try to swim up a massive waterfall at the end of the Yellow River, and if the carp can swim all the way to the top and make their final jump through that gate, they then transform into epic dragons. Now, if you're a Pokemon fan like me, you'll probably recognize this is also the origin of Magikarp and Gyarados. But it also draws inspiration from Seiryu, the Chinese legendary figure and one of the 4 deities of the 4 constellations. I think it's actually super fitting that this occurs in the series because Wano has massive koi fish swimming up its waterfalls who dream of becoming dragons as well. And me too, koi. Me too. I mean, we'll become dragons one day. I promise. We're gonna just keep swimming.
Odin Valhalla Rising, now available on mobile and PC, exclusively with Google Play Games. Ascend to Valhalla on a larger PC screen and earn Google Play points for every purchase you make on PC. Download Google Play Games today.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And now we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder.
And now, since we just talked about the big man himself, Kaido, let's now talk about his kiddo, Yamato. Arguably, in my opinion, the best character introduced in the Wano arc. It's not too surprising that Yamato uses a mythical zone as well. But Yamato doesn't follow in Daddy's footsteps with a dragon power. Instead, their inner Discord moderator comes out and the wolf gets unleashed instead. Because Yamato's mythical fruit is the Ino no Mi model Okochi no Makami, a mythical model of the Dog fruit. It is based on a now extinct wolf, which was later worshipped as a divine deity in various regions of Japan, including, and you'll never believe this, the Yamato province, which is a big part of Yamato's naming scheme in general, of course, as well. Now, rock on Oda, proud of your historical accuracy here. Now, this isn't your grandma's poodle or your cousin Jeanette's corgi or that annoying dog that humps your leg the entire time. This powerful white wolf unleashes frozen blasts and claw strikes that are capable of piercing the scales of the Azure Dragon Fruit itself. It also allows the user to run on water like a very classic ice fruit, as well as create ice so cold it's capable of extinguishing fire. Which really matters, by the way, because everyone and their mother can apparently set things on fire at this point. Ace, Akainu, Kaido, hell, even Kanjuro can set a castle ablaze, Luffy, but if a Makami fruit user's around, there's no need to worry. Just freeze everything and make it really cold. But I do think the most powerful resources at their disposal are the super fast full wolf form, the ice breath attack, and the ice mirror, a shield of super hardened ice scales capable of tanking Conqueror Haki infused attacks from the likes of Kaido himself. Now, it's still unclear if this fruit has already been awakened and if we've seen that power, because Yamato has that fancy god ribbon made of smoke around the neck, which is, by the way, a divine symbol in Japanese mythology and culture, and all the Zone awakenings in One Piece at least seem to be symbolized by it. But then again, so was Gear 4 Luffy, which definitely hasn't been awakened yet, so I'm not 100% certain. And while I'd love to give you more here, this information trail has gone cold, so let's get a little bit warmed up instead with my favorite mythical devil fruit and my favorite devil fruit altogether, the Tori Tori no Mi Model Phoenix. The Whitebeard Fleet's 1st Division Commander Marco has shown us the unbelievable power of this fruit, and I'm just so freaking pumped to talk about it. With the powerful flames of Greek mythology's greatest chicken, a Phoenix fruit user can produce healing fire blasts that can take care of ally stamina and health. And this is due to the fact that in mythology, the Phoenix is directly tied to good health, prosperity, and rejuvenation. Now, what's really unclear to me is if Marco can die or not, considering the Phoenix is also most famous for, well, rebirthing itself from its own ashes. Another weird thing also is that this fruit, for some reason, grants Marco's bodies the properties of a Logia fruit, because it allows him to turn his entire body into fire, incredibly difficult to hit unless you have strong armament or Conqueror's Haki. Which, big shocker, all of Marco's opponents actually have had to have, since if they didn't, well, they wouldn't be able to defeat him whatsoever. Quick note here though, it's not like hot burning fire, it's more like a blast of energy or a punch, so he can't set things ablaze the way that Kaido or Momo can. It's more making him untouchable and allows him to heal stuff. Which, by the way, makes a ton of sense considering this fruit can also circumvent Devil Fruit's one greatest weakness, drowning. At least out of combat, because this mythical bird fruit allows the user to, of course, fly in both its hybrid and full zone forms alike. Now, Marco can just cruise across the sea, flying from island to island, and just healing everyone like the pineapple Jesus that he is. Bless you all, because the Sacred Phoenix is here. I'm kind of starting to notice a lot of these fruits are from Wano or have major roles in the Wano arc so far, including the next two I'm going to talk about. But I do promise some absolutely crazy ones are gonna be saved for last, as the real YouTube move that every YouTuber should make. Okay. For now, let's talk about the mythical snake fruit, the Yamata no Orochi. Wielded by a character named Orochi. Oh, well, that was, I guess, convenient that he got that fruit. This 8-headed serpent dragon thing is actually a mythical monster from Japanese folklore, a massive dragon that gets defeated by the legendary god of storms, Susanoo. And boy, do I pray that this thing also ends up being a mythical devil fruit someday in One Piece. That would be awesome. Dragon, looking at you, fingers crossed. Alright, and while the regular Orochi was defeated handily, this multi-headed snake in One Piece is an absolute pain to be dealt with. And that's because unless all 8 of its heads are decapitated or burned, the user cannot be killed. Unlike me, by the way, who only has 4 heads that need to be cut off to be defeated. Not as powerful. Unfortunately, that's about all that we get from this badass fruit, because its canon user just sadly really sucks. Alright, an absolute waste of a really epic and cool fruit, and I do sure hope someone else comes back into the series using that power properly so we can see it bust out some actually broken moves.
You know how a few changes on your website can somehow take weeks to ship? With Framer, that's over. Because while your site lives here, it also lives here, giving designers and marketers the freedom to update and publish all on their own, while your developers focus on the big stuff. With a powerful CMS, a growing universe of plugins, and your whole team unblocked, you're not just building a website, you're building momentum. Ship faster, build smarter with Framer.
We're looking for adults 45 and under to be in our HPV vaccination ad. Sound like you?
Not me. In a relationship.
If you're sexually active and unvaccinated, it could still be you.
I'm too old.
If you're under 45, you're not. For most people, HPV clears on its own, but for those who don't clear the virus, it can cause certain cancers.
Wow. Gardasil 9 is a vaccine given to adults through age 45 that can help protect against certain HPV-related cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers such as throat and back of mouth cancers, and genital warts.
Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone and doesn't treat cancer or HPV infection. These diseases may have many causes.
Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Routine cervical cancer screenings are still needed. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you're allergic to the vaccine, its ingredients, or yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be.
The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen.
Help protect yourself against certain HPV-related cancers. Talk to a doctor or pharmacist today.
That head game is probably wild, and I do want to know all about it. And since we're talking through the Wano hype train at this point, I do want to make it clear just how much Oda has tied Wano to mythical zones, because even non-canon characters from this island have this type of devil fruit. Let me introduce you to Toratsugu, the main character of the One Piece X Kyoto event in 2017, who has the Tori Tori no Mi model Nue. The legendary Nue is a yokai that has the face of a monkey, the powerful body and legs of a tiger, the rat mane of a lion, and, for good measure, a snake as a tail. If you really think about it, it's quite similar to a manticore and falls into a branch of mythical creatures known as chimera, which is just a combination of several other animals into one creature. Now, in the story, the Nue is incredibly powerful and can fly. And it was actually the perfect choice for this exhibit, as it actually is heavily tied to Kyoto's roots. The only regret I have is that I just really wish that this fruit was canon and official, because it is awesome. Look at that thing, dude. Like, what? And with that, I can tell you about the last Wano representative in this video, Onimaru, because this little cute fox here has access to the first of 3 mythical confirmed human fruits on this list. So far, we all know there's going to be more in the story. The Hito Hito no Mi model Onyudo. Now, this fruit, very similar to Chopper's, allows Onimaru to speak human language, which is pretty cool in its own right, but it also lets him transform into a massive monk yokai. So technically, I guess it would be an evil spirit human being, but hey, if Oda wants to call this a human, who am I to argue, right? I guess it counts. And this form of natural power could push Zoro, a man beyond powerful, to actually get serious, and that's with this fruit being used by a regular fox. So just imagine how powerful this thing could be if the user actually had haki and some natural strength to begin with. So actually a kind of terrifying thought. And what makes it even more terrible is that the user can also just straight up summon blades, like a Naginata sword here. That is just incredibly handy, and I do think the first and possibly only transformation that comes with this crazy sort of materializing power. Or is it? Well, the Onyudo is often associated with Kitsune, 9-tailed fox spirits, which are a bit of a mascot on the channel, and, you know, the entire trickery theme that they got going on. So it only makes sense that a mythical fox creature like Onimaru would use an ability like this as well. But you know, what if I told you that there was also an actual mythical fox fruit? One so powerful, it even made one of the Gorosei shiver. That's right, I'm talking about the Kyuubi fruit used by Naruto D. Uzumaki. Believe it! Oh wait, that can't be wrong. Oh, alright, I knew something was up here. I'm the One Piece guy. I never talk about Naruto on this channel. It's actually the mythical 9-tailed fox fruit used by the dreaded pirate Katarina Devon. And with the power of the fox, she can transform into other people. Alright, yeah, she pretty much just gets the same powers as Bone Clay, basically, as this fruit allows the user to touch and impersonate a person completely. If you're a bit disappointed, don't worry, it's actually straight up way better than that, because she also gets their clothing. Well, technically the touching to get the power rule is not 100% confirmed even, it's just very heavily implied when Devon touches Saint Saturn's leg that she was very thankful for being able to touch him. Which, unless she really is into this bearded dude, all but confirms this is a stipulation of her transformation powers, especially since she said touching him was her mission on Egghead. Unless, again, that's her private thing, in which case, let's not talk about this anymore. Something really cool, though, in my opinion, is why this fruit exists. You see, Devon as a character wasn't originally planned to be on Blackbeard's crew. She was supposed to originally be a full-on Fox woman. Probably some violent evil Ming tribe member who went AWOL, but eventually, Devon was chosen instead, and this Kitsune fruit kind of pays tribute to her original design. Now, of course, it's more than likely that later on we'll see Devon having also some other magical powers that align with the Kitsune, like maybe controlling foxfire and, even spirit possession maybe, especially considering it is a mythical zone fruit. Compared to the rest, I will say it isn't too crazy yet, so I do feel like Oda is keeping the full potential of this fruit still in the back pocket for the final showdown with the Straw Hats. And the same could probably be said about our next fruit, which also belongs to a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, this horse. Stronger the horse was revealed to have achieved a massive power boost, gaining access to the legendary and wondrous powers of the Pegasus. Yeah, I'll be honest, I think Oda got a little bit lazy with this one, but hey, I'm all for it. Stronger, who was already a horse, getting the power of the Uma Uma no Mi model Pegasus, a horse fruit, is a very unique and fun choice because with it, this horse just got wings. And right now, that's kind of all we got. I mean, I'm sure it also gives him some extra speed and endurance, but there's sort of an issue that was created with Stronger specifically due to this, because a long time Oda had said that if a human had eaten the human fruit that Chopper has, they just become more human. And while I gotta say I have no idea what that's supposed to mean, I think it technically is what's happening right here.
This is Wix Studio, built to meet any brief. When the brief calls for complex structure, let AI map your site architecture in wireframes. Then, dive into your favorite part, the design. Wix Studio, built for the way you create.
Eve, I've been waiting for you.
Do you have good news?
I do.
A horse ate a mythical horse fruit, and I believe that makes Stronger the horsiest horse of all time in One Piece. Anyways, if we take real mythology into account though, there is a high chance that Stronger can also now summon water and lightning, as the real Pegasus is also known to do. In case you don't know, it was a creature tied directly to Zeus and Poseidon, so it only makes sense that these powers would make an appearance in the series. And considering that he works for Doc Q, the very sickly doctor, Stronger may even be able to heal other people, I guess. I mean, there are some stories where the Pegasus is able to produce healing miracles and even bring some people back from the dead. So maybe Stronger will one day make a mighty sacrifice to revive someone. But they aren't the only evil pirates with mythical devil fruits, of course. Now, there are two others that really fit that bill, kind of. They're non-canon game characters, but they are still pretty cool and edgy, and both do use mythical zone fruits. First up is this here, Pato, the pen who ate the mythical Inu Inu no Mi model Bakedanuki. It's from the video game One Piece Unlimited World Red, and yes, I said Danuki, not Tanuki, because a Danuki is technically not a Tanuki. It's a bit weird, like a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle isn't always a square situation. I would know. I'm the expert on all things that have to do with those big bald bear rodents, and the reason I really went into all of that detail is because pretty much that's all Pato here does with his fruit. He really doesn't accomplish much besides transforming into leaves and transforming leaves into objects. So pretty much, I guess, just classic Tom Nook behavior right there. He himself isn't a bad guy, but his captain, Redfield, sure is. This dreaded vampire pirate is also from Unlimited World Red, but does a whole lot more since he is the main villain. But he really only briefly uses his fruit, the Bato Bato no Mi model vampire, so we only know a handful of its real devilish powers. The user grows sharp vampire fangs and is able to suck the blood out of their targets, quickly aging them and draining their life force. It also lets the user shoot out powerful red shockwaves and deadly purple mist. Straight Dracula Castlevania type stuff, I guess. All the way down to the fancy cape, vampire wings, and teleportation. It is really the perfect fruit for a video game end boss in his prime, and yes, since we all want to address the elephant in the room, this mythical bat fruit did make its appearance before the regular bat fruit that Stussy has. And some of its abilities, like the wings and the fans, went over to her as well. I mean, we do love good old content cycling. Who can blame Oda? Now, so far we've talked a lot about confirmed Mythical Zone fruits, and we still have a couple more of the best ones to go, but I do also quickly want to cover some non-confirmed ones as well, because there is quite a number of characters who appear to use Mythical Zone fruits, but Oda has just never actually put it in their text box or introduction. Specifically, I'm talking about the 5 Gorosei and Shamrock's sword here. The sword is very likely to have eaten the Ino no Mi model Cerberus, a mythical dog fruit. I mean, this lines up really well with how weapons like Feng Freed gain transformation powers, but there is a chance that it's just an effect from Shamrock's own personal devil fruit powers too, so we don't know. However, since I still would assume that it is a mythical devil fruit here, I can tell you about its powers, because the user can transform into a 3-headed mythical dog.
Breathe. Let your body settle into a slower rhythm. Clear your mind of all distractions. Surround yourself with resourceful friends. Here, you are in control.
Wait, I thought Venmo was for paying people.
Yeah, and for everything else.
Everything.
Everything.
Here they come, yo. Here they come.
You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, but this is where it's at. Hey!
Now you can Venmo everything.
Hungry?
Get the Venmo debit card and get up to 15% cash back.
Who breathes hell flames. And considering a sword using this power, it can also manifest blades at will and even split off the heads into remote projectiles, kind of like these scary dog drone-ish things. And the Cerberus is the guardian of the underworld in Greek mythology, and so for the longest time it was just assumed by theorists that Blackbeard might have it, you know, due to his entire 3-headed iconography thing and the number 3 being so big with him and 3 devil fruits, but alas, it is a fruit that probably a sword has eaten. Now the same thing cannot be said though for the Gorosei, who have these colossal demonic transformation into yokai that I am all but certain at this point must probably be devil fruit. But once again, it is not officially labeled that way, so I can't lock it in for sure. They've got everything you could ever hope and dream for. A giant sandworm from Dune, I guess? Hey, check it, Shai Halud is in the shepherd house. What about the legendary Itsumade, a gruesome bird that shoots literal laser beams and brings death? Yeah, that's in here too. Thanks, Mars. Now, personally, I'm quite partial to the Fengshi, Mercury's beast here, a giant boar thing with massive blade-like tusks. And that thing goes hog wild, man. Almost as much as Saturn's Gyuki form, which is a colossal bull spider that looks straight from hell. But in the end, nothing is cooler and more badass than Venus Juro's Bakotsu form, a skeletal horse of death that allows him to freeze enemies' souls, I think? Yikes. Regardless of that though, he also becomes insanely fast and just looks so sick, dude. Like, what the heck? Straight out of an edgy RPG with that skeletal horse thing going on. Like, this could be an Elden Ring, let's be real. The Pale Rider appears and death comes to you when this old man hits the scene. And I'm very confident that they must be devil fruits only because all of them, and even the Cerberus, have that weird awakened god ribbon around their neck, you know, I talked about earlier, but considering that these dudes all work for Imu, there's actually a pretty fair chance that they are just evil godlike beings instead. No fruits used whatsoever. Like, maybe not devil fruits, but straight up devils. And now, of course, since I've talked about the most evil and devilish fruits, I need to do the same and talk about the most holy of mythical zones, starting now with Sengoku's Hito no Mi model, Buddha. Now, this fruit transforms the user into a giant golden Buddha who can unleash powerful shockwaves to destroy its enemies. And it's absolutely no joke, because one of these shockwaves was able to single-handedly take down Blackbeard's entire crew. Not fully, but it crushed all of them, man. This fruit is very clearly based on the enlightened one, Satoru Gojo, I mean Siddhartha Gautama, the founder of Buddhism. It also takes its Japanese name from the Daibutsu, which is a type of massive Buddha statue found throughout Japan. They're really impressive, you should go check them out. Feels really surreal standing in front of one of those.
It's me you want.
With Framer, the things you design become real. Framer feels like a design tool, but it ships fast, modern websites. You can start from scratch, import from Figma, or choose from thousands of free and premium templates. Framer's easy to learn. There's frames, text, and stacks. Combine them however you want, add whatever you want, and make everything responsive. Then the only thing left to do is hit publish. That's Framer.
Giant golden afro though? That is all Oda, baby. This fruit holds a special place in my heart though, because on my second channel, Tanuki Tales, I actually did a video where I gave devil fruits to various anime protagonists, and in it, I created the most divine being, Chuda. Buddha? Yeah, he rips. Alright. The Fleet Admiral may use a truly divine human devil fruit, but you know what can rival that? A legendary dragon fruit, and this time for real. But before I tell you about that one, consider unlocking your inner dragon power by joining the Ohara Patreon, because we have a ton of really cool perks for you there, like early and exclusive content. And if you like what I'm doing here, you know, with all the artwork and so on and so forth, the devil fruits you've been seeing, supporting me really makes a big difference and allows us to do for you what we do here, make the best content we can. Anyway, sorry, shameless plug aside. Sorry, Kaido, it seems a real mythical zone dragon does exist, not just a fish fruit, and it's actually the most recent one revealed in the series, because Rimo Shifu Killingham, a holy knight, uses the Ryuryu no Mi model Kirin. And on top of gaining a slick dragon form, the Kirin fruit allows Killingham to put his targets to sleep and then literally manifest their dreams into reality. Yo, what? He uses it to create huge demons on Elbaf like your mom, and even demonic forms of Nika, the sun god. These are known as Muma, a type of sleep demon, and the sleep powers can also be used to induce a type of sleep paralysis to stun its targets, making them susceptible to any and all attacks. And since I just know you're dying to hear about it, the Kirin is actually a mythological dragon from China and Japan. It is yet another type of chimera that's spread across a ton of East Asian mythology, and it's essentially a sort of unicorn in terms of its powers and role in culture, a divine being that blessed those who bear witness to it. And honestly, that kind of makes sense because it does look pretty awesome. It's usually depicted as having the body of a hoofed animal like a deer, and then also has the horned head and scales of an actual dragon. Fun fact, it's also a very popular beer brand here in Japan, and its design looks really similar to the depiction of the Kirin in its logo. And I gotta come clean, I wouldn't be too surprised if this actually was a real inspiration for it in the story here. Also, as you might know from Harry Potter, the Kirin is said to be seen when a new king is about to appear too, so I do think I know exactly who to talk about next. The future Pirate King. And
it's ShopRite's 3-day super sale. Get porterhouse or T-bone steaks just $8.99 a pound, and bowl and basket sausage just $1.99 a pound. The 3-day super sale, this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, only at ShopRite. We are here.
His mythical zone fruit as well. The strongest being in the world of One Piece, the warrior of chaos and liberation, this fruit bestowed on Joy Boy and Luffy the power of the sun god himself. I'm talking about the legendary Hito no Mi model sun god Nika. Because no longer is the Gomu Gomu no Mi just a silly rubber fruit that lets the user turn their body into rubber. That is way too boring and way too easy. No. Now, in the endgame of the show, we learn its true might. The user can awaken into the form of Nika, aka Gear 5, and just literally bend reality to its will. Luffy has been seen creating objects out of thin air, bending the world and its enemies as if they were made of rubber, and even growing to literally gigantic sizes, the size of islands, where his fist literally became the size of Onigashima in the form of the Byron gun. Look at it. How insane is this? In essence, this fruit turns the user into a Looney Tunes cartoon god, and I am all for it. It is so goofy, so dynamic, and still terrifying, and just has absolute limitless potential. Whatever Luffy can imagine, he can make it happen, and while it seems really broken, it actually kind of isn't, because this power scales to the user's physical strength, so unless they can actually deal that much damage, it doesn't do all that much. It needs training. And while it yes still buffs all their stats, it's very clear based on the battles we've seen with Kaido, Kizaru, and the Gorosei that Luffy isn't just a literal god when he activates his Gear 5. Regardless of that though, I will say to me it's probably the best designed fruit across the board, befitting our Mugiwara main character boy. But if you thought the video was over here, what if I told you that Luffy is not the only person on his crew that has a mythical zone fruit? That's right. I do think there's a really high chance that yet another character on his crew has the potential to awaken into none other than the Forest God, and if you want to know who, how, and why, you should really watch this video right here where I break everything down. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching as always, and thanks so much to all of our wonderful Patreons here, and I will see you in the next one. Every great anime needs a well-crafted power system, or in the case of One Piece, 4. So I sat down to figure out once and for all how devil fruits, haki, science, and weapons each work in the One Piece world, and how each of them balances and interacts with the rest. Starting of course with the power that might be the most important ability in the entire story, haki. Now we're going to break down every single detail about this complex system, which includes some of the most devastating powers in the entire story. And the basics of haki are fairly simple, but as you will soon see, it quickly branches into many unique paths of super powerful abilities as well. However, the basics go like this. There are 2 haki abilities that anyone in the world can learn, and a third one that you basically have to be born with. And the first is armament haki, in Japanese called Busoshoku. Now essentially this ability allows the user to form invisible armor, which enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities. This can be seen for example when this guy coats his entire body in haki for a massive boost in defense. However, armament haki doesn't just have to be a full body suit. It can also be applied to just certain parts of the body, like your hands or feet, to make them ridiculously strong as well. A perfect example of this is the Yonko Big Mom using haki on just her arm to block Luffy's super powerful punch. Now the second way that armament haki can be used is to coat an item or a weapon in this invisible armor to make it super powerful. Examples of this include the basic pipe here becoming capable of shattering swords, or these arrows being able to demolish entire boulders. But you can basically coat anything that you want to make it just ridiculously strong. And this super strong haki can even protect you from other abilities in the One Piece world like devil fruits, which I just can't wait to talk about in a little bit. But first, the second basic type of haki that anyone in the world can learn is observation haki, in Japanese called Kim.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises, and turn website layouts into an art form. Create the grid you want, shaping every section intuitively. And get down to detail with the total control and pixel-perfect precision your vision requires. Repeat your designs at scale to get the momentum your project needs. With all the flexibility to adapt your layout across screen sizes instantly. Deliver faster and set your creativity free.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And now we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder.
Bunshoku. Now, observation haki lets the user sense the presence of others, even if those are hiding or using some sort of stealth ability. Observation haki can also allow someone to sense the intention of a person, such as if they intend to hurt you or if they're actually quite friendly. As you might know, Luffy is especially skilled at this, but it is also shown by many other characters. And perhaps the single best example of this is the blind Admiral Fujitora, who uses his observation haki to sense others' locations, but also their intentions, even though he is technically blind. However, just like armament, observation haki needs to be actively used. It's not just automatically on all the time, and we even learn in chapter 884 that if a person is emotionally unstable or rattled, like they're super sad or angry, then their observation haki will be a lot less effective or not even work at all. And so these are the basics of the first two abilities, and while some characters are naturally better at one or the other, spending time training both of these two powers makes someone way more powerful and capable than an average fighter. Which honestly is kind of insane that just anyone in the One Piece world can train to be this strong, but only the absolute strongest characters have the third form of haki, which is called Conquerors. In Japanese, this ability is called Haoshoku, and it is also known as the color of the Supreme King. Now, that's because this is a very special and unique type of haki that not anyone can just learn. Only those who are actually born with exceptionally strong wills can actually use it. However, this ability is so rare that we're actually being told that only 1 out of several million people are born with one. And in fact, only 18 characters in the entire canon storyline have actually been proven to have this ability, although 4 of them are already confirmed to be dead. And so clearly this ability is reserved for those with the will to become the strongest in the world, but what does it actually do? Well, the clearest example we've seen of Luffy using Conqueror's haki is when he unleashed an insane blast of his willpower to literally knock out 50,000 weak-willed fighters during the Fishman Island arc. And so basically this is a mental blast that can make weak-minded people go unconscious. Another great example of this is when the former Pirate King's right-hand man, Rayleigh, knocked out all of these people in the auction house on Sabaody, and according to Rayleigh, this power can actually be trained so much to get better control of it, so it actually only affects the people that you actually want it to. However, while you can actually gain better control, Conqueror's haki cannot get stronger per se because it is the embodiment of your strength of will, and as we'll explain in just a moment, not all Conqueror's haki users are even close to the same level of ridiculous strength. But now, you might be thinking that you already knew about all these basic forms of haki, but did you know that there are actually different skill trees for this power system? I mean, yeah, that's right. It's kind of like playing an RPG with a sandbox system where you can unlock certain special abilities as you get stronger along a certain branch. And in fact, the last one of these abilities is absolutely game-changing for anyone wanting to be a top-tier fighter in One Piece. Now, we've already discussed with armaments that you can choose to either harden your own body or you can coat an object in that haki. And while most people can do both, it takes an extraordinary amount of practice to become a true master at either one of these. However, during the Wano arc, we learned that there is actually an advanced form of armament haki that only very few people actually ever master. This is called advanced armament, and there are actually 2 forms of this power. Now, these don't have official names in the story, but they're sometimes called what is known as emission or internal destruction. Basically, emission allows the user to extend their haki coating out into the air to create this invisible.
Whatever your digital workplace, make work better.
Even a life that's rich with meaning can take an unexpected turn. And when life brings you change, we have over 100 years of navigating market ups and downs to help guide you with confidence.
Force field on top of their skin. Now, this was first seen on Sabaody when this sumo-looking dude smashed Luffy without even touching him. On the other hand, internal destruction involves extending your own haki into an object or person so it is literally destroyed from the inside. And there's actually this wonderful panel back from chapter 947 which perfectly explains this concept, and in chapter 955 we actually see Luffy mastering it by demolishing this poor tree. And so together, these 2 advanced forms of haki are way more powerful than normal armament haki hardening. And we do know this because when Luffy punched the Yonko Kaido with only his basic level haki, it didn't damage the Emperor like at all, but when he later learned advanced armament, he dealt significant damage to the King of the Beasts. Which now already takes us to observation haki, which might actually surprise you because there are again multiple different branches that user can specialize in here. The first is commonly referred to as advanced observation haki or future sight, which was a major factor in Luffy's battle against Katakuri here. Now this ability, as you might have guessed, allows the user to see slightly into the future, though how far does seem to depend on how skilled the user actually is. And while this is an ability that can be learned by observation haki masters, I'm not sure if the other branch of observation haki is quite so simple to actually learn. And that's because the other special branch is the ability to sense the emotions of other people. Now, this ability has only been shown by a few characters, and it can actually have devastating consequences for the user. For instance, this little girl here was able to sense all of the fearful emotions of the people dying during the death games on Skypiea. Similarly, the Marine Kobe was completely overwhelmed by sadness when he sensed all of the people dying during the war at Marineford. Which of course only leaves us with the insane branches of Conqueror's Haki, which is the ability that truly separates the great fighters from the absolute strongest beasts in the entire story. Now during Luffy's battle with Kaido, we learned that characters can actually unlock advanced Conqueror's Haki as well, which is basically a superior version of advanced armament haki. How this works is essentially advanced Conquerors allows the user to coat themselves in literally their Conqueror spirit. This exponentially increases the amount of damage delivered with each single blow, and this ability is also what has led to some of the most famous scenes in the entire story, where two of the strongest characters clash and they literally split the skies. However, while only a handful of characters have ever shown this ability, this is not even the highest level of advanced Conquerors in the story. Because we're actually being told by the author himself that Shanks, for example, has such overwhelming Conqueror's Haki that he is known as the killer of observation Haki. What does that mean? Well, this makes enemies so intimidated that they can't even focus to use their own observation Haki, and as we see right here, this supreme level of Conqueror's Haki can even make a Marine Admiral run away crying for mercy. By the way, I can protect you from Gojo's advanced Conqueror's Haki, but only if you make sure to subscribe to the channel. Now, you may be wondering that if Haki is so great, what's the point of even bothering with the other power systems in One Piece in the first place? However, while Haki allows anyone to grow ridiculously strong, almost all characters seem to enhance their fighting capabilities with some sort of truly powerful weapon. And let me tell you, almost nothing beats the intense, heart-pounding excitement in my chest when a new weapon is introduced to the story. And I mean, the greatest thing about weapons is that most of them can literally be used by anyone, and with the right weapon and enough training, even an average person can become a very deadly fighter in One Piece. And so,
wouldn't it be cool if building a website felt like working in your favorite design tool? With Framer, it is. First is the freeform canvas. You can place anything you want anywhere on the page. And when you're ready to add more structure, you've got stacks and grids. Make your layouts fluid. Add padding and spacing. Align content to grids, and choose units that work for you. Then add breakpoints and make your site look great on every device. And if you already started in Figma, you don't have to start over. With our Figma plugin, it's simple to copy, paste, and go. Plus, with standardized pages and sections, it's easy to build fast. Framer gives you all the tools you need to build websites that look amazing, without code, on any screen. So get started for free today.
Let's start off with the most common type of weapon in the story, which is of course swords. Plus some other types of blades we'll just throw in here as well. Now, swords are commonly weapons used by basically every single group in the story. I mean, pretty much every pirate crew has one or more sword fighters, most common marines use a blade, and even some characters like this invisible man combine their devil fruit abilities with incredible swordsmanship. And what's actually incredibly helpful for power scaling swords in One Piece is that there's actually an in-world system all crafted specifically for ranking using each of these blades. And I actually recently made a video about the 13 strongest swords in One Piece where I explained that in detail. But essentially, in a nutshell, here's how it works. Because some swords receive a rank based on their impressive feats, special characteristics, and their strength as a blade. This ranking includes an unknown number of graded swords, 50 skillful great swords, 21 great swords, and at the top of the ranking, the 12 supreme grade blades. And while we don't have the full list of all of these incredible weapons, there are a few that are instantly recognizable all around the world, like these ones right here. And while swords are by far the most common type of blade, some of the strongest fighters in the story use different types of blades. Now, these include the former warlord's strongest man, Whitebeard's, whose Naginata is one of the 12 supreme grades, and Goldie Rogers' third in command, Scopper Gaban, who is a dual axe wielder, which is actually pretty unique in the story. And while some of these blades are truly overpowered, they aren't even close to as strong as some of the weapons coming up in just a moment. But if blades aren't really your thing, there's also a ridiculous variety of insanely strong and unique weapons to choose from, such as this Lightning Man's golden staff, Kaido's spiked club, Katakuri's overpowered trident, and even an actual lightsaber, which was just recently revealed in the manga. How cool is that? Now, these are some of the more traditional weapons in the One Piece world, but some of the most powerful ones are those that you won't find anywhere outside of One Piece. A perfect example of this is the dials from Skypiea. These special shells can be used to store different types of energy, which is honestly a little bit weird, but we'll let it slide because it is a very cool concept. For example, this giant priest here has a belt full of axe dials, which releases a slashing blast that can even cut through iron. Or another one is a flame dial, which can actually be used to shoot actual fire, or the most overpowered of all the dials, the reject dial, which releases whatever force it has absorbed but multiplied by 10. Oh yeah, and you can use these dials to massively enhance other weapons, such as the heat dial combined with this lance to make it a super heated weapon. And even Usopp used dials to improve Nami's weather baton, which is kind of crazy that all of these types of powers come from the shell of a living creature. But dials are far from the only weapons in the story that are actually alive in some form. And that's because a few weapons in the One Piece world are actually living, breathing creatures, which include this elephant sword and this doggy cannon, which were both weapons that were actually fed a devil fruit. However, the next set of weapons is going to get much bigger. And that's because we're now talking about ships, which can bring massive destruction to entire islands, as we've seen with the island of Ohara and Enies Lobby. However, while a powerful fleet of ships can be absolutely devastating, even they can be taken out by strong weapons. In particular, there is a super special type of sword called a Black Blade, which we've seen take down massive ships with one swing. Now, these infamous Black Blades are some of the most powerful weapons in the story, and so far one of the rarest in the One Piece world. But even those famous blades are pitiful compared to the most powerful weapons in the entire story, because now let's of course discuss the legendary ancient weapons, Poseidon, Pluton, and Uranus. And while you may not consider these normal weapons, they are literally called weapons, so I wanted to talk about them in this category. And you're just running around in the background, I can tell. You be free. And actually, Uranus is the one that we know the least about. And since Poseidon is an underwater power and Pluton is a ship that rides on the ocean, it is widely theorized that Uranus is a weapon that can fly in the air, such as this mysterious ability that we see raining down lasers right here. And although recent chapters might hint that this mysterious weapon is not actually Uranus, certainly it would be a power at least equally as destructive as this. And so, while swords are clearly awesome, they certainly cannot be called the strongest weapons in the story when compared to these incredible ancient weapons. But that's not to say that swords and other blades aren't massively strong in their own right, especially when they are combined with Haki. Because, as we already discussed, strong fighters can coat their weapons with Haki to massively raise their attack power and even allow them to slice down literal mountains. In fact, some of the strongest pirates in the entire story, such as the Red Hair Pirates and Goldie Rogers' crew, exclusively used weapons combined with overwhelming Haki, which in a world full of powerful devil fruits is kind of incredible to think about. But this next power system in One Piece has the potential to make everything I've discussed so far completely unnecessary. Because weapons? Garbage. Hockey? Don't need it. Get the hell out of here. That's because science is about to take over the One Piece world. So strap in, because one of the most mind-blowing secrets that we recently learned was that the One Piece world used to be a way more technologically advanced civilization. And this includes this giant...
It's time to celebrate Black culture at Walt Disney World Resort and get immersed in a canvas of magic where Black culture takes center stage. It's time to celebrate soulfully.
When emergency strikes, first responders rely on the latest technology. That's why T-Mobile built T-Priority, America's best 5G network experience for first responders, with more capacity, faster speeds, and better coverage. So law enforcement has reliable backup, and EMTs can relay vital information in real time. T-Priority, built for tomorrow's emergencies, ready today.
Robot that apparently has been around since the Void Century. And this is just the barest tip of the iceberg of what appears to have been possible in the past. That is, of course, before the world government destroyed most technology to send the world nearly back to the Stone Age. I got a delivery! What's this? Is this future cloning technology or some advanced weapon? What could it be? Now, today's scientists are just barely catching up to what was possible in the past in One Piece, but people all around the world are actually creating incredible and deadly scientific inventions. This also includes Frankie, who's able to make his own giant robots and super powerful ships and turn himself into a cyborg, and even characters like Chopper, who uses his scientific knowledge to cure every type of illness. And we actually saw Chopper's abilities on full display when he quickly cured this Oni plague during the raid on Kaido's castle. And while this artificial virus created by this funky dinosaur nearly wiped out thousands of people, this gassy scientist is actually also extraordinarily skilled at making weapons with terribly destructive power. Isn't that right, mysteriously moving box? And among his terrifying scientific weapons are this cat, but also bombs that can destroy entire islands, poison gases that can incapacitate a whole island of strong fighters, and he was even in the process of using drugs to turn children into literal giants. And yet Caesar's awful scientific contributions aren't over yet, because during the Wano arc we saw firsthand the horrible effects of his worst invention ever. Because these are the artificial devil fruits that he created for the Emperor Kaido. Now, these fruits are actually made by combining specific chemicals with the genetic factors of animals, and then this chemical liquid is actually used to water trees, which then grow these artificial devil fruits. And those fruits give only 1 in 10 people some sort of twisted animal ability, while the other 9 are cursed to only smile and laugh. Truly an awful, very unethical invention. However, Caesar is of course not the only mad scientist we've come to know in the story who has done some crazy inventions. In fact, Sanji's father is a scientist himself and is an expert in cloning and genetic modification, even going as far as to modify his children into emotionless weapons of destruction. However, the Windsmoke's most impressive creations are the raid suits, which are kind of like a Power Ranger suit that give its user a huge boost in speed, power, and durability, plus each suit has its own special abilities such as invisibility, explosions, electricity, or even poison. Which, you know, just goes to show that science can be very destructible and powerful in One Piece, but not all technology ends up in the wrong hands, because Nami's weather manipulation, for example, is a perfect enhancement for her natural abilities. That's because she uses her climate tact combined with her knowledge gained during the time skip to create rain, strong wind gusts, lightning, and even create mirages, as we can see during her fight in Enies Lobby. And in addition, one of the most powerful scientific advancements in the world is also one of the most common, and that's because someone once figured out how to turn the natural telepathic abilities of these snails into a literal communication device. This resulted in the transponder snails, which is basically like a phone and allows people to communicate all the way across the world, which, if you use the real world as an example, undoubtedly changed the way the entire world can function. But if we're talking about super powerful technology, then there's of course one man whose creations stand above everyone else, and that is Dr. Vegapunk. Now, this genius scientist and user of the brain devil fruit, a little foreshadowing here, has truly broken through the barriers of technological advancement. And if you want to know why this could make other weapons and hotkey obsolete, just listen to this. Because here's what we know for a fact that Dr. Vegapunk has invented.
Zevo works 24/7 to attract and trap flying insects. Available at the Home Depot.
First, there were these super powerful cyborgs who were literally able to shoot laser beams. Next, we learned that he was recreating devil fruits, such as a literal copy of Kaido's super powerful dragon fruit. And just recently, we learned that he can actually make fully functioning clones, which once again broke basically the entire story. But his absolutely strongest creations have to be this squad of genetically modified clones called the Seraphim, who are so supremely powerful that they can even fight against Yonko like Blackbeard and Luffy. They have unbelievable strength, speed, healing, and the Lunarian Flame, which makes them nearly invincible, plus their copied devil fruit abilities on top of all that. Which is just insane to think about, because what if the world government could recreate an entire army of those Seraphim? But what's crazy though is that this isn't even the only world-destroying weapon in the world government's hands, because as we already discussed, they have the power to literally wipe out islands with this laser-firing airship of destruction. And while it does seem that even a power like this seems to have some sort of limit on how often it can be used, it is surely a weapon of mass destruction that is a major threat to Luffy's friends all across the world. And so clearly, if this technology is allowed to get into the wrong hands, even the strongest pirates and marines wouldn't stand a chance. So maybe it was actually a good thing that the world government erased all of this dangerous technology years ago, maybe? And while science doesn't really interact with hockey much in the story so far, advancements in technology have clearly led to the creations of many advanced types of weapons, as we've already explained, and who knows, maybe the secret ruler of the world government, Imu, has lived ever since the Void Century with some sort of super advanced technology as well. Now personally, I think that the much more likely reason behind Imu's abilities is the most famous power in the One Piece world though, devil fruits. And the secrets of these legendary fruits are one of the true mysteries remaining in the story, so let's explain exactly how this power system works as well. Now, the basic idea of a devil fruit is that there are these magical swirly fruits, and anyone who eats one instantly gains the powers of that devil forever. The only major downsides to consuming one is that they lose the ability to swim for good, which means if they fall into the oceans with no one around to save them, well, goodbye devil fruit user. And a few other important details are that there is ever only one of each type of power in the world at the same time. For example, there cannot be two lightning fruit users at the same time. Well, actually, that's kind of not true anymore, but I'll talk more about recreated devil fruits in just a minute. And also, once a devil fruit user dies, their power transfers into some other fruit in the world that is close to it. So basically, it is reincarnated and someone else can eat it next. How exactly does this work? Well, we do not know yet for certain, but there seems to be some sort of either actual devil or some sort of essence or magical energy within a fruit that chooses to leave once its host is gone. And it's also important to note that devil fruits, despite appearing quite a lot, are actually pretty rare in the One Piece world overall. Even though we do see a ton of them in the story, that's only because over time most of them have accumulated in the Grand Line, where basically all of the strong pirates and marines have been located. But if you're just a random person in the North Blue, you may not even know that devil fruits actually exist and might just think that it's some sort of fairy tale. Now, there are three basic categories of devil fruit powers, which are zone fruits, which basically turn you into an animal, Logia fruits, which turn the user into some sort of element or substance, and Paramecia fruits, which have some rules but also include a lot of random powers that just don't fit into any other category that we'll discuss in just a moment. But first, zones, which originally were known as the weakest variety, but that has kind of changed recently. Like I just mentioned, this category of fruits allows the user to transform into an an animal, granting them immense strength and stamina, and depending on the fruit, even some unique bonus abilities as well. There are of course tons of normal types of devil fruits in the story, such as the giraffe, anaconda, and many more. Now, these basic zones allow you to have your normal human form, an animal-human hybrid form, and a full animal transformation. And while these are not as interesting, just wait, because there are also special categories of zone fruits that grant super unique abilities and might actually be the most interesting ones in the entire story. And there are also categories like the carnivore category, which includes fruits like a leopard or a wolf, which makes the user naturally more ferocious during battle. There's also the ancient zone category, which is basically a group of dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures, such as the Pteranodon fruit, saber-toothed tiger fruit, the mammoth fruit, and this one, which I'm not even gonna try to pronounce. Now, these ancient zones are actually much rarer than the other zones and have even more durability and recovery powers than the basic animal ones. However, this also brings us to the most powerful type of devil fruit in the story, probably mythical zone fruits. Now, these devil fruits turn the user into some mythical creature of legend. For example, the Buddha, a dragon, or even this 8-headed Yamato no Orochi fruit. But on top of all the normal zone benefits, mythical zone users each also have a unique special ability related to their devil fruit. For example, the phoenix fruit user can use these blue flames for healing, and this wolf deity has frosty ice powers. Which brings us to the ultimate power of every single devil fruit, which is awakening. This is a special ability that is only achieved after years of training and perfecting your devil fruit power and your body accepting your ability. And for zones, awakening your devil fruit grants the user an even more insane boost in speed, stamina, power.
New Cliff Bar Caffeinated. Start strong. Sustained energy, now with a kick of caffeine.
With Framer, the things you design become real. Framer feels like a design tool, but it ships fast, modern websites. You can start from scratch, import from Figma, or choose from thousands of free and premium templates. Framer's easy to learn. There's frames, text, and stacks. Combine them however you want, add whatever you want, and make everything responsive. Then the only thing left to do is hit publish. That's Framer.
And recovery, because awakening basically makes you even more of a tank. And some awakenings even come with special powers of their own, like when Luffy awakened his mythical zone Sun God Nika fruit and gained the power to make his imagination into reality. Which, I mean, let's be honest, is most likely the most broken ability in all of One Piece, but for over 1,000 chapters, we actually thought it belonged to the Paramecia category of devil fruits, because this group is the most common type of devil fruit. It's basically really a truly mixed bag of abilities, which basically allows Oda Sensei to include any power that pops into his imagination and push it into that category. However, it does include some of the most insane abilities in the entire story. And typically, Paramecia itself can kind of be separated into 3 different categories. There are Paramecia fruits that allow the user to change their body in some way, such as this guy turning into diamonds, this one turning into any weapon they choose, or this guy turning invisible. The second category of Paramecias are powers that alter the environment in some way or form. Now, one of the most famous examples is the Marine Admiral Fujitora's gravity fruit, which allows him to alter gravity as he chooses, like when he lifts all the rubble after the Battle of Dressrosa. Or another great example are Corazon's silence powers, which lets him cancel all noises within a certain bubble. And the third type of Paramecia fruit allows its user to produce a substance from their body. Some pretty awesome examples of this are the Warden of Impel Down, who can produce a ton of different types of venoms and poisons from his body, or the former warlord Doflamingo, who can produce and control string from his body, as we saw throughout the Dressrosa arc. And now, while these 3 categories mostly make sense, there are also some super quirky, unique abilities that don't quite fit into any of these 3. For example, during Luffy's major battle against Katakuri, we learned that the Mochi fruit is a special Paramecia which allows the user to both turn into Mochi and produce mochi as well. Or another special devil fruit is Law's Ope Ope no Mi, which has some absolutely incredible powers. Now, how it works is that he can basically manipulate anything within his operating room, which means that he can swap people's personalities, change their body parts around, like Mr. Potato Head, but just like the previous devil fruit, this one also has a special ability called the Perpetual Youth Surgery, which when used can give one person eternal youth, at least we assume, which might be the most important power in the entire story. Which of course now also brings us to the ultimate power of paramecia fruits, which is of course their awakening. And while this has not been fully explained quite yet, we have seen a good amount of examples of awakened devil fruits that give us a pretty good idea of how it works for paramecias. Essentially, an awakened paramecia user can grant the ability of their devil fruit to some part of the environment. For example, we mentioned that Doflamingo can produce string from his body, but after using his awakening, he can basically turn the ground, buildings, and anything else in his surrounding into string that he can control as he wishes. Which, as you can imagine, is incredibly useful in a fight, but the most naturally powerful category of devil fruits are the godlike Logia devil fruits. That's because with a single bite of a Logia fruit, a person instantly becomes some sort of element or special substance. For example, the Marine Admiral Akainu literally becomes magma, and the former warlord Crocodile is completely made up of sand. And unlike paramecia fruits, this basically means that Logia users are invincible against any normal fighters because normal attacks without haki will just pass right through their elemental bodies, or they can quickly reform just like this Logia fruit user right here. Although there are two major exceptions to this, which we'll explain in just a moment. And I must also clarify that a Logia fruit user must be actively using their powers to become untouchable. So if they're just being caught by surprise, they can still be hit by any normal attack. But invincibility is of course not the only benefit of this overpowered category of devil fruits, because they can also produce near unlimited amounts of their particular elements. For instance, the flame Logia user Sabo can produce enormous amounts of fire, and the lightning Logia fruit user Enel can generate tons of basically limitless lightning. And while most of these fruits are elements, we have seen some recent examples that suggest that it can be any sort of substance. For example, Karibu here has a swamp Logia, which lets him produce swampy mud that can literally absorb people into a pocket dimension, just like these helpless mermaids right here. Plus, the Revolutionary Army Commander Karasu here has the Soot Logia, which lets him produce and control dark soot at will, which he apparently loves to turn into crows that can attack and even carry messages. However, there is one Logia fruit that is unlike the rest, and that is Blackbeard's Darkness Logia fruit. And before we go any further, I must say that it is entirely possible that this isn't actually a Logia fruit. I mean, there are a ton of theories that this is actually just like Luffy, a mythical zone, and it's just been covered up for hundreds of years as well. And I'm saying all of this because it has some truly unique and out-of-line abilities. For example, Blackbeard's body is not immune to normal attacks like other Logia fruits. In fact, in chapter 441, Blackbeard explicitly explains that because his Darkness fruit sucks everything in, it also absorbs damage from any attack. However, this same characteristic is also one of the special abilities of the Darkness fruit, because as we see in the same chapter, Blackbeard can use the gravity of darkness to pull the actual bodies of devil fruit users as well. And by some weird process that we still don't understand, as long as Blackbeard is touching a devil fruit user, he can literally absorb their power of the devil fruit, which means that that person loses the ability to
Try Nature Made. Made with quality, made to care for you every day.
Use it, which is just a supremely overpowered ability considering many of the strongest fighters in the world do have devil fruit abilities. In fact, this power may also be what allowed Blackbeard to eat 2 devil fruits in the first place, but that is more theory than fact at this point. But despite the near invincibility of Logia fruit users, there is one hard counter to their abilities. And that's because if a person knows armament haki, then they are just able to deal regular damage to a Logia Fruit user just like as if they were punching a normal person. Now, so far we've not really gotten an explanation why this works, but we see it in action throughout the post-time skip, and it's kind of assumed that your willpower forces the body to materialize, maybe by suppressing the devil in the fruit. And one other weakness for Logia users is if their particular element has a natural weakness. For example, the Sand Logia user Crocodile was able to be hit by Luffy even without Haki because his sand got wet. This apparently hardened his body enough so that Luffy could actually hit him, and Enel's lightning powers also did not affect Luffy's rubber, and Luffy was able to punch the previously invincible self-proclaimed god as well. And so the last remaining and most mysterious part of Devil Fruits in the story are Logia Fruit users' awakenings, because we've only seen one possible example of this, which was the epic clash with the Marine Admirals Akainu and Aokiji during the time skip. Now, this clash involved two of the most powerful Logia Fruit users in the story, who we assume have to have awakened abilities, and their powers were so strong that the island of Punk Hazard was permanently split into wastelands of ice and fire. And just how Logia Fruit users are affected by armament Haki, a Paramecia Devil Fruit is affected as well. For example, we were told by Trafalgar Law during the rooftop battle on Wano that he can't simply teleport Big Mom and Kaido because their Haki is much more powerful than his. And Luffy also uses his Haki to enhance his Devil Fruit abilities by creating Gear 4th, which basically means focusing his armament Haki on different parts of his body to force his rubber into certain forms. And so in other words, while Haki can interfere or enhance many Devil Fruit abilities, Haki is not the only power system that crosses over with Devil Fruits. And that's because in fact, Devil Fruit powers can be combined with weapons. And this can happen in a more normal sense, like when the former Yonko Whitebeard combined his Tremor Fruit powers with his Naginata to smash into opponents, or also someone like Eustace Kid who uses his Magnetism Fruit to actually create some truly awesome looking weapons, such as this massive railgun, which he used to fight Big Mom. And this of course also includes the actual Devil Fruit weapon hybrids that we already discussed that were created by Dr. Vegapunk, who was somehow able to infuse a Devil Fruit into a normal weapon. But in addition to this and all of Vegapunk's other really impressive scientific achievements, Vegapunk has actually been able to use science to recreate and clone Devil Fruit powers. First, he made an actual copy of Kaido's mythical Devil Fruit, but while Vegapunk considered the fruit a failure, it lets Momo fully transform into a giant pink version of the dragon, which does seem fairly successful to me personally at least. And while Vegapunk perfected this process, we already mentioned that Caesar also tried to make artificial Devil Fruits, though they were a lot less effective and came with massive drawbacks. And as far as we know, Vegapunk never actually made an actual Devil Fruit again, but what he actually did was maybe even scarier. That's because he somehow took the genetic factor of a Devil Fruit user and infused it into his overpowered Seraphim clones to give them actual Devil Fruit powers of that user. We first saw this happen in chapter 1065 when the Seraphim S-Shark was introduced, who then soon after used the powers of the Swim Fruit, which is of course the perfect power for the clone of the world's strongest fishman in the story, but an even greater match was giving the Dice Fruit to S-Hawk, the clone of Mihawk, which turns the clone of the strongest swordsman in the world into a literal blade human. But that's not even the strongest of the Seraphim Devil Fruit powers, because Vegapunk even duplicated the Paw Fruit, which is such a broken ability that I absolutely had to include it in my ranking of the top 5 most overpowered Devil Fruits in One Piece, which you can watch right here. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. And I'm honestly really proud and impressed that you sat through this entire video, so leave me a comment if you did.
Spruce kills weeds differently by cutting off their water supply, causing them to die from dehydration.
Wherever you go, take Rich Fresh Stacks to go.
Is Mihawk stronger than Shanks? And is Whitebeard stronger than Roger? Power scaling in One Piece is not only incredibly controversial, but also close to impossible. In other words, a lot of fun, which is exactly why today we're going to rank every single of hundreds of One Piece characters from the absolute weakest to the truly strongest person in all of One Piece. Well, at least all the characters who at least have a name and have actually engaged in combat at some point in the story. We're not exactly going to try and power scale Makino or Wood Slap here or anything, but if you have picked up a weapon to fight with, consider yourself a part of this ultimate power scaling list. Starting with the weakest character in the whole series, Saint Charles. Now, he's not a fighter, so he should have known better than to shoot Hachan, and he rightfully got the color punched right out of him. He's the very first character in our F tier list, but wouldn't it be great if we could actually quantify the power levels in One Piece as well? Like, there was some kind of official system for giving a number to how strong a character is. Oh, right. Well, as we learned in the Enies Lobby arc, the official power ranking system for One Piece that definitely matters, and Oda definitely didn't just made up on the spot and then drop immediately after its first mention, is actually called Doriki. In other words, starting off with the Doriki of 1, we got Saint Charles. But with him out of the way, we'll now head to the weakest of the seas, the East Blue, home to notably weak characters like Luffy, Roger, and Garp. Well, even weaker than these characters though are the weakest characters in the entire series, the Usopp Pirates. I can hear you now. Really, Manu? You're gonna pick on some poor innocent children playing pirates? To which I say, well, if the Usopp Pirates didn't want to be part of this power scaling here, they shouldn't have taken that shovel right here to Django's Unmentionables. In doing so, these literal children solidified themselves as the weakest characters in One Piece. And next up is Gaimon, who does have some ability with a pistol, but is unable to do much in combat, being completely confined to his treasure chest. And after that is a character most readers have probably completely forgotten. This Alabasta bandit who kidnapped Vivi as a child and was taken out by another child. Ouch. Then comes the mayor of Orangetown. Now, as ready as he was to put on his armor and protect the town from Buggy, unfortunately, he was a little bit out of his league here, which does say a lot. It was Buggy. And next in the mayor tier is Iceberg. Oh, Iceberg, you are a 10 out of 10 mayor, but despite having a pistol, you barely had a chance to use it before being dispatched by ZP9. Then we also have Hiruluk. He's a doctor, not a fighter, and even though he's got plenty of explosives and firearms, he should probably stick to medicine, even though he's not very good at that either. On the other hand, the mountain bandit here that kidnapped Luffy in chapter 1 is also incredibly weak despite his high and mighty attitude regarding his bounty. He picked a fight with the wrong Yonko/Sea King. But after that, we actually already have Zoro's bounty hunter colleagues Johnny and Yosaku. Now, their true power lies not in combat, but in giving us expositions about the 7 warlords. So good job doing that. But in fact, those two and everyone else on this list could be defeated by another literal child, Kuina. And that's because thanks to Kuina's swordsmanship training from her father, she would have easily been able to defeat 2-bit bandits and bounty hunters if we're being honest. However, she might not have been able to beat Isa of the Shandians. Now, Isa doesn't exactly engage in combat in the series, but does have a weapon and is capable to defend herself. Moreover, she does demonstrate use of mantra or observation hockey, which is pretty OP for a kid. And rounding out the little girl tier though is Otama. Now, did she have an extremely useful devil fruit power for fighting the beast pirates specifically? Yes. Will she be a true force to be reckoned with once she grows up to be a kunoichi? Absolutely.
New Cliff Bar Caffeinated. Start strong. Sustained energy, now with a kick of caffeine.
It's time.
At last.
Now streaming
Can you point me in the right direction?
on Disney Plus.
This is a magical place. Follow me.
The fairest one of all comes to life on Disney Plus.
That's so much fun.
Disney's Snow White, now streaming on Disney Plus.
But for now, you know, she gets to be right here. Now back to the East Blue though, we have Genzo. Now, he couldn't handle Arlong, but given his battle scars and proficiency with pistols and a blade, this sheriff of Kokoyashi village can handle himself in a normal standard fight, I think. Kokoro here is next on our list, and she's not much of a fighter, but was plenty strong enough to send fodder marines flying anyways. Also an elderly, just like Kokoro, is the late Nefatari Cobra, who didn't have the strength of his youth when we met him, but as a young man, he was easily able to help Igaram here to fight off bandits. And right around him though is another Alabasta resident, Koza. And I think you've got to at least be moderately strong to lead a revolutionary army, but not as strong as the average line cook. A quick detour back to the Baratier brings us to the Baratier chefs right here. Sanji's co-workers, who are no strangers to rough housing, but do have trouble holding their own against big name pirates. And while we're still hanging around in the East Blue, how about a couple of cat boys who faced off against Zoro in Syrup Village. After them, we have Gats here. Now, we didn't see this gladiatorial announcer in a real fight, but was able to keep rallying the crowd after getting impaled by Doflamingo, and that should count for something in my book at least. Queen Otohime here is also no pushover with her great speed and feats of observation hockey. After her, we've got some lower ranked but still named Marines, Full Body and Django. Wait, didn't they get owned by the beginning of the series by Usopp and Sanji? Yes, they did, but they have really gotten their act together ever since and did some heavy duty training in the Marines ever since, so we'll bring them up just a little bit. They're so strong now that they could be right under the weakest of Crocodile's Baroque Work members, Mr. Nine and his baby mama, Miss Monday. Really bless Oda for the cover stories in the manga, because in what other series would we learn that these two are married with a kid now? It's a good thing that they opted for the quiet family life, because they really weren't cut out for the whole criminal underground thing, if we're being honest. And after that, we have the weakest crewmates of the weakest of the Yonko, Buggy's entourage, Moji, Kabaji, and Alvida. Now, these were among the first people ever wrecked by Luffy and the crew in the story, so they get to hang out right here at the bottom of the list, even if they're technically Yonko commanders now, I guess. And right after, we'll have a character that you definitely knew had a name. Bunny Joe, aka the revolutionary officer that freed Robin from her cell in Tequila Wolf. And just above him, we have the officers of Don Creek who helped with his assault on Baratie, Pearl, and Gin. Now, maybe Gin will climb higher on the list when he finally will definitely re-enter the story as he promised, but until then, here you are. Above them, we're putting someone who was a contender for the weakest characters in the entire series for a while, Spandam. Now, he's actually officially confirmed to have a Doriki score of 9, with 10 being the average fodder marine strength. Oh wait, just like Oda actually forgot about Doriki as a concept, I better remember to keep giving these characters power levels. So why does such a weak character beat the others on this list? Well, Doriki doesn't factor in things like devil fruit powers or special weapons. It only accounts for raw physical power, and Spandam has his special sword Funk Freed, and in my esteemed opinion, the other characters so far on this list below could probably not overpower an actual elephant. X and Morgan here though could probably take down an elephant, you know, with his X hand. Now, the average fishman is also stronger than that, being 10 times stronger than a normal human being. So here we have the crewmates of the Arlong Pirates, our friendly takoyaki salesman Hachan and his comrades. Oh, and while we've met some stronger fishermen than them later on, Vendor Decken, the creep who tried to marry Princess Shirahoshi, can stay on this level as well. And just above them, we can actually put Dadan and her fellow mountain bandits from the Goa Kingdom. I think Garp wouldn't have entrusted his precious grandsons to someone who couldn't at least take down some jungle animals. But now, as we've moved more solidly into the Grand Line, we're going to leave the F tier and slowly enter the D tier, where devil fruits and superhuman strength are a whole lot more common. Like Dalton with his Ox Devil Fruit, who's our first candidate for the D tier. However, without the Straw Hat's help, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Wapol and his Royal Guard, so we'll place Wapol and all the subordinates that he fused with right here. And Wapol's Doriki has to be at least like, I don't know, hundreds. This is a real power scaling system that is consistent and makes sense. I'm not taking anything else. Now, next we're going to have our friends from Jaya, Mont Blanc Cricket, and his friends who are for some reason apes. I mean, are these guys minks or what's the deal here? Anyway, speaking of minks, we're going to put the non-combatant minks all in this tier list here. Most minks have some degree of strength and can use electro punches, but the ones like this nice doctor and this cute little monkey aren't going to strike heavy fear into the hearts of their opponents. After these more low-grade minks though are the Foxy Pirates. Not Foxy himself, he'll come a little bit later, but all of the various subordinates that he's won through daily backfights, we will be slotting in right here. And here's the first controversial take of this video that you've all been waiting for, because right here after them, I'm going to place Captain Kuro and Don Creek. Were they beaten by East Blue Luffy? Yeah, but they were also fearsome pirates in their own right. I think we all just forgot how strong East Blue Luffy actually started out compared to an average pirate of his sea, and also their Doriki is probably like 200. Above them though are the legions of zombies from Thriller Bark, as well as Moria subordinates like Hawkback or Absalom. And following them are the Galilea shipwrights of Water 7, as well as the Frankie family. And we'll actually place the miscellaneous non-CP9 related people from Anna's lobby here too. People like this three-headed judge guy and this weird weird noodle man. Noodle man. We're also going to make an educated guess here and place Nami's adoptive mom Belmare here as well. While she couldn't overpower Arlong, she was clearly a capable fighter, and we don't know her exact rank, but she was a Marine officer, as we can tell from her cool jacket here.
Zevo works 24/7 to attract and trap flying insects. Available at the Home Depot.
Ritz Fresh Stacks are for snacking go-getters. Where you go, they go too. So go get them. Ritz Fresh Stacks. Ritz that you can take with you.
Here. And around the same level, we can toss in this guy who is Sanji's former lookalike. And after this level come the majority of the fighters from Skypiea, I think, like the Shandians, the Cloud Army guy, and I think even Enel's priests. After that, we have another tier of Baroque works. We already talked about Mr. 9, but on this level, we've got Mr. 5 all the way up through Mr. 3 Galdino. And we can say with a lot of certainty and not a guess at all that his Doriki is a fitting 300s. And right up here with him are the heads of Alabaster's Royal Guard, Igaram, Chaka, and Pell. Though you could make an argument for Pell being ranked a little bit higher due to his explosion survival skills. Also, with him is technically our first Straw Hat on the list, Nefertari Vivi. And while she's clearly not as strong as the other Straw Hats, so far at least, people forgot that this princess is surprisingly capable in battle. And just above them, we will also put the lowest ranking Impel Down jailers, such as Domino, who serve under the Wardens. And up next is a character who, let's be honest, Brownbeard is for sure the weakest of all the pirates whose name are a color and a beard. I mean, Brownbeard had to go somewhere on the list, so here he is. And I think you're curious about his Doriki, it's obviously 400s. And since we all know size isn't all that matters in One Piece, up next is the majority of the Tontada military forces. Now, these dwarves of Greenbit are surprisingly strong for their size. Individually, they're probably right around lower Don Quixote officers, such as the lady who guarded the Smile Factory and Viola, whose power was really more suited to observation than combat. And right above them is, no, hey, that can't be right. It's Carbu? No, not Carbu. This is actually his little brother. He's got to be at least strong enough to make it through the Grand Line to Sabaody, and he has a real reputation for killing Marines. So he's right up there near the top of the D tier. But finishing off the D tier itself is everyone's favorite group of One Piece villains, the New Fishman Pirates. Now, it's a little bit hard to place these guys anywhere since they were just juicing on steroids while they fought the Straw Hats, but simply the fact that the post-timeskip Straw Hats were still wiping the floor with them even while they were taking these energy steroids, to me means that these guys kind of get to round out the D tier. I feel like that's fairly reasonable. And along with these guys are also the royal family of Fishman Island, who probably could have handled the New Fishman Pirates themselves if it weren't for those energy steroids. But now, starting off with the C tier, we have the fearsome female warriors of Amazon Lily. Now, the warriors of this island are able to use armament haki and even infuse haki into their arrows, making fighters like Margaret formidable opponents, especially to any non-haki user. Also, right here, we're going to throw in Boa Hancock's Serpentine sisters. And slightly above the warriors of Amazon Lily are pretty much everyone from the Dressrosa Coliseum, excluding some fighters who became captains of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Did the tournament at the Coliseum feature a ton of fighters, all with unique skills, abilities, and levels of strength? Well, that's what you might think, but actually, for the purposes of this video only being an hour long instead of like 10 hours long, everyone from King Riku to Rolling Logan all have a Doriki of exactly 500. Exactly. Don't argue with me over this one. And more powerful than the average Coliseum contender are Kaido's Gifters. Now, these Smile Fruit users make up the lower ranks of the Beast Pirates, being stronger than the average soldier, but far weaker than any of the crew's actual executives. All of these strange human-animal hybrid pirates like Hold'em and the infamous Batman live right here in the bottom of C tier, and we'll also throw in Old Man Hyogoro as well. Now, as one of Luffy's old man mentors, this guy was probably a lot stronger when he was younger, but right now...
The right energy is everything. Rockstar sustains mind-body energy.
Rockstar. You picked me up. Yes, you did.
gets to stay around here. And very similarly ranked at the lower end of C tier are soldiers of another Yonko crew, which is the Big Mom Pirates. Homies like Randolph are right around the gifters level, as well as the weaker Big Mom children such as Lola or Chiffon. I mean, to be on a Yonko crew, I figure you've at least gotta have a Doriki of 600, and while we're talking about Lola and Chiffon, we might as well include the Father of the Year, Pound, here as well. There you go. And I think the more mid-tier minks are actually right above them. Mid-tier makes them sound kind of mid, but I mean, they're better than the low-tier minks, if you get me. Now, they're not as strong as the Musketeer group here, but minks like Blackback or Giovanni are plenty strong in a fight, I think. Stronger than them, though, are some of the Vice Admirals from the Marines. Now, obviously, there are some Vice Admirals who might as well be Fleet Admiral, looking at Ugar, but some of them are just a lot lower than average, I think. For instance, pour one for our dearly departed T-Bone. May he rest in peace here in C tier. And solidly in the C tier also are some other people that we got to see in action at Marineford along those Vice Admirals. And that's every single pirate captain allied with Whitebeard. That's right, all 19 of those captains whose name I'm positive you all remember, and so we don't even need to list them all here because they're all at the same level. And two more fishmen also get to hang out in this tier as well. Hody Jones, who at the very least is much stronger than his crewmates, and Jimbei's right-hand man, Aladdin. Now, one of the hardest things about power scaling in One Piece is factoring in the progression of characters that they have made during their first appearance in the series. And so while these Baroque work agents definitely couldn't have held their own at Marineford at their current strength level that they had during the Alabasta arc, I'm gonna place Mr. 2 Bonkure, Mr. 1 Daz Bones, and Miss Doublefinger right here. I mean, by now, their Doriki must be at least 700. And honestly, it would take literal giants to take on these powerhouses, so here are a bunch of giants, like such as the Marines Giant Squad. And speaking of the Marines, let's get some more of them in here as well. Mid-tiers like this guy with the terrible chin, or the Cage Lady, and this dude from Impel Down seems like he's a good fit for this as well. Might as well put him in here as well. And let's not forget about their good friends CP9. Now, wait a minute. Does this mean that we finally get characters with canonical official Doriki levels? I've been waiting for the entire video for this. No guesswork, just official Oda confirmed power levels. And first off, we have Khalifa with a Doriki of 630, except now that she's in ZP0, it's probably a lot higher, but you can just ignore that, it's for sure 630 still. And this round guy here is 800, with the pink man following at 810 and our all-time favorite doorman, Bruno, at 820. Now, the rest of the Cypher Pole agents will have to wait for a little bit because their power level is way higher than that at least. And have they all gotten stronger since then as well? Yeah, probably, but you didn't come here to do math. You came here to see the strongest characters in all of One Piece. But right around ZP9's power levels are some of the Supernova super subordinates, like Bege's Mafiosos and the Heart Pirates. However, claiming sweet victory over these guys are the middle tiers of Big Mom's children. Fighters like Charlotte Pudding, though as a Yonko child, we figure her Doriki must be at least 900. Scotch here, another one of Kaido's fighters, is actually so mid that he lost to Karibu on a cover page. And as for the final member of C tier, well, we're sorry, but Shinobu, you just didn't quite make the cut here. But believe me, if this was the bewitching Kunoichi tier list, you would be.
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Picture this. Somewhere in the world, an Apple Card user is getting 3% daily cash back on the purchase of an iPhone 16 at Apple. That's not all. They also earned 2% back on the new shoes they bought using Apple Pay. Visit apple.co/card calculator and see how much daily cash back you can earn. Subject to credit approval. Apple Card issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
Right on top, promise. But next we have Arlong, and he is honestly one of the hardest characters to power scale in the entire series. Now, on the one hand, he was an important member of the Sun Pirates and said to be close in strength to Jimbei himself. On the other hand, instead of growing in terms of strength and power, he did hide in the East Blue and evidently let himself go there because he was defeated by East Blue level Luffy. It's really hard to reconcile this massive disparity in power, so so we're going to average out the two extremes here and place this shark fisherman at the very bottom of the B tier, which is continued right away by the Doflamingo family. Now, disregarding the executives for now, of course. However, these fighters from Dressrosa gave the Straw Hats and an entire country worth of people the fight of their lives. Virgo, Doflamingo's spy inside the Marines, has full body armament haki that was strong enough to shatter Sanji's leg. Senor Pink, the most hard-boiled character in One Piece so far, gave Frankie a run for his money, even though Frankie's cybernetic abilities made him one of the powerhouses of the Straw Hat crew. And Sugar, well, Sugar was one of the hardest characters to place on this entire list. I mean, is she strong? No, she's just a little girl, so why isn't she down in the little girls tier with Otama? Well, Sugar doesn't need to be strong because one touch is all it takes for her to win nearly any fight instantly. This little girl, who's actually weirdly enough a lot older than she looks, has one of the most overpowered Devil Fruit abilities in the entire series. One touch allows her to turn someone into a toy under her command and removes all the memories of them from all other people. Now, arguably, it's recently been hinted at that sufficient haki could allow you to break free from an ability like this, as we saw with Trafalgar Law when he broke free from the effects of Doc Q's Sick Fruit. However, as we never saw anyone break free from Sugar's power through sheer force of will, she does get to be in B tier at least. And actually, another person with a wildly overpowered ability gets to be right here with Sugar as well, and we're talking about Perona, one of the Warlord Gecko Moria's commanders on Thriller Bark. Because Perona's Hollow Fruit gives her the ability to summon these negative ghosts that completely drain positivity from her opponents, robbing them of the will to fight or live. And if it weren't for the brilliant joke by Oda that Usopp was already negative and therefore immune to her powers, the Straw Hats would have been pretty much decimated by Moria. Really, Usopp truly was the hard counter to this ability, but it's safe to say that Perona could handle her fair share of powerful opponents. And wow, since Usopp defeated both Perona and Sugar, Oda really seems to like having the originally weakest member of the crew defeat characters who have the most OP broken abilities in the story. And again, we have a bit of a controversial one here, but unfortunately for Usopp, as arguably one of the weakest members of the Straw Hats, still gonna have to place him here in the B tier, but I do believe that you will be ending up in the A or S tier very soon. I mean, Usopp, you've beaten some overpowered characters, but you wouldn't do too well in most other matchups, I think. Pop Greens are cool and all, but let's hope you get an even bigger power-up on Elbaf that will bring you all the way up to the S tier. For now though, your Doriki is precisely 1000. And sadly, Usopp isn't just the weakest Straw Hat on this list, we're actually placing him below all of the other captains of the Grand Fleet. Yeah, I know, sorry. But hey, some of the strongest fighters in the Dressrosa Coliseum swore their allegiance to Luffy, forming the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Fighters like the giant warrior Hyrogene, the #1 Straw Hat superfan Bartolomeo, and the pirate prince Cavendish, they're all in B tier. Many of them being fearsome captains in their own right. The average Doriki of this group is at least 1500. Wow, now that we're in B tier, the Doriki levels are really going to start to escalate. And right around this level is another indispensable ally to Luffy, Haribo. Now, love or hate him, probably hate him. Without this creep's infinite meat storage, Luffy probably would have ultimately lost to Kaido, making Karibu kind of, sort of, a hero of Wano. And his powerful Swamp Logia fruit would probably put him even higher on this list if it wasn't for his Achilles heel, which is barrels. Above Karibu though are another batch of characters who technically have overpowered abilities, but in spite of their potential, they're pretty weak. I'm going to call this group Clown tier because inside this group are two actual clowns, Buggy and Caesar. Now, both of these clowns in the clown tier have crazy devil fruit abilities that, if used properly, could make them truly terrifying. But they are not terrifying. Unfortunately, they're pretty much just a joke. And along with Caesar Clown, we have his fellow scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. Now, with his scientific knowledge and his devil fruit, Vegapunk could easily be considered one of the top 5 most powerful characters in all of One Piece. It's just he's not really interested in combat or fighting as much as he is in scientific advancement. He's a thinker, not a fighter, and lumped together with these silly guys is another pushover with a fruit much better than he deserves, which is Kurozomi Orochi, who despite his lack of makeup still exudes very strong big clown energy. And you know who could probably take all of them out? Germa66. And I know that's weird to say that Germa66 is stronger than Vegapunk, but this isn't a battle of science, it's a battle of strength. So here we are with Sanji's siblings, aka the Nazi Power Rangers, and one of the worst fathers in anime history, which if you're a real anime fan, you will know is a true feat. And I would truly like to express my deepest apologies that Judge is not gonna make it into the top 5 here. And right above Germa, we get to the crew that nearly killed all of them, the Big Mom Pirates, minus the heavy-hitting commanders that we'll see again in the A tier. Now, here we see the real power of their combatants shine with fighters like Charlotte Oven or Daifuku. With some truly unique paramecia fruits, this tier of Big Mom's children can easily hold their own against exceptionally strong foes. Which, when you think about it, makes it kind of ludicrous that we're still very solidly in the B tier. I mean, these fighters have a Doriki of precisely 2000, putting them around the levels of Kaku and Jabra at the same time of the Enies Lobby arc. Now, this might seem strange, but we have to remember that Doriki doesn't factor in Devil Fruit abilities, just raw power. And we also have to remember that Doriki is not a reliable measure of power levels, so much so that Oda never brought it up again after Enies Lobby. Oh, I mean, no, it's very important. We're gonna keep doing it. At the level of these Big Mom fighters, though, is our second Straw Hat of the list, which is Nami. Now, this might come as a bit of a surprise, since Nami has long been thought as part of the weakling trio. She would rather avoid fighting altogether, especially when she's up against a powerful enemy. However, every time that Nami's back is against the wall and she does get into a fight, she is able to use her strategically brilliant mind to come out on top. And now that she's received a power-up in the form of Big Mom's homie Zeus, she should be able to defeat many of Big Mom's kids just like she defeated heavy hitters like Miss Doublefinger or Khalifa. And right here, along with Nami, we have the final member of the so-called weakling trio, which is Tony Chopper. Now, by utilizing his Rumble Ball transformations, the Straw Hat Doctor is able to become strong enough to trade blows with Queen, one of Kaido's strongest subordinates. However, the Rumble Balls that include Chopper's Monster Point have a strict time limit and result in huge drawbacks when the transformation ends. And due to these side effects, we can't really put him that much higher than Nami, honestly. But next above these two Straw Hats is a surprising pick, I'd say. Wiper of the Shandians. Now, I mean, some people might scoff at me for having a character from Skypiea this high on the tier list, but this was a man who was able to kill gods. Despite Enel having been effectively untouchable to anyone other than Luffy, Wiper was actually able to deal a fatal blow with his Rejectile. Really, if it hadn't been for Enel's smart move of using his electric abilities to restart his own heart, he would have just been finished here. And Pedro and Shishilian are also two fearsome warriors in the B tier. As the leader of the Mink Guardians and Musketeers respectively, they do outclass most of the other Mink warriors. However, right along with them are the Kingbirds, servants of both rulers of Zou, which include Wanda and the new leader of the Minks, Carrots. And next, coming in with a exact Doriki of 3000 are the Doflamingo family executives. These three playing card themed leaders of Dressrosa don't mess around when it comes to fighting, which is why it takes a warrior like Kyros to take out any of them. The Supernovas would absolutely wipe the floor with Kyros and the Doflamingo executives though, which is why we're putting the two weakest members of the worst generation right here. And in my esteemed opinion, the two weakest are the ones who gave up their dreams to become subservient to Kaido and the Beast Pirates, in other words, Hawkins and Scratchman Apu. With their unique Devil Fruit abilities, they can harm unsuspecting opponents who are unaware of how their powers work. I mean, Hawkins' Straw Fruit allows him to avoid damage to himself while having it affect others, while Apu can physically damage people through their sense of hearing. And we're also gonna toss in Jewelry Bonnie around this level, at least until we get another display of power that proves us wrong here. X-Drake, I would argue, is a cut above those two members of the worst generation, haven't made it onto the Flying Six, and with his powerful Allosaurus Zone Fruit, this sword member was able to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Beast Pirates. And I would say that the other members of the Flying Six are also roughly at this level. We're going to say that they're at a Doriki of exactly 4,000, which this time is actually an educated guess instead of a random number. I mean, they were all exact numbers. 4,000 was Lucci's power level at the time of Enies Lobby. Since Who's Who, one of the Flying Six, was formerly a member of CP9, we can take that as a reference. And during his time as a government agent, he was considered to have potential equal to Rob Lucci, so we feel comfortable placing the Flying Six exactly here at 4,000, roughly at the same level as Rob Lucci during Enies Lobby. And even though he's one of Kaido's all-stars, Jack is also still in this tier. I mean, since the members of the Flying Six reserve the right to challenge an all-star at any time for the position, and Who's Who was planning to do just that, we figure he can't be much stronger than the rest of the group. And while we are talking about the fighters on Onigashima, we're still missing one fraction here. Now, our best guess is that the ZP0 agents are also roughly here in the higher B tier, including newly added ZPZ agents such as Kaku and Jabra. And that means we're also assuming that they've grown at least twice as powerful during the time skip, roughly in line with the Straw Hats growth as well, which would put them at being around the strength where Luffy was during the pre-time skip. And that will place another significant world government fighter here as well, who is Sentomaru, who's the personal guard to Dr. Vegapunk. And I mean, while we're at it, along with the government agents, we'll throw in another group of Marines, or I guess technically they Marines that should have submitted their resignations, because that's right, we're talking about sword and fighters like Captain Kobe. Now, as Garp's prodigy, Kobe has been hailed as the new hero of the Marines, and right in this tier with him, we're going to throw in some non-sword members like Momonga and Tashigi. Inazuma, though, could cut clean through any of these characters, at least that's what we're guessing. I mean, as one of the top fighters of the Revolutionary Army, fighters like him, along with Koala, Huck, and the vice captains of the Revolutionary Army, they have to be able to at least go head-to-head with the government's top agents, I think. Momonosuke and his retainers, the 9 Red Scabbards, or I guess not quite 9 anymore, are next on our list. Now that Momo isn't a child anymore and has better control of his dragon form, he gets to be all the way up here. And while these warriors of Wano couldn't harm Kaido, we shouldn't take their feats lightly. I mean, Izo was a division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ashura Doji made Jack look like a joke, and Nekomamushi took out one of Big Mom's oldest children, Perospero, who is also here in the upper B tier while we're at it. And also, for the purpose of this list, Kanjuro still counts as one of the Scabbards, even though he is a dirty traitor. So we'll put all of their power levels at exactly 6,000. And while we're talking about the citizens of Wano, let's add Ryuma to the mix as well. And I mean, yeah, chill. We're talking as a zombie because Ryuma was still super strong. So this legendary samurai gets to go right here with his descendants, along with Gekko Moria, whose shadow abilities made him a formidable member of the Shichibukai. And it's practically a Thriller Bark reunion because we think that after the time skip, Brook's increase and powers will put him slightly above the warlord who once stole his shadow. Though, when you think about it, it's actually kind of hard to scale Brook since his fight against one of the new Fishman pirates is one of the only one-on-one fights he's ever had against a named character. Though, arguably, since he was able to wound one of Big Mom's homies, we're comfortable putting him above someone like Moria, who has not exactly been having the best show since Thriller Bark. Then, Diamond Jozu and Flowers Vista, 2 of Whitebeard's commanders, are next on the list. Now, they are very close to the top of the B tier, but don't quite have the same strength as other top members of his fleet. This, I think, is evident because they were defeated during the time skip by our next combatants, most of the Blackbeard pirates. Now, with their new Devil Fruit upgrade, some of Blackbeard's 10 Titanic captains edge out the competition to stand at the very top of B tier. You wouldn't know it by looking at them, but their average Doriki is at least 8,000. But now, moving on to the A tier, which begins with yet another member of the Straw Hat crew, the Demon Child Nico Robin, and we have now officially achieved a power level of over 9,000 after seeing how Robin's Demonio Fleur power-up was able to absolutely brutalize one of Kaido's top forces. Now, she would probably rather not spend her time fighting, but don't get on her bad side because she is a certified A-tier One Piece character. In the honestly very unlikely case that you haven't already started typing your very angry comments of disagreement yet, I mean, you probably have, but get ready now because up next is Princess Shirahoshi Shirahoshi. Now, yeah, she does often live up to her nickname of Wimpy Hoshi, but the fact remains that Shirahoshi is literally an ancient weapon. There aren't too many characters in the series who are easily going to tussy with someone who has complete command over all the Sea Kings. Capone Beige, though, we feel has enough fortification and the military strength to fight Shirahoshi. I mean, his elaborate strategies during the Whole Cake Island show that he's probably not foolish enough to fight Shirahoshi in the middle of the ocean where the Sea Kings live, and with his castle fruit, he has great defensive capabilities, not to mention practically a whole army inside of him, which sounds so wrong. Now, Tsuru, Sengoku, and Kong, the older Marines, are next on our A-list. Now, yes, once upon a time, they were among the strongest of the Marines forces, probably in the top 20 or so, earning them a well-deserved retirement. Now, admittedly, Kong himself is really just a guess since we've yet to see him in action, but Sengoku's powerful Golden Buddha fruit and Tsuru's legendary exploits see them a high spot on the list of One Piece's strongest characters. Now, Kong isn't technically part of the legendary Marine trio along with Tsuru and Sengoku. That would be a certain Monkey D. Garp, but spoiler alert, he'll be a little bit later on this list. But before that, I would argue that these old retirees can't quite keep up with some of One Piece's endgame fighters. The commanders of the Revolutionary Army are crazy strong, enough so that they can even put up a fight against absurdly powerful characters like the Marine Admirals. We figured that to go toe-to-toe with an Admiral, your power level has to be at least 12,000, and that's why the 5 commanders of the Revolutionary Armies will be right here in the A tier. But wait, aren't there only 4 Revolutionary Army commanders though? Karasu, Morley, Lindbergh, and Bello Betty, right? Each having command over one of the 4 blues. Well, don't forget about the commander over the Grand Line, Emporio Ivankov, and as they would say, hee-haw. But moving on, Frankie is one of the stronger members of the Straw Hats. Ever since the time skip, Oda has loved showcasing his fighting ability, even while some crewmates have hardly even gotten a proper one-on-one fight. But especially factoring in awesome power-ups like the Frankie Shogun, his technological weaponry can't be denied. Did I technically just imply that that means that Frankie can put up a fight against the Marine Admiral? Yeah, could Oda immediately decide to make this opinion look terrible in retrospect? Also, yes, but I mean, we're talking about the man who ran over Big Mom's face with a motorcycle. Now that is super and worth a doriki of 15,000. I'd say that Boa Hancock could probably easily dispose of Frankie, considering that he and most of the characters in the series would be turned to stone 5 seconds into the fight. But even for people who can resist her devil fruit powers using their mastery of hockey or their apathy towards beautiful women, let's not discount her powerful armament and conqueror's hockey. Like she said after the Marines decided to hunt down the former warlords, the Shichibukai earned their spots because they are very strong. And that's why right above Boa Hancock, we have yet another former warlord, Crocodile. And this is most definitely going to be the most controversial placement on this entire list so far, because in the same way that it didn't make any sense for East Blue Luffy to be able to defeat Arlong, a former member of the Sun Pirates, a pre-gear Luffy, somehow managed to take out Sir Crocodile. Now, to Crooc's credit, let's not forget that he also nearly killed Luffy twice and would have succeeded if it weren't for that Madeline Robin. And since Crocodile is now in the good company of Dracula Mihawk in the Cross Guild, we can only guess that he's gotten a lot stronger since the time skip, placing him in the A tier with a doriki of at least 16,000. And just etching him out of the way is Smoker, another very controversial pick, I know. Now, this Vice Admiral of the Marines hasn't exactly had the best showing after the time skip, getting bodied by Virgo and Doflamingo, but hey, so did Sanji, and nobody's going to argue that he should be lower on this list, right? And Smoker is the kind of character to take his defeats very seriously, and much like the Straw Hats, seek to get stronger. We can only guess that Smoker will have a role to play during the end of the story, and at that point, he'll most likely be able to fight on par with the top tiers, I think. And you can't say anything because this is my video. Now, the Mad Monk Urouge is a supernova who hasn't gotten that much spotlight so far, but we do know that this Sky Islander was able to defeat one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, and his devil fruit that allows him to absorb kinetic energy and turn it into raw strength, which really is no joke. Don Quixote Flamingo is one of the strongest of the 7 warlords. It literally took Gear 4 Luffy to to even stand a chance against him, but let's also not forget the day that Doflamingo had been having before that fight. He's been gamma knifed and had to use his fruit to stitch his own organs together. He had utterly defeated Law, he had been maintaining a string clone for who knows how long, and on top of it, he had activated the Birdcage, an attack so powerful that somehow even Master Swordsmen like Zoro, Kinemon, or Fujitora somehow couldn't cut through it. And on top of that, he used his Devil Fruit Awakening to fight Luffy till the very end. I have a feeling that a peak conditioned Doflamingo would have been able to put up an even more intense fight against Gear 4. And so very close to Doflamingo, we have three of the Sweet Commanders: Smoothie, Cracker, and the ever mysterious Snack. Now, technically, Orouge did defeat Snack, but since we've never actually seen this character, we're still just gonna throw him in with the others. Cracker, though, we've seen in prolonged battle with Luffy, and while Doflamingo struggled against Gear 4's immense speed and strength, Cracker was able to keep up just with his army of biscuit soldiers. But even stronger than these three is another Yonko commander, and the most funky one as well, Queen. Now, Queen already comes packed with the power of an Ancient Zone type Devil Fruit that grants him the raw strength of a Brachiosaurus. However, it's of course his scientific knowledge and cybernetic enhancements that make Queen the Plague a real force to behold. Queen was able to grant himself the individual powers of each of the Germa 66 members in an effort to show his superiority over Sanji's father, Vinsmoke Judge. Sadly did not make it into the top 5 of this video. And with Queen also comes King, Kaido's right-hand man, and as the last known Lunarian, King has incredible strength and endurance, enough to bring Zoro within an inch of his life. And on top of his Lunarian abilities, his Paternaton Devil Fruit gives an even greater strength as well as the ability of flight. And so as one of the strongest Yonko commanders out there, King's Doriki comes in at 18,000, and I really wish I wouldn't have to say Paternaton anymore. I really don't like saying dinosaur names in English. Now, above King though, come two more Yonko commanders, Shiryu and Jesus Burgess. As the two of the strongest members of the Blackbeard Pirates, these guys will be some of the Straw Hat's final enemies. Shiryu of the Rain's reputation precedes him when we first meet him in Impel Down. This sadistic former jailer is a supremely strong swordsman, and on top of that, he has the ability to turn invisible now. And with his new strong fruit, Jesus Burgess is going to be able to muster some incredible feats of, strength. And around Shiryu's level of strength as well is his old comrade, the former chief warden of Impel Down, Magellan. Now, during the Impel Down arc, Magellan was an unstoppable force of nature, because his venom basically incapacitated nearly everyone it touched. If it hadn't been for the inmates' teamwork and Mr. Two's noble sacrifice, Magellan might have single-handedly stopped the escapees, including Luffy and Blackbeard. And with a power like that, his Doriki breaks the 22,000 point mark. But now we go from a warden of Impel Down to someone who was recently sent to prison, Edward Weevil. Now, the idea that Weevil is in fact the real biological son of Whitebeard is suspect to say the least, but if he does have strength to rival the world's strongest men, then clearly Weevil is absurdly strong. More clues for this are the fact that his bounty before becoming a warlord was the highest of any of the warlord's previous bounties. Not that bounties are power levels, I mean, we have Doriki for that, which is way more accurate. And Portas the Ace is up next. As the 2nd Division commander for Whitebeard, the former wielder of the Fire Fruit is quite formidable. Although we have seen him suffer some defeats in the series, one of them quite fatal, but only at the hands of true top-tier characters like Akainu and Blackbeard. And if it takes that sort of caliber of a character to topple Ace, then he truly is one of the series' strongest. Not quite as strong, I'd say though, as another flame wielder, the Straw Hat chef Sanji. And as a member of the Monster Trio, Sanji is one of the Straw Hat's most reliable and powerful fighters. Now that he's awakened his latest Vinsmoke abilities for wildly increased speed and durability, he is solidly in the Yonko Commander level, and if I had to guess, which I don't have to, Sanji's Doriki is nothing less than 25,000. And just ever so slightly beating Sanji with a power level of 25,001 is Jinbei, the Knight of the Sea and helmsman of the Straw Hats. And honestly, it's amazing they've ever made it so far with someone who actually knows how to steer a ship. Now, at this point in the series, we'll say that Jinbei is slightly stronger than Sanji because, I mean, just look at this man, a fishman. He's the former captain of the Sun Pirates and a former warlord, and his reputation isn't just all talk either. Jinbei is strong and fearless enough to face down a Yonko like Big Mom without a moment's hesitation. We have a feeling that by the end of the series, Sanji will reclaim his place as the third strongest Straw Hat, but for now, we're gonna have to give it to Jinbei here. And even stronger than Jinbei are some characters that we met very early on in One Piece: Dory and Broggy, the captains of the giant pirates. Now, these two friends of Shanks fought one another for nearly a century on Little Garden, likely training and becoming stronger throughout all that time. We know this because at the end of the arc, they absolutely obliterated this massive island-sized goldfish with the same attack that Big Mom and Kaido used together as well, and they recently used the same technique to obliterate Kid and his ship. But wait, there's more. The One Piece world is host to even bigger and stronger giants than Dory and Broggy, the ancient Oni race, like the legendary warrior Ors and his ancestor Little Ors Jr. That's because even in Ors's zombified state, it took a team effort between all of the Straw Hats and stuffing Luffy full with a ridiculous amount of powerful shadows to create Nightmare Luffy for them to even stand a chance. Though as they say, size isn't everything, also in One Piece. So next we have the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, the Flame Emperor Sabo, who has an estimated Dory Key of 30,000. Now, when he obtained the powers of Ace's Flame Fruit, he was already a proven warrior, having been brought up by Dragon. However, with his brother's fire abilities now, he was able to easily fight on par with Marine Admirals and completely wash Jesus Burgess, one of Blackbeard's top fighters, though to our knowledge that was before he actually had a Devil Fruit of his own. And then of course we have the Red Hair Pirates, who possibly are the strongest crew in the entire series right now. Now, we don't have a ton of feats of any of these characters, so we're going to mostly go on reputation here, but up next are the prominent members of Shanks' crew, such as Yasop and Lucky Roo. And since Lucky Roo for some reason is supposedly the fastest character of the series, he clearly belongs in the upper ranks of the A tier. And just slightly above them, we have the old crew members of Shanks' former captain, characters like Rayleigh and Scopper Gaban. Rayleigh in his prime would obviously be higher on this list, but according to the man himself, in his old age, he probably wouldn't be quite able to fight against characters like Blackbeard. However, as members of the Roger Pirates, these characters are among the strongest in the entire verse, still at their current age. And Rob Lucci is next with a Doriki of 40,000. Now, we're going to say that with his new Devil Fruit Awakening, he's 10 times stronger than he was at Enies Lobby, which isn't too crazy considering this agent of ZP0 is able to withstand the awesome powers of Gear 5 Luffy. Honestly, of course, the fight in Enies Lobby against Luffy remains one of the best in all of One Piece, pushing Luffy to his absolute limits, and now this rival of Luffy has kept pace somehow, becoming one of the strongest assets to the world governments. However, he's not quite as strong as Stussy, who was able to immobilize both Lucci and Kaku nearly instantaneously. Now, you can make the argument that they were both caught off guard by her betrayal, but Lucci isn't exactly the type of character to put his trust into anyone, and with his observation haki, he should have been able to at least defend himself, but he was rendered completely unconscious with a single bite. Up next are the most powerful children of Kaido and Big Mom respectively, Yamato and Katakuri. Now, they have both inherited a big portion of their parents' strength. Our guess is that their Doriki must be exactly 50,000 each. During the Wano arc, Yamato was actually able to hold off her father while Luffy was recovering. And thanks to her mythical dog fruit, Yamato has increased strength and ice powers that make her a top-tier fighter, being able to fight Kaido one-on-one, which is a real feat reserved for truly only the strongest characters. Katakuri, on the other other hand, gave Luffy one of his hardest fights in the series, one that, in a way, Luffy didn't even technically win. Really, it was more of a tie, and in the end, Katakuri just lets him leave without continuing the fight, and ultimately, Luffy earns Katakuri's respect even more than he truly defeated him in combat. So, with his incredible future sight observation haki and complete mastery of his special paramecia fruit, Katakuri is one of the strongest Yonko commanders out there. But speaking of observation haki mastery though, it's quite a feat to see into the future, but it is also a feat to be able to be aware of all the happenings of an entire island. In other words, enter NL, our boy, an enemy that Luffy was only able to defeat due to the luckiest devil fruit matchup ever. Also, does NL arguably have some type of future sight, or was his prediction about how only 5 people would be left in the battle after 3 hours, was that just a really lucky guess? I mean, granted, we've never seen NL fight any fellow Logia users, but given that he had a great mastery of observation haki before we even knew what that was, it's very likely that he has picked up other types as well. Our guess is that someone who claims the position of a god is a shoe-in for Conqueror's haki at the very least. But up next, quickly approaching the top of the A tier are Eustace, Kid, and Killer. Now, they haven't exactly had the best time in recent memory, being instantly obliterated by one of the strongest characters in the entire series, but let's not forget that these two were present for Roof Piece. These two members of the first generation were able to engage in combat against Big Mom and Kaido, and Kid even helped to bring down Big Mom along with the next person on our list, which is of course Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates. Now, the Opi Opi no Mi is fittingly one of the most OP fruits in the entire series. Some might question his position here since he was defeated by Doflamingo, but since he's awakened his devil fruit and has even been strong enough to take out Big Mom, with Kid's help of course, he's not the most physically powerful character, but using his strategic brilliance in coordination with his broken devil fruit makes him a more than deadly fighter. After all, it's easy to beat people when you can just remove their heart. But just above Law though, and at the pinnacle of the A tier, is the right-hand man of the world's strongest man, Marco the Phoenix, with a Doriki of 60,000. I personally think that this pineapple-shaped man is in another league as a Yonko commander, being able to fight King and Queen, Kaido's top 2 subordinates, simultaneously. Add in his restorative devil fruit abilities, and you're dealing with a seriously strong mythical zone user. Which now, drumroll please, for the first member of the S tier golden is Roronoa Zoro, the future strongest swordsman of the world and the right hand of the future Pirate King, and as the very first swordsman since Odin who was actually able to cut Kaido, Zoro is solidly in Yonko commander level and is rapidly approaching Yonko level himself, as we're being honest, if he's not already there. And as the story barrels towards his inevitable fight with Mihawk, we only see him climbing the ranks of this list even faster. However, there is one more Yonko commander on this list, which is, of course, the first mate of the Red Hat Pirates, Ben Beckman. In other words, the man that Kizaru took one look at and said, not today, despite having no problem scrapping with Rayleigh on Sabaody Archipelago. Also, I know that's not literally what Kizaru said, and it was more surprise or intrigue than fear, but just let me cook, please. Okay. After him, we've got Bartholomew Kuma. Now, I feel like Kuma gets left out of a lot of power scaling discussions, but this is a man who has never, not once, taken an L, unless you count the complete removal of his personality and free will as an L, but we don't. His Pawpaw Fruit is another one of the most broken fruits of the series, allowing him to teleport his opponents anywhere in the entire world, and even expelling intangible concepts like pain and memories. In other words, I have no doubt that this cyborg could hold his own against some of the strongest characters in the story. Though I'd say he'd have less of a great time against the Marine Admirals Ryokugyu, Fujitora, and Kizaru. And for good measure, we're including Aokiji here as well. They all have insanely powerful devil fruits and complete mastery over them. They command elemental forces of nature, they're the greatest powers of the world government and the Marines, and don't sleep on these absolute units because after all, their average Doriki is at least 75,000. And after the Admirals, you know it's only gonna be crazy names from here on out. And next is the Giga Chat himself, Kozuki Oden, a member of Roger's and Whitebeard's crew and the former shogun of Wano. Now, this man was able to fight on the same level as Kaido, and if it hadn't been for the trickery of the Kurozumi clan, he likely actually would have defeated the Emperor of the Sea. However, slightly above taking the W was Kaido, and along with him, his fellow former Rocks crewmate, Charlotte Lin, Big Mom herself. Now, most fighters, even with proficient armament hockey, can't even lay a scratch on either Big Mom or Kaido. In fact, it takes elite level techniques like advanced Conqueror's Haki or awakened Devil Fruit abilities to even stand a slight chance against any of these Yonko. But as if that wasn't enough, on top of this, Big Mom and Kaido both have absolutely insane Devil Fruit abilities. And honestly, between Big Mom's homies and the ability to rip the literal soul from anyone who fears her, and Kaido's giant dragon form and mastery of flame clouds, powers are set like they're nearly unlimited if we're being honest. But let's not forget about Big Mom's and Kaido's former crewmate of the Rocks Pirates, which is Shiki the Golden Lion. Now, let's not forget that the Strong World movie is not canon, so we can't consider his defeat at Luffy's hands as serious. However, we can look at his legendary status as a rival of Roger himself. In his day, this user of the Float Fruit was one of the strongest pirates in the world, and it took both Garp and Sengoku to take him down. And similarly, at Yonko level, I'd place the legendary hero of the Marines himself, Monkey D. Garp. I mean, in his prime, Garp would regularly fight against Yonko level people like Roger Whitebeard, but even now in his old age, he can unleash devastating techniques like this punch right here. And he may just be a vice admiral, but let's not forget that he has repeatedly turned down promotion in favor of maintaining his own freedom from working directly under the Celestial Dragons, and he was likely the strongest Marine in his day and continues to be among the strongest characters in the story, even in his retirement. And now it is time for the top 10 most powerful characters in One Piece. The strongest of the strong, because from here on out, every single character just reaches absolutely ludicrous levels of combat power. And at number 10, with a crazy Doriki of 100,000 is Sasasuke, better known as the Fleet Admiral Akainu. And checking my notes, I see here that his feats include the removal of Kuzan's leg, nice, the removal of Whitebeard's face, and the removal of Ace's life. Sorry, I had to. And his hotter than fire magma fruit is one of the most destructive abilities that we've seen in the entire series. In fact, to be more destructive than the magma fruit, you probably need like 2 devil fruits. So here at number 9, we have Marshall D. Teach, Luffy's greatest rival for the position of Pirate King. And we do know that Blackbeard has some downsides to his power. He feels pain more strongly than other characters, thanks to his darkness fruit. We've seen him back down from several opponents, refusing to fight characters like Shanks or Rayleigh and opting for a more strategic approach. But still, with his darkness fruit and the earthquake fruit, he can nullify other fruit users' abilities, as well as having the power potentially strong enough to break the planet itself. And don't underestimate the power of his secret third devil fruit, the off-screen no Mi, which he uses to decimate Ace, Law, and to steal Whitebeard's devil fruit unseen by all. Which brings us to the 8th strongest character in all of One Piece, which is currently its protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, with a power level of 120,000. Yep, above Blackbeard and Akainu. Well, we expect the future Pirate King to climb all the way to the very top of this at the end of the series, of course, but for now, let's put him at 8. His immense willpower has allowed him to master all 3 types of Haki to an advanced level, add in his mythical zone devil fruit, the Nika fruit, and he has the ability to do practically anything his limitless imagination can think up. He has come a very long way from the East Blue, and now, after defeating Kaido, he's truly deserving of the Yonko title. But slightly above him, at number 7, we go to Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and based on his family tree, we can assume that he is very strong. However, we have yet to actually see him using any of his powers within the actual story, so for now, his placement is just based on vibes and context. But honestly, I think we'd all be shocked if he isn't one of the strongest characters in One Piece. And so, number 6 instead goes to Dracul Mihawk as the strongest swordsman in the world. Mihawk is the ultimate benchmark that Zoro hopes to catch one day. And since Mihawk used to hold regular duels with the likes of Shanks, we can reasonably assume that despite his status as a former warlord, he is much closer to Yonko level in reality. And as the Cross Guild makes their move towards the One Piece, we're excited to see what events will bring him and Zoro together in the end for the cataclysmic battle that we are all waiting for forever. But even Mihawk wouldn't have a chance for what is up next, because now it is finally time for the top 5 strongest characters. We'll call it like S+++ tier or whatever, where the Doriki is just really off the charts. And for these last 5 characters, we really don't want to set the internet ablaze, so the 5 strongest characters are really whoever you want them to be. Okay, fine. Just kidding. We'll rank them, but hey, just keep in mind the power scaling stuff, it's really hard, especially for a series with powers as crazy as One Piece. For example, most series would have the world's strongest man as the world's strongest man, but not this one. Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard, is number 5 with a Doriki of 150,000. Now, during the Paramount War, Whitebeard showed no fear in facing down the full forces of the Marines. He's powerful enough to strike fear into the heart of someone like Akainu, all while having endless compassion for his crew, who he considered his family. As the original owner of the Quake fruit, he had the strength to make the world itself tremble, to cause tidal waves and scatter the ground itself, as well as his opponent's bones and faces, I guess. But above him, at number 4, I'm going to place another Yonko in the same league as Whitebeard, Shanks. Now, he was the man who originally inspired Luffy to set sail, and he was a cabin boy on none other than Roger's ship. He is one of the world's most fearsome pirates, but also is all but confirmed to be a descendant from the Celestial Dragons themselves. He was able to one-shot Eustace Kid, despite Kid working together with Law to bring down Big Mom. Shanks even has Conqueror's Haki so powerful that he knocked an Admiral, Aramaki, out of his forest form and caused the Marine Admiral to retreat from Wano, even though Shanks himself was miles off the coast. Really, Shanks is at the pinnacle of power today, so for number 3, we have to actually go to the past and dig out an old person who's already dead, the former Pirate King, Gol D. Roger. He was a man who single-handedly launched the Great Pirate Era and the captain of the only crew to ever reach the end of the Grand Line. We're going to place his power level at 200,000. In his prime, before his execution, he was a friend and rival to Garp, the hero of the Marines, and could easily fight toe-to-toe with insanely strong characters like Whitebeard. His shadow is cast over the entire series, and for a very good reason, because he is the one who achieved the most in the world of piracy. And yet, number 2 goes to another great pirate of Roger's era, Rox D. Zebek. Now, we still don't know much about Rox, but we have big clues that his power was out of this world. For starters, he had 3 future Yonko working under him as part of his crew. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido were all part of the Rocks Pirates, in addition to other significant ones like Shiki. And moreover, in order to stop Rocks at the God Valley incident, Garp and Roger had to actually team up. This could imply that if neither of them could beat him alone, that it required 2 fighters of Roger and Garp's level to contend with Rocks, meaning that he's likely stronger than either of them. But finally, we have the most powerful character in the world at number 1 with a Doriki of 250,000, which my experts, by the way, tell me that is the maximum level of Doriki, is Im-sama, the secret ruler of the world's governments. Ooh, controversial. Now, not only does Imo appear to wield some sort of insane transformation ability, but on top of that, they wield more power than any other individual in the One Piece world. They control the entire world government, which has the entire planet firmly clutched in its grasp. On top of their crazy beast form, Im-sama can also easily wipe out entire islands with a single wave of their finger, using what we presume to be a copy of the ancient weapon Uranus made by Dr. Vegapunk. And you probably don't remember that we might have actually seen this insane weapon all the way back during the time skip in this mysterious panel with Capone Beige as his ship gets sucked up into the sky. And if you want to learn 100 more secrets in One Piece that you probably missed, you can and watch that video right here. Thanks for watching the most uncontroversial video I've ever made on this channel.
With Squarespace, you can do more than just build a website. You can build a business. Personal trainers and private chefs, showcase your signature offerings and experiences. Makeup artists and music teachers, schedule classes and appointments with ease. And then, send weekly newsletters to keep in touch with your loyal customers. Done. Squarespace makes offering your services simple. Get started with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your website or domain.
Positive. So
yeah, I know. Hey, Elon, come on up.
How are you?
That so hard for me not to break down in that one case, man. Just so tough. Imagine. It's just awful. I mean, I can't imagine. It's hard for me not to break down. You know, I was trying to keep it together. Like, anyways, what you got?
We've been working hard. I've been working with customers. I think all the way tomorrow. That's okay.
Sure. Of course.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Have fun. Oh.
Will be for no Steve, so he's the one council for the magistrate's conditions due to the movement of the new offense and the other conditions is on our parents replicated or the BDR and the other cases continue supervision.
Well, what did test positive for?
THC.
That's it.
Yes, and the conditions for no drugs and no alcohol were there as the 18 bills.
Did we give him a lawyer, Castillo?
No, just sent to get tested.
Come up, Mr. Castillo. Do you need me to initial that? The bond? No?
What's the bond amount, Judge?
2,500. What do you do for a living, Mr. Castillo?
I'm a beverage technician.
A beverage technician?
Yes, sir.
How much money do you make a month?
I mean, it fluctuates, but since it's towards the end of the year and it's a little slow, I probably make around like 2,500 a month.
Who do you live with?
My grandmother.
Do you have any other expenses? Do you have any kids, anything like that?
No kids. I help pay the bills and my car note. That's about it.
Did you want to apply for an appointed lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I need you to fill an application. Let me see if I have an application. I've got an application already. Let me just go ahead and all right, just take a seat for me. I'll be back with you here shortly. Anna.
Good morning, Judge.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I've got two on the docket today. They're the Monday, Thursday testers. Mr. Hunter, I believe he's in the courtroom, and then Mr. Rodriguez.
Judge Hunter has not checked in.
Okay.
He's there now.
Okay.
He hasn't.
Oh, he has not checked in, sorry.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood the message.
How's Mr. Rodriguez?
Positive.
Or?
THC.
Okay, so we'll give this standard, yeah.
Well, you set him for Monday, Thursday.
It's okay. No, just the 35.
Oh, 35?
Or, I'm sorry, 45. Yeah.
So we're doing away with Monday, Thursday?
Yeah.
All right, how's February 18th through the 20th?
Can we do the 18th?
Yes. Could you reach out to him and let him know, because I reset him to Monday?
Yeah, let him know, will you, that I'm gonna test 45 days. If he tests positive, it's not gonna go well.
Okay. I will let him know. And then with Mr. Hunter, I guess I'll just check back in.
I'll keep you in the loop.
Okay. I'll see you in a few, Judge. Thanks.
Okay,
Okay.
bye. No, yeah.
With Framer, the things you design become real. Framer feels like a design tool, but it ships fast, modern websites. You can start from scratch, import from Figma, or choose from thousands of free and premium templates. Framer's easy to learn. There's frames, text, and stacks. Combine them however you want, add whatever you want, and make everything responsive. Then the only thing left to do is hit publish. That's Framer.
Mr. D. Hey, we need to talk about Miss Washington.
No, sir. I don't need to talk to her. You need to talk to her.
Well, here's the thing. She continues to come back over and over.
I know that's why I put she in the state.
I'd like to stop. So what I was hoping we could do is TRAS to see what we should do, how, have you been able to talk to her? Okay, so let's do that. I would like to, hey.
Yeah, because she's home, so she needs something.
Something's going on. Right. So this is about Miss Washington, right? She's one of those people that keep coming back, homeless, would rather live on the street. I'm assuming, I don't know. I'm done with the pleading guilty, coming back and forth and back and forth. So you guys can take a seat out there. Doesn't matter. So what I want to do is TRAS, like we have with the other people. Let's get to the root of the problem so that she stops coming back, if we can. So we're going to set her for TRAS. They may recommend DDRP. They may recommend HUE. I don't know, but let's see. Yeah.
Yes, I keep her alive. Street children.
Right. Some hard living.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Hey, Stephen, who's the young lady out there? Does she have a case or no? Oh, she's with someone over there. Okay, so are we done or what? Vic, are we done? I mean, what? Done? Yeah.
Hey, Judge.
Yeah.
Top of page 4. I know council. Steele, Sarah.
Let me just send this. Roll to next Wednesday. Because they're trying to get records. He's trying to get records. He's been unable to. So Morgan's gonna reach out to whoever to see what the deal is. What the dealie.
Yeah. Yes, so the interesting thing I said, I'm gonna leave it vacant for you. So that kind of gives me some honest that figuring out whether or not this guy is truly
Council for
Another what? No?
Page 9, Hernandez.
Yeah.
Antonio got that one. Remember you wanted to finish the conversation?
Oh, have you talked to Antonio?
He came earlier while we were doing arraignment and I have to.
Don't.
Try to get through it.
Yeah, reach out to the family to see what's going on, see what he can find.
Bottom of page 10, Kelly, no council.
5001.
Did you do a BL?
I'm doing it now.
Oh. Yes. So that's here, Francisco Martinez. Okay. It works. Yeah.
Rose.
How are you?
Wow.
It's been a while.
Years, in fact. Years have been very kind to you.
I'm sorry.
The years have been very kind to you. You look great.
Thank you.
How are you?
How the kids? How the family?
High maintenance. High maintenance. but great otherwise. How about you? It's Tanner. How is he? He must be what, 9, 10 now?
Yeah, he's going to be 11 on the 10th.
Wow.
So he's my daughter Healer, and my son is 11.
That's it? No more? Come on.
I can barely keep up.
Oh, please. You're like,
A true blessing of having the time of my life with them. So I'm grateful.
kids are fun.
They are. I just wish one thing.
It's ridiculous. I have no money because they consume. They're like little leeches and Tasmanian devils. Wow. Flinker. Oh yeah. My son goes to Bertha Alice now.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So we went. We had to bear.
It's a good school. Yeah. I was. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So we put them in a private, in a public school, we put them in the main conversion school.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Is it
very happy with it? And the great thing is now the kids are feeling their own, which
Wow.
is good and bad. Because just because you go places they can speak English, they're bad.
Yeah. You talk behind your back.
They go to Mexico,
That's funny.
but anyway.
My kids go to Condit.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And so I have one at Condit. I've got two at Pin Oak. And then I've got the one now at Bertha Alice. And so, but at one point we had three. And so it's, oh yeah. And so now luckily we've got the three in public, and the schools are great. As long as you just stay on top of them, stay on top of the schoolwork, then they're going to do fine. We all went to public school.
Yeah.
I went all.
So, I mean, I'm very active with the PTA. And the main conversion school is also a little different. Kids that, the parents of the kids there have a vested interest.
Is it still on Bissonnet and 610?
No, they moved to right across from Alabama.
Wow, really?
So they built a brand new facility. George, what is it, Georgetown? Anyway, it's in that area there. The school is great. We really enjoy the fact that it's
Yeah.
And now I'm trying to school.
I mean, think about it. You're still paying for it.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, you do property taxes. I mean, I'd say 60% of your property taxes go to HISD. It's
and now I'm doing the
I'm not familiar with that.
Do you remember the Texas Tomorrow Fund?
No.
Okay, the Texas Tomorrow Fund is being paid for college now.
Oh. Is it like a 529?
It's like that, but in this one it's guaranteed, so it doesn't fluctuate. So this way, do you remember Claire?
Yes.
Okay, so Claire got the Texas Tomorrow Fund for youth. She paid $1,000.
Holy moly.
For 4 years of college. Her daughter, 3 years of semester.
Did you get money back?
And she got $11,000.
Wow. It's amazing.
So they killed that program because it was too good. This is promise.
Why is it that no one knows about this? I've never even heard about this.
So I went ahead and so right now the way it says you can do 3 tiers. UTA and tier. And second tier, which they consider UTA. Third, so I paid off my son's
But that's not as far as living, that's just tuition.
And then once that is done, then I'm actually because the allocator promises.
You need to. Yes, I do. The bulk of the money that you spend is that.
And what Alan's recommended too, which we're looking into now, the problem is, I'm looking at good. So we're looking at a condo that you can buy now, bring to so by the time he comes through, then he's gonna play through.
It's a good idea. Austin's very expensive. Very expensive.
He bought his daughter went to England. He bought a company. It's just financial.
Hey, have you stayed in touch with him?
Yes.
How is he? Haven't talked to him in years now. Haven't seen him in years. Yeah, he's in Austin or California.
He did check in, I'm just like,
but then they look there and do work on himself or physically. I mean, he's always a yeah. Still does some of the students. That's really, and that's why we love him.
But so is he licensed down in California or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last Monday was THC positive.
So he still has work here in Harris County too?
Yeah.
Really? Wow, that must be difficult to commute and just from here to Austin and to California. Oy.
It's not ideal, but definitely.
Happy wife, happy life. Tell him hello next time you talk to him, because I just haven't talked to him in ages. And we've never seen him. He never comes to misdemeanor court, so I've seen him once.
I talk to him maybe once every twice a month for sure.
Oh, that's a lot.
So
great. Yeah, tell him hello. Because I mean, the last time I talked to him, it must have been, in the whole time I've seen him once.
Really?
Yeah, ever. Just, he handles all those large dope cases, so we never see him. Please, you too. Thanks, and I'm gonna look into that promise fund.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting, yeah.
Page 15, Sanchez, Solomon, simple arraignment fell to appear.
2501.
And then on page 9, answer. So he tested on Monday, that one came back positive, and we said that Monday he was still positive.
And he didn't test though, right?
He's taken the test, so I'm just waiting for them to enter the results.
So let's just, I guess, roll with it tomorrow. I mean, I'm not gonna stay and wait. It's already noon by the time we get the results and then
It should
get
be in
Anna.
about like 5 minutes max. Also, Judge, there were 2 cases. Actually, for. I just saw Tiana, she was on.
I guess email Brian or whoever it is and ask and see, hey,
Join us live for real-time court action, streaming every weekday morning right here.
Yeah.
Come on, Judge.
Come on in.
May I pose a question?
Yes.
And this is actually not for any matter for the court.
Yes, of course.
So I was made aware, as far as my understanding, there's an extradition judge.
Yes.
So,
Hold on. Day. Please, I need a prosecutor. You have an extradition matter.
Yeah, it's out of the case.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, cool.
We can,
So,
I don't know how.
An in going out or outgoing in?
Wait, is it an out of county?
So, client has a warrant out of county.
It's an out of county.
Held that statutory period.
Why do we not get it? Do you have a cause number?
Yes.
Let me have it.
And the judge,
I don't know why we didn't get it. It should have come to us, right? All our counties come to us, right?
Yes.
I don't know why it's gone to another court, but we'll take care of it for you.
Judge, the cause number is 2544178.
On Castro.
Yes, sir.
So Judge, we'll get the out of county. They can have an out of county hold and still a regular case in another court.
Right, that's not the fugitive case, or it wouldn't be a fugitive because it's in county, but that charge is just for the reckless driving. It's the same as the out of state, is you can have the hold in JWEB, but a case isn't sometimes filed until all the local holds are resolved. And it looks like she wasn't booked out of the reckless driving, or no, that's not the harassment.
Yeah, the harassment is the charge out of county.
Right. It looks like she was just booked out of the reckless, so that would probably happen today if that happened yesterday. So it just hasn't happened. You just beat it to the punch. They should do it today.
They should by today. Okay.
Right, because it's still a 025 on the CDI.
She was booked in what, the 20th?
21st on the reckless driving. She gone out on the 1st, and that's when it was simultaneous for the out of county for the harassment. But they need to generate from the 025 CDI to a charge, which
So
they haven't done
basically what happens is they're,
So it's not the past 10 days because she didn't legally bond out here until the 1st. So the 10 days starts now for out of county.
that's the problem. Yeah, but and that's what happens. Like the hold is told until you have either made bond, or you've taken care of the case. Unfortunately, sometimes it takes a little bit longer. I have no idea why it would take so long to make bond. I mean,
for the reckless driving?
Yeah.
And I think she had a PR bond for.
She got a GOB on 12/21. That makes no sense.
Well,
Mr. Kim,
I've had some where the bond is set, they just haven't paid it for a number of reasons, and I guess
she got a GOB on 12/21.
I don't know. In terms of processing, I mean, I know the holidays have delayed some of it, which is also why it probably hasn't filed that.
It's not, but
it is unusually long.
No, no, that's not right. You pulled this up? Did you pull this up?
I did. It does look like it should.
I'm gonna give her a PR bond. I don't care. If she's been sitting in custody for 10 days or more, then she's entitled to a PR bond. I'm not going to hold her for an extra 10 because someone dropped the ball.
Well, I'm not sure that's what happened. Well,
She got a GOB 12/21. So 10 days from the day that GOB hits, if they haven't come to pick her up, then she gets a PR bond.
no, what I mean is for whatever happened in the, so there's two separate things. One is the court imposing the GOB, and the second is it registering for the hold part. And that's why is so legally speaking, she was still held. And until I get more information, well, technically this wouldn't even be something that I would handle. I'm just aware of it.
I know.
Is for the court in terms of the hold actually being released is that part, there's nothing that the out-of-county did anything wrong because they weren't notified until the hold was released by Central Records. So separate from the court placing the hold, but is the hold release?
Me, I don't care about that. All I care about is how long someone's been in jail, and I have to follow the statute. If someone messed up by not notifying the other county, it shouldn't be held against her.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. Is obviously that's the transportation issue, but I'm saying the legal issue is she wasn't held more than 10 days for the harassment or the out-of-county. So it's just easier instead of the reckless driving. So legally speaking, she was still being held on the reckless driving, and it's irrelevant to the harassment. So nobody would have processed.
Here, the hold was placed for that harassment on 12/22. So the date for the 10 days.
So I show booked on January 1st. I'm not sure why.
Go to the hold screen.
That's where I'm looking. So booked January 1st.
I'm showing something different.
That's weird. Okay, I wonder why it's inconsistent on.
I kept hearing it first, and I was like, she's been in custody since the 20th.
Okay, so
we need to get her. So let's see. Well, let me calculate it. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, today's the 11th day.
No,
She gets it today.
I'll probably ask Megan about it on why. I've never had it happen where your JWeb screen is inconsistent with mine.
Look.
No, I believe you. I'm saying I don't know what part of the booking makes it inconsistent, and so that's a question for Megan. She would probably know.
And I was there.
For the booking, because for the same charge, it would.
It's always different.
It happens.
Odd.
It's always different on the out of county, because if they get put in for one day, they wait X amount, and then they book them on the out of county.
Okay.
So you're looking at the booking for the out of county,
I am.
but what was the date for the original book?
You're representing her in the reckless.
That's what our list on. But she canceled back in October, and now she's sitting in jail.
X amount of days.
We'll take care of her. Don't worry.
So that's why it's always a split difference.
I mean, yeah, if I see the actual defendant page, it does show just in terms of the last time she was arrested by a police officer, December 21st. Yes, everyone's on the same page on that. It's just whenever the hold for the out of county for legal.
Somehow the normal process for out of counties wasn't done to where because we should have gotten her here today or yesterday. Actually, we should have gotten her.
Yeah,
or actually today.
Holiday. I was like, yesterday you couldn't. But
should have gotten her here today, technically. And I don't know why, but if we need to send someone to the jail to process a PR bond, we can.
Right, because they still have to. Right,
understood.
You to call the sheriff's department and see if someone over there can book it in.
Okay, so I want to give her a PR bond today. So however we need to do it.
I mean, I'm just a stand-in. This is all done through the court.
And then I'll go ahead and do a bail order form so that, or can I do it?
I'm gonna go stand down now, Judge. Thank you.
What are you waiting on?
I'm sorry?
What are you waiting on?
So there's two cases that I have with Ricardo, and we're trying to get confirmation on both. One is Ricardo saying that his client did turn himself in, and the website does say it, but the sergeant.
Oh, we're waiting on that 11:15 thing.
No, that's tomorrow. That's a different case. So for this one is a self-surrender, and the website for the booking in the sheriff's office says that he did turn himself in, but talking to the sergeant in the detention center says that he hasn't turned himself in.
Really?
So either someone is lying on the screen, or maybe he went to the wrong place. I don't know. And so that's what we're checking right now. And
is it something that?
Well, that's why
you looked like and an actual computer screen.
There is a
that's-
photo of the defendant booked yesterday at 10 some odd minutes. Yeah, PM.
Photo. Could it be a doctored one?
No, it's consistent with what we have. And that's the issue is it could be that just like our central records here, it could be a delay, or maybe we went to the wrong place. I'm not sure, but the sergeant isn't calling us back. So I need confirmation in writing from the detention sergeant saying that this person with this,
Look, both of you got my cell phone, so we can do a.
Well, there's also a second one. The second one is is also possibly a wrong individual arrested. And I'm making sure that we truly do have the wrong person. Maybe they just did a bit of makeup and a bit of face surgery. I don't know. So no, that's obviously extreme, but I need confirmation from them too in writing that they have the wrong person. But I'm 99 point as many nines after. Sure, it's gonna, but it's not 100. So I got a
Okay.
Yeah, unusual morning. Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Mr. Kim.
Judge, anything else you need from me?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we're gonna try to do what we can to get our PR bond today, but thanks for bringing it up. Yeah, for sure. We got you.
Judge Hunter should be on his way back right now, and the results are still coming back presumptive for THC.
That's it. We have most victims. We have right Alright, so let's say it a bit. I have.
No, that's much better.
Yeah, but the one from the sergeant. I'll get rid of mine.
No, sure. He's gonna want to get a not me letter, man.
Hi, Anna.
Hey, so Mr. Hunter is back from drug testing and he's in the room now.
He's not here.
Oh. Okay.
I didn't interpret it. Like, I don't
We don't have any other. But I can.
Judge, may I approach? I appreciate that. Mr. Dakota Curtis, Judge, you've given bond conditions. These don't come up in bond conditions. And so conditions of this was that he consent, like he called, do the call basically for drug use, Judge. He lives in Tarrant County in Fort Worth. And he actually takes a drug test up there for his probation up there, Judge.
He's on probation?
Not there, he's on probation, Judge. And it's out of there.
He's on
For a assaulted case, Judge, up there, Judge.
Felony or misdemeanor?
It's a felony.
And so he gets drug tested up there, Judge, and he could go to a lab up there. He's having problems with a call in.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is that he's still gonna have to abide by the conditions.
Judge.
If he gets called to do a drug test, he's gonna have to go to a Quest Diagnostics
Judge,
drug test. And then,
Quest
come up. Where is he? Come up.
He's willing to do that, absolutely, Judge.
So the last name is Dakota?
Yes. Judge Curtis's last name is a C, Judge. Curtis. First name is Dakota, Your Honor.
Is Quest the facility?
So he's on probation for a felony assault and now he's picked up a DWI?
Yes, Judge.
Where he passed most of the field spray tests, I believe.
Mr. Curtis, I would be wary and I would be very careful because it's very possible that when they learn that you picked up this DWI, they may very well revoke your bond. Or if you're on probation, issue a warrant and try to revoke your probation. And, if you're a 3rd degree or higher, you're looking at a ton of time in prison. Don't use alcohol or dope. Do you understand? If I find that you're using, I don't care where you are, I don't care what you're doing, I'm going to just put you in. Do you understand?
Sir.
If you get called upon to test, you must go to Quest Diagnostics, get the report to Mr. Stryker, and he'll get it to me. If you don't, I'm going to revoke your bond.
Sir.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
It is your responsibility to stay in touch with him, and I'm not going to accept this. I got this and that. I don't care. I'm going to keep my street safe at all costs. And if that means throw you in there, I'll do it in a heartbeat.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead,
Thank
take
you,
a
Judge.
seat.
Appreciate that.
Strikes.
Hey, Judge. I'm approaching on a fugitive case, Mr. Francisco Martinez.
Okay.
I'm going to grab right now, Your Honor.
Got it.
We have the interpreter here, Ms. This is one where I think they arrested the wrong guy, so he's going to be released. The only issue is this might pop up in the future, so I don't know if where he gets the
Not me letter. He has to go to the demanding jurisdiction, ask the judge, or it could be the prosecutor assigned to the case saying that this is my face attached to this government name. I have a different FBI number, whatever they want to pick. I don't care. But, because it's the same date of birth, so that's going to be irrelevant for the not me letter.
How do you know? Did you do
Tattoos and FBI number and mugshots.
Okay.
It's a common name, and I
Yes,
guess
it's a very common name.
I guess common-ish date of birth.
Ish? Or the same date?
But no, it's same date of birth. It's just we had one happen last week, so 2 in 2 weeks is kind of unusual.
Yeah, I would say so. So you're definitely going to file a nollie now?
I already filed the dismissal.
Okay. So where is it that he goes? I don't remember.
where is it that he goes?
To get that letter?
Jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's the thing. I
But
didn't
where?
know.
I don't even remember.
Illinois. Wait, sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's where he's from. It's-
That's where he had to get it from.
Oh, he's gonna have to go up there.
Right.
Where though? Is it at
Will County?
is it at a sheriff's office or?
No, it's gonna have to be by the court or the prosecutor, because they're the ones attached to the case that they're going for. Because ultimately, it's the warrant, and if the warrant's recalled, it makes it all irrelevant. But
Morning, Mr. Martinez. You have a very common name, and there are a gajillion Francisco Martinez's out there. There is unfortunately, there is someone wanted in that jurisdiction that has your name. And you see now that you've been wrongly arrested, you're going to be released today. The fear is that this continues to happen. So I don't know, there are methods out there. And Mr. Kim, you say there's a letter that he can get.
yes,
What we're going to do is, I cannot give you legal advice, but I'm going to have your lawyer that we've appointed to represent you tell you how you can take care of this so that it doesn't happen again. So we're going to process you out. You should be out within hopefully the next 4 to 6 hours. Ricardo will tell you how to go about getting a letter so that this doesn't happen again. Do you have any questions? Did you want to add anything, Ricardo?
What's fair to say, Judge, it's just a bad situation. This man was arrested for this, it's not even.
Yeah.
Not a good situation.
Yeah, I mean, mistakes have been made, and I don't know, I guess the arresting officer, I don't understand why they wouldn't do just a little bit deeper dive is.
well, when they're on the field and it's obviously an arrest in the evening, is us being one of the few agencies that's truly 24/7, is that they can only confirm by teletype for whatever the fugitive division is. And so with it's most commonly name and date of birth, and statistically that should narrow it down, but it's just,
I mean,
because you can't take, or you can't
they
send.
have mobile apices?
For that when they get processed in, but that only brings them in for, again, the same name and date of birth, but you can't trade mugshots with the demanding jurisdiction. Because the teletypes can't support images. And so ultimately, it's only what the text is, and that text is the name and date of birth.
So.
On that sense, Judge, would his fingerprint goes with?
And that's why I was, they've got these mobile APHISs that.
The mobile thing where they could just test him and see if it's his prints or not.
Sure, but the majority of warrants, the way they're sent by teletype, again, a thumbprint can't be imaged in a teletype.
I got you.
So even if, so yes, there is a thumbprint, but there's no way to.
The thumbprint should be able to verify who this person is, whether they have the correct date of birth.
But
mug shots.
But that only corresponds to the warrant for the demanding jurisdiction if they have something to match it against. So that's the issue is, yes, they can pull it up on our side, but it's the same way even for our parole violations is they can't check on scene, especially at 1 a.m. That's why we're the second check, is that we're able to verify if there's a thumbprint, mugshot, etc.
You're going to be released here momentarily. I'll have Ricardo tell you how to take the next steps though, okay? All right, good luck, Mr. Martinez. Thank you.
I think we still need to approach on a different one from Mr. Diaz. We'll approach soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna just call their main line since the sergeant's not getting back to me. Give me a second, I'll find it.
Good morning. I have a case that's on tomorrow's docket, but he had felony court this morning on the same transaction. Can I give you the cause number?
Sure.
254506.
I need one more number.
0.
Eaton?
Yes.
Okay. Do you mind bringing them up? We're doing an arraignment. You got it? Okay. Good morning, Mr. Eaton. Sir, you were charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. So the first name is Chase. Is it spelled correctly with a J-H-A-S-E?
It is, Judge.
Okay, please.
Yes, Judge. On December 27th, 2024, the officer was dispatched to an apartment in Harris County, Texas in regard to a theft in progress. Another officer called out on air that he was in pursuit of a black Cadillac inside the complex. The officer noticed the defendant's vehicle, the black Cadillac, drive in front of him as the officer entered the complex. The officer made a U-turn, aligned himself with the vehicle, and pulled his firearm for a felony stop. The officer gave commands for the defendant, the driver of the vehicle, to step out of the vehicle and remove co-defendants from the vehicle as well. The officer made contact with the complainant. The first complainant stated he parked his motor vehicle in the complex around 8 p.m. with the tires and windows intact, got called by the officer around 2 a.m. and noticed his front right window damaged and all 4 tires damaged. The officer made contact with a second complainant who stated she was asleep when the officer contacted her via her cell phone. She walked to her vehicle and said the tires were worth $1,000. The officer located a black Glock in the back left floorboard of the defendant's vehicle in plain view without a holster, which came back stolen once. The second complainant.
And then this gun.
And the gun, Your Honor.
The gun stolen. Where was the gun?
The gun was on the back left floorboard of his vehicle.
Was he with anyone else or was he alone?
There were co-defendants as well in the vehicle.
Where were the co-defendants?
Let me see.
And did you say that he's the driver?
Yes, the defendant is the driver.
Three co-defendants, Judge.
Yes,
Okay.
the defendant was the driver of the Cadillac.
And you have a stolen gun that's in the back left, you said?
Yes, the
Left back seat forward, Judge.
Okay, where are the other co-defendants?
So I'm trying to find in the DMs,
Take
Your Honor.
no rush, take your time.
One passenger, one passenger in the back seat. The offense report reports that my client was asked to exit first. He exited backwards as procedure, and the other 2 co-defendants remained in the vehicle. And so I saw no objective, any kind of furtive movements, any articulation of facts that would link the gun to my client other than.
Well, that's
as
what I mean,
right.
Are you,
Well, it was in his car, which was under his control, and he's engaged in obviously other criminal activity, Judge. I think that's what.
sure, but is there a co-defendant that's sitting right there in the left rear seat?
For the left rear seat were two tires, is what it seems like.
Oh, I forgot about the tires.
Yeah. So there's a passenger and a
Right front
passenger.
Yes.
It would
And the
make
gun
sense.
is found under the seat of the driver.
Yes.
It would make sense that the backseat passenger wouldn't put the gun, see if he would put the gun where the tires are. You wouldn't expect to see a driver somehow reach all the way to a passenger side.
No, but I mean, sometimes you've got it under your seat and then when you're moving, then the gun slides in the back. That's why I was curious as to whether there was someone sitting in the back left, but you've got tires in the back left. Okay.
Slide all the way to my client was out of the vehicle with the other co-defendants remaining in the vehicle. So there's no actual care, custody, or control articulated in this fact pattern. We're asking for.
Yeah, I get it. I was curious because I wanted to make sure. I think now that there's enough probable cause to go forward, Mr. Eaton. I am going to find there is probable cause, and I'm going to order you as a condition of your bond not to have contact with the co-defendants in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
How old are you?
19.
You're 19 years old. It's not a good start in the street. You know, life is very, very difficult. Being a young black man in today's society is just even more difficult. And when you tack on all this stuff, does this help or does this hurt?
Hurt.
I don't want you smoking any dope. I don't want you using any alcohol. If you don't have a license, do not drive. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
The other two, I'm assuming were arrested as well or no? Mr. Locklear? Are there co-defendants or are there no co-defendants?
On the felony cases.
There are other co-defendants. Okay, I don't want you to have contact with these people. I don't want you to hang around with them. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
What did they give him any other conditions upstairs, Mr. Locklear? Like curfew or anything like that?
No, Your Honor.
No. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I go to work. That's it.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes, sir.
Good. That's a start. You got to find something in this life to do. You ain't got no money. It's going to be a miserable life. This life is a journey. It can be a great journey where you travel, buy great things, fancy cars, fancy vacations, or it can be a rotten toilet of an existence where you're in and out of jail, no money, begging on the street. Don't fall into this life. It's not a good one. I'm not going to put a monitor on him. I'm not going to put you on any kind of curfew now, but I'm going to tell you now, Mr. Eaton, I'm going to test you within the next 2 months. If you test positive for marijuana, you test positive for alcohol or dope, I'm going to lock you up. And I'm going to tell you now, no more PR bonds. I'm going to keep my street safe at all costs. And I don't care who you have here with you. You become a problem, I'm just going to lock you up. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You must obtain and have a full-time job while you're on bond in this court. No alcohol, drugs, random testing, no weapons, no contact with co-defendants. Did you run his license? See if he has a license, Alex, please.
It's eligible, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, you have a lawyer. It is your responsibility to stay in touch with Mr. Locklear, and he'll tell you when you have to come back to court. If he tells me he can't get a hold of you because you're AWOL and you're playing games, I'll issue a warrant. Do you understand? You're skirting very thin ice. If that ice cracks, your butt's going to freeze. Do you understand? All right. Okay, Mr. Locklear. Good luck.
Is that state's bond condition?
No, it's with
Question, Mr. Proctor, what are you gonna do? There was a walk-in.
Yeah. Did he fill an application or no?
You didn't have, you just told him have a seat, we'll get back to him.
The same day.
Want to fill out one real quick?
No, it's late now. It's ready. So do THA for now, and then we can send him home with one.
Okay, because I know you were waiting on all supply conditions, all that. So,
Do we want a ring station?
Yeah. Coming up. Yes. Hey, look who it is. What do we do with the person who continues to smoke, Anna?
Well, Judge,
Report.
I'm guessing he tested positive today.
Yes, and I did get a chance to review all of the previous tests that have been lab confirmed. The only two that haven't have been the most recent two. So on his first test, it was above 2,000 in our measurement scale. And it started to lower for the next one after that, down to 125. It went up again on the 19th of December to around 350. And then we have a high jump on the 27th of December where it goes back almost up to 2,000 as well. And then it started lowering, or it got really low on the 23rd. Then the 27th it jumped up high again.
He's still smoking.
Yeah, essentially.
Well, Judge, if I may,
Sure.
the THC, it's sticky and it sticks to fat. And so it doesn't, it can lower in the urine, but because it's in the fat, when it gets released from the fat, it gets into the urine. So I don't.
Are you saying that he's overweight? Is that what you're saying, Anna?
No, I'm just, all people have fat, and as your body burns it, it doesn't burn consistently, and it's not stored in the fat consistently.
You're killing me. You're killing me. I mean, homeboy's been smoking the whole time since November. We are now in January. He's still testing positive for marijuana.
Okay, and do those numbers, is it THC or does it include the metabolites as well?
That's a question I do not know.
Anna.
Okay.
I think that we've given him a sufficient amount of time for him to not test positive. It's been at least 60 days.
It hasn't been 60 days.
He got arrested November 26th. We're now January 2nd.
Okay, so it's a little over a month. Right, because 60 days from the 26th would be January 26th.
45 days would be December 11th. Anna.
He was arrested on the 9th.
He was arrested on the 27th, November 27th, right?
So 30 days would be
So
December.
30 days will be what, December 27th?
Yeah.
Hold on a second, let me see, when was the actual day? No, sorry, we gave him a GOB on 11/19.
Okay.
So he comes to court his first time on the 26th. That's when we do the first day. So December 26th would be what, 30?
Mm-hmm.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 37. So it's been 37. All right. I'll give you another week. About a week. Okay?
Okay, we'll
All right.
see you on Monday, Judge.
I hope you're not using. I'm gonna give you as much time to give you the benefit of the doubt, Mr. Hunter. Don't use. You understand? Okay, man.
Okay, thank you, Judge. We'll see you Monday.
All right.
May I be excused?
See ya. Everything okay?
Yes, this is one of our new prosecutors.
Hi. How are you?
Well, Thomas.
Hello, Thomas. Welcome. Are you number 2, 3?
We don't know yet.
No.
Well, there are no designations.
But we don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
you don't know more designate, what?
We're just 88, there's no 2-3 designation.
We've been splitting the docket alphabetically this whole time.
Really? There's no more designation?
Yeah, so Morgan and I were never like 2s or 3s, we're just 88s.
Okay, well, I guess, okay. So the only real designation is chief, I guess. Okay, well, welcome. Let's have some fun.
While she's introducing Will, I also am leaving this court.
What?
He's taking my spot. So tomorrow's gonna be my last day. I'm going to DVD.
Around here though, or
I don't know.
upstairs?
It'll be a misdemeanor. I just don't know what courts I'm
Great.
assigned to yet.
Job,
So-
congrats, you know. So now 2 are leaving, 1's coming. Are we gonna get another?
Yes, Mackenzie, I don't know if she came by.
Judge wasn't in here when she came, yeah.
She's currently in court 8.
Okay, so we'll have 3 then.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Well, welcome, thanks. Yeah, great.
How you doing?
This is our new friend.
What for Trey?
Are we recording another?
You're back.
So I dismissed the EPA.
Yeah.
There was a booking error in the demanding jurisdiction, but it's resolved now and I've dismissed it. However, we are here on Joseph Ginder.
Well, I did want to talk about the
Oh.
EPA first, Judge. I want to be sure this man's going to get his money back and everybody's done everything what they're supposed to do.
Are we talking about Ginder?
No, yeah,
DIEPA
no,
first.
DIEPA, D-I-E.
Yes.
Is it on docket?
It's on today's docket. I got a call from.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Who's this?
This is a gentleman, he needed to go turn himself into Oklahoma.
Oh, is this what you're talking about?
This was the second one I was talking about. So we just got confirmation, or Amy did from the sergeant or the center there.
You're good. Okay.
So,
Great.
I just want to be sure everybody's on board, that everything's in place for him to get his money back, right?
I don't have anything to do with that.
So it's not a warrant. I dismissed it
Okay.
pursuant to self-surrender. So, yeah.
But remember, I don't know what contracts they signed with,
Understood.
so I have no idea.
But he's turned himself in, we've.
We dismissed it, so our part's done.
Got it. Okay, just wanted to bring that to the court's attention. Block that in. Next one, Joseph Ginder.
Ginder.
Yeah.
Never mind, Mr. Ginder. Is Ginder here?
No.
No, this is the interesting one where Bucks County picked them up like 3 times and keep cutting them loose.
Oh, this is that guy.
And then you gave him an opportunity, said, all right, 3 times, they didn't play ball, it's your chance to go.
Right.
And it is now 14 days and he has not turned himself in. And this was one where you admonished him, Judge, is that it's gonna keep happening to you, and so you turn himself in, and then he didn't do.
So, all right, we revoke it, set it at 0.
I would ask Judge, I was looking to see if I have any communication from him or anything like that. I don't have anything. However, I haven't had the opportunity to reach out to him to see if he's turned himself in. I don't know if you can give me a couple days or at least tomorrow.
No. That should have been done a long time ago, not on the day when you're supposed to turn yourself in. Now, if something comes up in the future, hey, but as far as I know now, I mean,
Yeah, and like I said, I don't have any confirmation that he did turn himself in.
I gave him a PR bond.
This one,
$300.
yes, it was very low, but yes.
So on Ginder,
Oh, yeah, PR bonds are $300, right, yeah.
Would you revoke instead of forfeit it?
No, for non-appearance, it'd be forfeiting for the code.
Yeah.
Because if it's for a reason for bond conditions, but it's a fugitive case and it's not a criminal case, and so it's forfeiting for non-appearance.
I just set it at 0. That's all I don't know. So.
Because it affects his ability to get bond if he ever comes back, but for FTA under the code of procedure, because of the reason why it's being revoked, or.
So he has an open DWI too. I guess that's gonna get revoked as well?
Wait,
no,
here,
not this guy.
Judge? Oh, he
Yes.
does. He's set to come back on the 31st.
Oh, that's right. He was supposed to, I admonished him about what he had to do. Yeah.
Because if he didn't appear there and there's a revocation here, then that could be the basis for a revocation, not forfeiting, revocation on the DWI. So he'll have a forfeiture and a revocation.
Yeah.
So he'll get, and I told him, you're gonna get a hold. If
You
you,
admonished him. I did.
Yeah.
You did.
And it's separate jury trial.
Yeah.
is that you trying to? Okay.
All right. That's all I got, Judge. Thank you.
It's the last one on docket, so we're good.
Thank you, Judge.
Right, thank you, Judge. What a fun first day.
Done? What are we doing? Who do you have?
I have
Give me a second. I think, was that you trying to get in? Okay, all right, just come back in. All right, I'm waiting for you. Bye.
I'll keep you updated.
Are you expecting Carl? Because I have Carl's trying to zoom in. I don't know.
Because I know we appointed someone with the gentleman in the brown. What's the last name again? Castillo.
Right.
It might be for Castillo. And then whatever bond conditions we are gonna give this.
Carl?
I'm here.
Hey, what's the word?
I don't know. I got a late assignment on a Noah Castillo.
Okay, coming up, Mr. Castillo. Please.
Write down your phone number for me, I'm gonna talk to you.
I'm getting a phone number for you, Carl.
Thank you, Judge.
And you're with, she's here with you, okay. This is Grandma's phone number, and she's here with me.
The number I just gave you, that's grandmother's phone number. Do you not have a cell phone?
I do, but I just don't know the number. Can I go on my phone and get the phone number?
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have him call you, your grandmother. You guys need to get on the same page. He needs your cell phone so that he can get in contact with you. I don't play games here, Mr. Castillo. All I care about is my community. I want safety. And if you're gonna endanger it, you got only one place to go. It is your responsibility to stay in touch with Carl. You're not to use alcohol. You're not to use dope. And I'm gonna test you in 45 days. You test positive for marijuana, you know exactly what's gonna happen. If you don't smoke as of today, if you don't use any alcohol as of today, everything will be hunky-dory. Otherwise, there's just one result that's gonna happen. And I'm gonna tell you now, if I deem you a public danger, I'm gonna make your bond super high. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge?
Tell me.
Judge, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm looking in the system. It shows that he's on probation.
Correct.
The 230th District Court for a DWI third offense. And he's on the docket there for January the 9th. And I haven't talked to the 230th District Court. I'm not sure if they're in yet or not, but it shows that he's scheduled to go into the SATF program. Because they had it, he was scheduled for.
Oh, not all these cases are open, Carl. That's not gonna happen. So we need to figure out something, you know?
Well, I understand that, Judge. I'm letting you know that.
Yeah.
That felony court has him on the docket for January the 9th.
Okay.
There's a note where the felony prosecutor told that he was set to take a plea sometime this week. So we're to hold our offers until they resolve the felony. So they expect him to take a plea soon.
Got it. Okay, so let's do this. Why don't we set you for the day after?
January 10th?
Yeah, what day is that?
How about the Monday?
Do you want to do that Monday after? The 13th?
That'll be fine.
Okay.
And then we'll know where he's at by then because he's going to court.
We're going to set your case off that Monday after your felony court date, you're to come here from now and then, stay in touch with Carl to see where we're gonna go. Don't use. I don't know what's gonna happen in felony court, but for the time being with us, don't use alcohol, don't use weed, don't drive. You've signed it, he signed an affidavit not to drive, right?
Castillo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do not drive. I don't care what is going on in your life. I don't care what you gotta do. I don't care where you have to go. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did he have? My feeling is that while he's on probation, he's probably supposed to have a interlock as well. So I wonder if he had one in the car. Just, we're gonna have you sign a reset. Go talk to your lawyer, and then we'll see you on the 10th.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you Felicia for bond conditions yet. Yeah. Okay. Carl, did you have anything?
No, he shows he's on the docket for January the 9th, and we're resetting this till January 13th.
13th. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Carl.
Judge,
Problem.
I think I caught the tail end of you saying you were gonna give him so much time to test. I can put it in the notes.
So 45. And that's if he's still out. I don't know, because if he goes to SADF, then he'll be in.
We'll find out on Thursday.
Yeah, you still have.
Let me wait until Victoria, maybe she's heard something, I just don't know that was on.
What's the name? Oh, that's just a reset. It's a reset to the 31st. We spoke to him earlier today.
Oh, you did?
To Greg, yeah.
And you have still Mr. Buck out. I know you said you gave him a form. to
Yeah.
fill out, but I don't know if you wanted on conditions or whatever.
Yeah. Did you, hey, did you file no, Alex, on Proctor? Did you file no contact and no weapons?
Thank you.
I'll see you.
Please. If you need a cause number, let me know. I don't think it's on it's not on docket today.
No, that was one of the forms I gave you.
Sounds familiar, but like who's?
Melissa Russell.
Sounds crucial information. Okay. Oh.
Judge, what about the one that's in custody, Greg's case, Martinez Alejandro,
If you want to set to the 31st?
January 31st?
Yeah,
That's Friday.
I know.
We do bills.
Oh, I need to, that's right, because he asked for the bond reduction to 7,500. Yeah, so, right, so 7,505 on one of his cases.
The attorney talked to you on the other one.
Yes.
But I don't know what happened. The bond conditions were
Are we done?
Yes, Judge, Mr. D got the purpose.
Bye, guys. See you tomorrow. Hey, guys, good luck. Have fun. Oh, friend. Sorry. Yeah, you too. See you tomorrow.
Judge Proctor and the jury box, so you reinstated, CHA or?
DHA for now, yeah. And then I'm sending him home with an application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does he need to get a reset? The key. Do you need the cost?
Eden? Oh, no, I already did that one. He's in from on tomorrow, so.
Yeah, so does he need a recent report, medical?
I gave it to him and sent him short.
Oh,
So, yeah, he has it.
okay, you have an experience? Oh, okay, you're fine.
Now we're just waiting for Mr. Dixon and Proctor, come on up. The copy will be reset in just a minute. Alright, so on that day, when your application filled out.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, Judge, were there any bond conditions before he goes?
Yes, they were supposed to file no contact and no weapons.
Pre-trial or the state?
The state.
If they did not, then we can just do it with
Okay. Felicia, are you ready?
Felicia.
Let me-
I mean, you gotta give her a second, I guess.
Right, man. Okay, just go ahead and have a seat. She'll be with you in just a second.
Guys, you wanna come say hello?
Yes.
What's going on with you? What time did you guys get here?
30 minutes ago?
Yeah.
No,
Did y'all hit other courts or what?
no, this is it. This is where
You guys gotta come early. That's when all the action happens, you know?
we had other stuff going on too.
Oh, here, you want some candy?
Thank
Take the rest.
my son Devin.
Hi, Devin, nice to meet
He
you.
turned 12.
Nice. I have a 14-year-old at home, so you doing good? How's it going? Yeah, great, you know, just hanging out, doing our thing, trying to keep the streets safe. You're in middle school. How's that going? Take them. Take them. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have many bags, don't worry. Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Basketball is, 6th grade, so we got him in basketball for Christmas. So
Great.
he's at home waiting, so, we're here visiting.
Sure, of course.
For dad with the chemo and stuff, but we're heading back Saturday, so we'll,
Where's home base?
Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis. I went to Memphis once. I get there. Oh yeah. Well, I get there. We hit downtown Memphis and we're just driving through and I must have been 13 at the time. I look out the window. Someone grabs this little old lady's walking by and we watch and someone takes her purse, drags her.
Jesse Proctor?
And we were on the way to the Grand Ole Opry, I think, just to go visit, you know, and we couldn't believe it. We saw she got mugged right in front of us. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, Memphis has some pretty bad places.
This was downtown, so I don't know how Memphis is now, but
It's good and bad.
is it,
Really good places, you gotta be careful.
and the Opry's still around, right?
Oh,
The Opry?
yeah, that's in Nashville. That's
You said Memphis. Okay, I'm talking about Nashville then. I was in Nashville. That's where I was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a couple people said, man, I just want to say thank you for all the times together and everything. She was learning daily from you to take care of yourself. Man.
Tell her thank you.
Lena says, continue to be awesome. You're so likable and awesome to watch. Don't change.
Well, tell all of them hello. You know.
They all miss you, they do.
Tell her, you forgot to tell him to be.
Oh, yeah, and they all pushing. Could I get you to come and get a picture with us?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, you're that good.
I mean, she pops into Kathy's chat every morning.
How is Kathy? I haven't seen.
Yeah,
she doing good?
a bunch of court files there early in the morning every day.
Look, Mr. Eastman.
He got the.
Next up, another full docket from Judge Fleischer. Stay with us here at the Courtroom Files Archives.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Brunston. Good morning. Sir, you were charged with assault of a family member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. The officer is dispatched to a disturbance at a residence in Harris County, Texas, and the complainant, the mother of the defendant, told officers that the night before, her and the defendant had gotten into an argument. The defendant returned the next day to get his belongings, and the defendant walked up to the complainant with a fighting stance, and the complainant told officers that the defendant grabbed her wrist, causing pain and scratches, and attempting to pull her. The defendant stated, "No, bitch, you're coming downstairs with me." The complainant pulled away, and the defendant then slapped her in the face, causing pain. The witness, the defendant's sister, also saw the assault.
Mr. Brunson, I'm going to find that there's probable with your case. No, now's not the time. You will have the opportunity. Now's not the time. I'm just trying to find if there's enough probable cause to go forward. If so, what kind of conditions to put on your case, if any? Have you reached out to the complaining witness? Do we know what she wants?
So we made an attempt and she couldn't speak to us at the time we called, so we'd have to reach out.
Okay. Mr. Brunson, because I always like to follow the wish. Stop. Letting you know what the expectation is in this court.
Yes, sir.
You have the right to remain silent. Exercise that right. I've got a bunch of DAs here. Whatever you say, they're going to sit there and type it and use it against you. I like to follow the wishes of the complaining witness. When I don't know what they want, I'm going to order you not to have any contact with them. I'm also ordering you not to be in possession of any weapons as well. There is a protective order that has been issued in this case, and if I were you, I would get to know it, because if you violate the protective order, the state can and will file additional cases against you, including a violation of protective order, and that is the capital murder of misdemeanors. Do you understand? So get to know it. We're going to reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer. So I'm going to have you go to Victoria and sign a reset. We will have you take a seat in the jury box while we get your bond conditions ready. We'll have you sign it, and after that, you'll be free to go. All right? Please. And if you can file no contact, no worries.
Yes. Just a minute. All right, Judge, next is page 3. Bryant, come on up.
It's Brian. Ma'am, you're charged with reckless driving. You're facing up to 30 days in jail and or a $500 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, ma'am.
Yes, Judge. The officer was driving on Katy Freeway in Harris County, Texas, when he observed the defendant's vehicle driving at a high rate of speed, rapidly accelerating, making evasive lane changes and aggressive maneuvers without signaling, cutting off multiple vehicles, and making those drivers take evasive action to avoid a collision. While the officer was attempting to catch up to the defendant, he reached speeds in excess of 120 miles per hour. The officer then conducted a traffic stop, and the defendant stated she was driving that way because she was late to work.
And I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Do you see if she has a valid Texas driver's license? Okay. If I find that you drive like this again, because I'm making a bond condition that you're not to drive like this, if I find that you do, I will take your privilege to drive away from you while this case is open. Do you understand? Living in a city as big as Houston without the ability to drive is absolutely awful. Don't. I'm going to protect my city at all costs, and if I have to put you in jail because of it. I'm going to have you sign. How old are you, man? Okay, we're gonna reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer. So I'm gonna have you go to Victoria, sign and reset. After that, I'll have you take your seat in the jury box. I'll get your bond conditions, no racing, reckless driving, anything of this nature. After that, I'll have you sign it and then you'll be free to go. All right?
Right this way. All right, Judge, next is page 5. Galvin, Kendall.
Good morning, Mr. Golden. Sir, you were charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon and you're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. On December 27th, 2024, the officer observed the defendant's vehicle failed to maintain a single lane and veering over the left lane on 3 separate occasions. A traffic stop wasn't conducted, and the officer made contact with the defendant, the driver of the vehicle. The defendant advised he was unlicensed and that the motor vehicle was not insured. The officer observed a strong odor of marijuana emitting from the passenger area of the vehicle, and the defendant voluntarily produced a partially burnt marijuana cigarette and stated it was the possible source of the smell. The officer conducted a search of the defendant's identifying information, which yielded an open felony warrant for continuous violence, and a search of the defendant's left jean pocket yielded a clear plastic baggie containing a green leafy substance. The substance was identified as marijuana based on training experience. The defendant's motor vehicle was searched to incident to arrest and yielded an unholstered AR-15 pistol on the front passenger.
AR-15?
AR-15 pistol, Your Honor. And the defendant acknowledged ownership of the firearm and stated he used it for protection since his brother is a famous rapper.
Find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're using, I'm going to put you in jail. Do you understand? You do not have a Texas driver license. You are not allowed to drive. You will be signing an affidavit with me today, promising me you're not going to drive. I don't care what's going on in this life. I don't care where you got to go. I don't care what you got to do. If you don't have a license and liability insurance, do not drive. Do you understand? How old are you, sir? What do you do for a living? Why?
I don't work.
How do you support yourself? How do you support yourself?
My brother supporting me out. I ain't go out looking for a job yet.
It's time. I will provide you a lawyer today, but it's time to get a job, a full-time job. When you have too much time on your hands, you become self-destructive. Not here. Do you understand? All right. Do you mind giving me an application, please? I need you to fill out an application for me. I'm going to have you sign a receipt of Victoria. I'm going to have you meet with Felicia for your bond conditions, and then we're going to go. I'm going to get you on the right track, Mr. Golden. Come on.
No driving affidavit.
Judge, no firearms.
Correct. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, random UAs, no driving.
Judge, next is page 5, gender.
Did you graduate from high school? Did you graduate from high school? Did you graduate from high school? We're going to work on that. Hey, homeboy, 2 weeks for working on GED as well. Good morning, Mr. Gunder. Sir, you're charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. Do you have a lawyer, sir? Okay. Who's your mom? Is it? Okay, let's do this. I'm just gonna have you take a seat real quick, okay? Just take a seat for me right there on the first pew, okay? Thanks.
All right, Judge, next is page 6, Gutierrez.
Oh, that's.
Page 6, Harvey, come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Harvey. Sir, you're charged with reckless driving. You're facing up to 30 days in jail and or a $500 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. The officer was parked and observed a road rage incident occur. The officer observed the defendant's vehicle laying on his horn and speeding up to cut off another vehicle. The officer observed the defendant slamming on his brakes, and the driver of the other vehicle then attempted to drive around the defendant when the defendant cut her off again and slammed on his brakes, nearly causing her to drive into a ditch and nearly causing an accident with other vehicles. The officer then initiated a traffic stop and pulled into a nearby parking lot.
Mr. Harvey, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Patience. Patience when driving. And I'm going to have you sign a document promising me that you're going to exercise this patience and not drive in this manner again. And if I find that you do, I'm going to put you in jail. Do you understand? How many times do we have people on the road that sit there and get shot because of the incidents like, don't drive recklessly. Those conditions like we did in the other case.
Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge.
Harvey, we were going to reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer. So I'm going to have you go to Victoria, sign a reset. We'll then have you take a seat in the jury box. We'll get your bond conditions. We'll have you sign it, and then you'll be free to go. Wait, does he have a Texas? Can you run his license, please?
Expired. I see eligible on RN. I can run it again.
Please. If you do not have a Texas driver license, then do not drive. I will have you sign an affidavit today with me promising me you're not going to drive unless you have a valid Texas driver license and liability insurance. It is your responsibility to reach out to DPS to figure it out. Do you understand?
Yes, I see eligible on our end.
Okay, I'm going to have him sign it, and then if you do, if you have a license and liability insurance, you can drive. If you don't, then don't. If I catch you doing it, it's not going to go well for you. You understand? Okay. All right, that way.
That's page 6, Gutierrez.
Why do we have her in custody? What happened?
Your Honor.
Okay. Gutierrez. All right, good morning, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you were charged with driving while intoxicated, second offense. The reason that we are taking you into custody now is that it looks like you're on probation for a felony retaliation case, which is now set at no bond. So we're going to do probable cause here today. If there is enough.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
You're on felony probation. Looks like a warrant has been issued in that case. Bond is set at 0. So we'll do probable cause here. If I find probable cause, well, either way, we're going to, provide your lawyer today. But for now, we'll do probable cause on your DWI second. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine.
Yes, Judge. The officer initiated a traffic stop in Harris County, Texas, after observing the defendant failed to yield to a right-of-way in an intersection and for driving with an expired registration. Upon contact, the officer observed a moderate odor of an alcoholic beverage and slurred speech. The defendant admitted drinking 2 beers and standard field sobriety tests were conducted. HGN 6 out of 6, walk and turn 5 out of 8, and the defendant refused to do the one-leg stand. The DIC was read and breath was consented to. The results were 0.139 and 0.146.
All right, have you seen whether she has a valid Texas
It's
driver's
not
license?
eligible, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Gutierrez, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to drive. It is a condition of your bond and you will be signing an affidavit with me today promising me you're not going to drive. I don't care what's going on in your life. If you drive, I can have a contempt hearing. You can be facing an additional 6 months in jail and a $500 fine every time you drive. Do you understand? Now, I don't know if you're going to get out of custody, but if you do, you will be required to obtain a handheld interlock device that you're going to take with you to prove to me that you're not consuming alcohol. We will also be sending word to DPS so that every officer in this state knows if you're in a vehicle driving, you will be required to have an interlock in that car. So if they catch you driving hard that doesn't have an interlock on it, you're going to be going right back to jail. You understand? No alcohol, no drugs, and I'm going to randomly test you as well. We will provide you a lawyer today so that you can talk with this person to figure out how we go forward with the case. All right, come on, we'll have you sign this and then we'll have you sign your conditions, ma'am.
Judge, page 9, Mark Cantel.
Raise your right hand as best you can.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, you're charged with assault of a family member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, ma'am.
Yes, Judge. The complainant and the defendant are in a dating relationship as of 6 years. And on December 28th, 2024, the officer is dispatched to a disturbance at a residence in Harris County, Texas. The officer met with the complainant who stated he was assaulted by the defendant at around midnight that morning. The complainant stated he and the defendant had been at a comedy club and the defendant was drinking. An argument ensued and the complainant began gathering his belongings and the defendant punched the complainant in the face with her left arm, making contact with the center of his face. The complainant said the defendant also slapped him with an open fist on his right cheek twice, causing pain.
Got it. All right, ma'am, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. Do we know whether he wants to have contact or not? Have you guys reached out to him?
Work was attempted this morning, but unsuccessful.
Okay, because I don't know what this person wants, I'm ordering you not to have
We
contact.
have a contact or no contact.
Stop. Just don't say anything. I'm just telling you what the expectation is so you know, because if you violate these conditions or if you pick up a new case, I'm going to revoke the bond. We'll put you in jail. No more PR bonds. So no contact, no weapons. There is a protective order that has been issued in this case. Get to know it because if you violate the protective order, they can file additional charges against you. You understand? So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to be sign a reset with Victoria. We'll have you take a seat in the jury or wait for your lawyer to get here.
He's not gonna come. They've already contacted you guys and let you know he's out of town and he'll be back on the 9th. They said I just needed to come and sign my bond conditions.
Okay.
It's Maverick Ray.
Contact and no weapons.
Yes, Judge.
All right. So what we'll have you do is we'll have you just take a seat. We'll have you sign a reset and I don't know, perhaps did you hear from Maverick at all?
No. They did try to reset it, but I said there may be bond conditions for her to sign.
Did they give you a good date?
No,
Back on the
I said
9th.
I'll take a date 2 months out, and if it didn't work for them, they could.
Got it. Okay. So we'll have you sign a reset and we'll just have you take a seat in the jury box.
Yes.
Please.
Judge, this one has been open once, and counsel's here. And
Is this
that's what
for-
We'll treat it like an arraignment. We're
Got
gonna
it.
punch them.
Yeah. Ready?
Yes.
Come on up.
Morning, Your Honor.
Hey, how are you? Mr. Stewart, what's new?
Sir, how was your New Year?
Great. We did PC on your case.
Okay.
We just did standard. What's your guy's name again?
My last name is Allen, Your Honor. I would like to make an argument on PC. I don't know whether.
Absolutely. I'm always ready to hear it. So refresh my memory. What happened?
So in Allen's case, it was where the officer came to a stop behind the defendant's vehicle and the light turned green, the
He had
defendant,
expired registration, right?
no, Your Honor. In this case, the defendant's vehicle proceeded through the green light and immediately drifted approximately halfway onto the shoulder with other vehicles around it and then jerked back into the lane.
Were there any other vehicles around when this happened?
Yes, the officer explicitly wrote there are other vehicles around the vehicle before the driver jerked back in the lane. So he went into the shoulder and there are other vehicles.
Yes, sir. My argument is, Your Honor, that, as far as what's actually alleged, says the light turned green and the truck along with several other vehicles proceeded, which obviously is in compliance with the law. The only argument that the state has made here, elucidated, is that they observed a Silverado drift into the shoulder with other vehicles around it. If he's drifting into the shoulder, that's not endangering any other vehicle. That's not an allegation of the safety of anybody else out there on the roadway. The shoulder is away from any other vehicles. Maybe he's doing this in an abundance of caution. There's no indication that it was dangerous or endangered any other vehicle, anything like that within the allegations here. Furthermore, there's numerous reasons why a vehicle is 100% legally allowed to drive in the right-hand shoulder of a vehicle. I think there's 9 reasons in the state of Texas why a vehicle is allowed to drive in the shoulder. There's nothing here that alleges that basically he committed any sort of crime that would lead the officer to then stop him. This is insufficient information. And I would argue that there's not valid probable cause here on this case.
I think he has a valid point where, perhaps he's, well, I mean, I don't want to speculate, and you're saying, well, maybe he did it because of this, but I don't want to speculate, right? Because were there other cars? I don't know. Was it dangerous? I don't know. I mean,
Judge, but failure to maintain a single lane when there are other vehicles within the vicinity is a valid reason for a stop.
right, but you got to articulate facts as well, right? So according to the statute.
Right, and I understand because we've had this issue before where it's failure to maintain a single lane, but we're unsure if there's other vehicles. That I can appreciate and understand. But in this case, the officer did specify that there were other vehicles in the vicinity. And under Texas law, that is sufficient for a stop.
I disagree. I think that when we look at the statute for failing to maintain a single lane, the second half of the statute is that it endangered somebody. And there's no indication here that there was any danger.
Was it 545.460? Isn't that it?
Fleming, yeah, Fleming, Hardin.
545.060, Your Honor. Section 8.2, may not move from the lane unless that movement can be made safely. Shall drive as nearly as practical entirely within a single lane, and 2, may not move from the lane unless that movement can be made safely. There's no allegation here that the movement was made unsafely, or that there was
Judge,
anything unsafe.
I also have the list of, where under Texas law where it's permissible to drive on the shoulder, to stop, stand, or park, to accelerate before entering the main lane of traffic, to decelerate.
Let's do this. I mean, this is going to take quite a bit of more time. So can you come back? Do you have anywhere else to go? Let me go through the arraignments, get everybody done and out of here, and then because this is going to take quite a bit more time.
Yes, sir.
Right? And then give you time to take a look more. So if you need to, you too as well, if you want to try to find a case law, let me just go through because I have another lawyer that's waiting,
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll help you out, but let me get through everything. Yeah, for sure.
Just checking it with the sheriff's process and this cash your release.
Great. Wonderful.
Your Honor, may I take my client?
Yes, absolutely. Of course. Barajas. Did you get the cause number on this?
Yes, I do.
You should have the printout up there.
Yeah.
Morning, Your Honor. It's been Barajas.
Have you signed on yet?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Great to see you. How are you? Always a pleasure. All right.
Pleasure's always mine.
Mr. Barajas, you are charged with 2 counts of assault of a family member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine on each. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. If you have the right to have an attorney present, if you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
It's my understanding that the state's going to dismiss one of the, it's the same, they just refiled it.
Ah,
That's my understanding.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Ready for PC?
Sure.
On December 29th, 2024, the officer was dispatched to a residence in Harris County, Texas, and was met at the front door by the complainant. The complainant stated that I apologize, Your Honor. The complainant provided a statement and brought the officer into her kitchen, and the officer was able to see redness on the upper left side of the complainant's face near her eye. The officer also observed on the complainant a small laceration and fresh blood. The complainant had tears in her eyes and stated that the defendant and she had been in a dating relationship for on and off for 6 years, and that in the morning, the defendant and she got into a verbal argument about various issues, and the defendant became irate due to her confronting him about the issues, and he started belittling her and calling her derogatory names. The complainant then stated that when they were arguing, she responded by insulting the defendant back, and then things began to intensify. Eventually, the defendant charged at the complainant, and the complainant stated that the defendant slapped her with an open palm across her face, throwing her backwards onto the bed. And as the complainant attempted to cover up her face by turning on her stomach, the defendant punched her in the back 3 times with a closed fist, and the complainant did feel pain from being slapped and punched in the back.
Okay, Mr. Vada, because I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm entering now what's called a magistrate's order for emergency protection. This identifies Ms. Alvarado as a protected individual. You cannot commit family violence. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Are they prescriptive?
Yes, sir.
Back on. Okay. I want you to understand that I'm issuing a protective order that identifies her as a protected individual. You cannot commit family violence or an assault against this person. Commit an act in furtherance of an offense under section 42.072 of the Texas Penal Code, which is the stalking statute. Threaten, harass, use another person to communicate a threat or harassing behavior. You cannot be in possession of a weapon or go within 200 feet of where she lives or where she works. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you violate this, the state can and will file a violation protective order against you, and it's one of the worst cases you can pick up. Just don't have any contact, don't have any weapons, and you'll be fine with us. Got a great lawyer. Listen to him. He'll take care of you. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance, but you have to stay in contact with him. If he comes back, tells me he can't get a hold of you because you've taken off, a warrant will be issued. You pick up a new case, a warrant will be issued. It's not hard. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We're going to have them file all the documents. We'll have you sign it, and after that, you'll be free to go. Okay? Do you want a PR bond?
Of course, I just didn't want to fight too much this morning, but.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Please. I just see the stuff from 92. That's all I see, right? Is that it? Okay. I'll grant you a PR bond, but understand, this is the only one I'm going to give you. You become a danger to my city, you become a danger to my community, I'm going to yank that PR bond and I'm going to make it high. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not hard. All right. Okay. There's a ton of paperwork we're going to have to do. So just pick a date with Victoria and then you're good. Don't leave until you sign all the paperwork, Mr. Rojas. Okay?
Continue.
Okay.
What is this set the bond amount to?
Yeah, 1,500. Yeah.
All right, next judge is.
No. Would Alex or Morgan, do you know which one you're going to dismiss on Barajas?
Yes, Kelsey said it's getting dismissed.
Which one?
The one ending in 346.
346. Okay, so we'll keep the old one then.
No, it's that one. Yeah, it's the one.
And how much?
1,500.
So how is March?
If you can file no contact, no weapons, please, as well.
Judge, you ready for the next one?
Yeah.
All right, page 9, Martinez, come on up.
Commissioner Pochonner,
Yes.
I'm here, Mr. Wakil Biagas, Biagas.
Have you looked at PC on this case?
No, I haven't, Your Honor.
Are you coming in today? Are you coming into the building?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you mind stopping by? I want you to take a look at it so we can be on the same page. Do you mind?
Okay. Yes, I'll be there in 30 minutes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I have him in the box. Let's just come by, let's talk, and then we'll go from there. Okay, Michael?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Bye-bye. It's on page 11. So, Vic, who is it?
8-9 Martinez.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning.
Mr. Martinez, you're charged with racing on a highway. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. On December 27, 2024, the officer was assigned to a traffic crimes task force and followed a group of 40 to 50 racers from 2400 block of Turning Basin to the 610 loop. The officer
Say 40 to 50 racers?
Yes, Judge. And the officer observed the defendant and co-defendant's motor vehicles in lane 1 and 2 slow down to approximately 30 miles per hour, and both vehicles took off side by side, trying to outpace each other at approximately 100 miles per hour. A traffic stop was conducted, and the officer made contact with the driver and the defendant, and he was the sole occupant of the vehicle.
Mr. Martinez, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Can you see if he has a valid?
Not eligible, Your Honor.
You are not allowed to drive. You will be signing an affidavit with me today promising you're not going to drive, and I don't give a rat's behind what your excuse is. If I find that you drive, I can have a contempt hearing. Every time you drive, it's an offense in and of itself, punishable by up to 6 months of jail and a $500 fine. Do you understand? Do not drive. Whenever you fill out the affidavit promising us you're not going to drive, we will get you to Victoria, sign a reset, and we're going to get you out of here. When you come back, please have a lawyer. Yeah, can you file no racing, reckless driving, and all that, please? Yes, Vic.
Okay. Here is page 10. McLean.
Todd McLean.
All right, Judge. Next is page 13. Bottom of 13.
Turu Biartes, come up.
Caden Brunston. Come up here to clerk. Caden Brunston.
Sir, you were charged, do you speak English?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
John.
Better. You're charged with reckless driving, up to 30 days in jail and or a $500 fine. Hey, Conrad, we're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
I apologize, Your Honor. What's the last name of this?
Turu Biartes. Turru.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. The officers were surveying a known street takeover group in a large parking lot in Harris County, Texas, when the officers observed the defendant's vehicle spin its rear tires and do approximately 4 to 5 donuts in the pit, coming within 10 to 15 feet of other vehicles. Undercover officers kept their eyes on the vehicle until other officers were able to conduct a traffic stop. The undercover officers also identified the driver as a slim Hispanic male with curly hair. The officers observed the defendant in the driver's seat, and the defendant admitted to doing donuts.
Right. Sir, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. Have you seen if he has a valid license?
I'll run it, Your Honor.
Please. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to partake in this type of behavior again. No racing, reckless driving, donuts, street takeovers. If I find that you do, I'm going to put you in jail. No more PR bonds. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
I apologize, it's loading right now.
Yes, no problem.
It's eligible, Your Honor.
Okay. You mind crafting those orders? We are going to reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer. So I'm going to have you sign a reset with Victoria. We'll get you in the jury box. We'll get your bond conditions. We'll have you sign it. And after that, you'll be free to go. Be careful. Don't drive like this again. Do you understand?
Yes, Your
Mm.
Honor.
All right, Judge, next is page 14, Wallace, come on up.
Brianna Bryant?
Good morning, Miss Wallace. You speak English?
Yes, I do.
Okay, ma'am, you're charged with assault causing bodily injury. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, ma'am.
Yes, Judge. On December 27th, 2024, the officer was dispatched to a disturbance at an apartment in Harris County, Texas. The officer made contact with the complainant, and the complainant and the defendant are cousins. The complainant and the defendant do not live with each other, and the defendant was staying with the complainant for a couple of days. The complainant stated she and the defendant got into an argument about the defendant's lifestyle. The defendant became upset and started to throw the complainant's belongings out of the apartment. The complainant and the defendant continued to argue, and the complainant tried to open the door to retrieve the belongings, and the defendant grabbed the complainant's arm, applying pressure and scratching the complainant's arm, causing a deep cut, bruising, bleeding, and pain. The defendant stated she had been arguing with the complainant earlier in the day, and the defendant stated she got fed up with the complainant criticizing her and asked the complainant to leave. The defendant stated the complainant pushed her and took her phone, and the complainant's small dog caused an injury, and the defendant did not recall injuring the complainant.
Do you know if alcohol played a part in any of this?
There's no allegations, Your Honor.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to have any contact with the complaining witness in this case and not to be in possession of any weapons. Do you understand? These are your bond conditions. If you violate these conditions, a warrant will be issued. You will go to jail. No more PR bonds for you, man. We will do that. We'll give you time. Yes, we're going to do that now. I'm going to have you sign a reset. Victoria will give you 30 days. But I'm going to have you also take a seat in the jury box while we get your bond conditions, we'll have you sign it, and then you'll be free to go, man. All right? Please. Same thing, no contact, no weapons.
All right, Judge, next is page 14, Ware, come on up.
How are you?
Good, good, man. We have a,
We've been working hard. The case was filed late April. He had a retained lawyer in the beginning. He came to me middle of June. I subbed in late June. I had a couple settings.
where do you want to go? What do you want?
We're asking for about 30 days to flush some stuff out. And I think ultimately what I'm slightly disappointed with is the way the case was presented by the agency to the DA's office. It's not their fault. We've been put in a time crunch where we got to November and we began to run up against your 180 days. And I think we all kind of realized the agency didn't bring over what they needed to bring over.
So are you still lacking stuff?
I think we're all in a position where it's less, some of the initial discovery is complete, but because we're all working so hard, there's some subsequent discovery that needs to be done based on some things that you said. And so Kelsey's been great. She's working hard, talking to people.
But I mean, what do I need to do? Because we're now at 240 days. We're still missing stuff. It's unacceptable.
I would suggest, this is one of those moments where I would say, we've all been doing this a long time. If you just trust me, I'd say we really just need 30 days to work on some things and then come back, and I think we'll be in a better position then to know with clarity whether we're working this out or not, and we need a trial date.
Well, then, I'll give it to you, Lon, but the next setting, it's player trial, you know? Like, that's it.
And I appreciate your position is like, hey, look, I've got and I have an idea of when and how I want to move things. Every now and then things get messy. This one's gotten a little messy, but
Typically, when we face this type of dilemma, what I do is I order them and I subpoena the people who have.
yeah, this is a little different than that. This is different. And if we were in one, and I think you did that back in November because there were some screenshots or something that maybe weren't complete yet. And then so you asked for a compliance hearing, and then some more information was provided, which again, really only happened because the agency in the beginning didn't have a detective assigned to the case to really work it up and dig it over. Like, I'm used to small town, like detective work. This didn't happen here. And so a lot of it's been thrust in their lap, unfairly probably. And so she's good, we're all good. Got good
Right,
lawyers,
so-
good lawyers working on it. If you give us 30 days.
I'll give you the 30 days, but at the next setting, it's player trial. I mean, it's it, because by then we'll be, 275, so we're close to.
Track 60 that I wasn't on it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt.
3 for 1.
Okay, all right, we got it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sure.
I'll get a date. Judge, thank you.
All right, thanks, Elon.
The one that had the two just cases when you wanted to do a mullet. Did you do paper
Yes.
mullet or are we gonna?
No, there's one, I saw one in.
Okay,
the
I'll
system.
generate one and I'll get it. Sent.
Yeah,
Okay, I just wanna
yeah.
make sure.
Yeah.
Or sure, the first one out.
Judge, how much time on this one?
30.
Don't miss court. Subscribe to the Courtroom Files and catch live court every weekday morning.
He was doing pretty good. So I don't think he's
Hey, Judge. Who it is? Where have you been? It's great to see you like always.
Real work for the last couple of weeks. But no, I just came, I was walking around.
How are you?
Happy New Year, everybody.
What's new?
So, well, everybody's in a good mood today. So, nice time.
Where have you been working? I haven't seen, where have you been working?
Well,
All over or what?
all year. It's been a couple of days. No, just been a little bit busy doing office stuff. I've got an interesting issue on. There's a statute. It's got 3906. It criminalizes asking the government for information that would be prohibited from release under the Open Records Act. And I'm working on an interesting First Amendment issue. with respect to that statute. And a case just went to the Supreme Court on it, where they kicked it back to the Fifth Circuit, where a reporter had asked a police officer who was investigating the scene of a death. The officer gives the name and they charge the reporter asking that question.
Oh.
The criminal case got dismissed, and then she brought a 1983 suit in federal court saying you can't criminalize me asking a question. And they said, well,
Holy moly.
qualified immunity. And so to get around qualified immunity, you have to show that, what's the statement? You have to show that
Annabelle Stalker?
clearly established law. And they said, well, we're not going to decide the question whether it's
Annabelle Stalker.
unconstitutional, but we are going to find that it's not clearly unconstitutional. And so the Fifth Circuit denied upheld the qualified immunity. And the Supreme Court, one sentence opinion said, don't go back and rethink it. So it's an open question.
That's it? They didn't give any more guidance?
No. And their position is not gonna make the other court do the whole.
But I mean, you're telling them to like, basically, essentially, hey, change your mind, right?
It seems like. And so it's interesting. So I represent a gentleman now who's charged under that same statute for requesting information from the government. And so we'll see how.
Huh, that's interesting.
Curious.
Wow, I'll take a look. What was it?
3906C.
Thanks. Yeah, you too. Ms. Zhang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Vic. Interpreter.
Oh, great.
Sorry, Will. I got the interpreter. Zhao Wang Luo, come up.
罗兆文。
Are you Luo or is she Miss Luo?
She helped me transfer.
It's her, right? It's him.
It's him.
Okay. Ma'am, you can take a seat, please.
She was saying that she was in a translator.
I have a translator.
Okay.
Ms. Zhang, you will
Yes.
translate faithfully, correct, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I have a translator here for you. You were charged with driving while intoxicated, first offense.
第一个指控是您被指控醉驾，
It's elevated to a Class A misdemeanor because of the high blow.
因为你吹气的时候，它的这个指数比较高，所以它的这个罪行有就指控加重，成为了第一级的轻罪。
You are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine.
您将会面临高达1年的服刑，或者可以或者是$4000的罚金。
We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent.
你有权利保持沉默，我们将会做一个可能性的证据。
Anything you say can or will be used against you.
你所说的话可以，也可能将会对你不利。
Officers were dispatched to a major crash in Harris County, Texas.
在德州 Harris 县，警官被派遣到一个汽车事故现场。
Complainant told officers that he was sitting at a red light and was rear-ended by defendant.
指控者告诉警官，他当时在红绿灯那边等红灯，最后被一辆后面的车追尾。
Upon arrival, officers found the defendant standing next to his car.
在到达现场的时候，警官发现被告人在他的车旁边站着。
Defendant repeated to them that the accident was his fault.
被告人一直不断的告诉警官，这次的事故是他的错。
Officers observed bloodshot eyes, slurred speech, strong odor of alcoholic beverage, and poor balance.
警官当时看到他的眼睛通红，说话的时候不清楚，同时他平衡非常有限，有一些酒精的影响。
The defendant admitted to drinking 2 beers.
被告人承认他喝了2瓶啤酒。
Standard field sobriety tests were conducted.
标准的现场酒精测试执行。
6 out of 6 HGN.
The interpreter requests a repetition.
6 out of 6 HGN.
HGN 的指数是6。
8 out of 8 walk and turn.
走路和转弯的平衡度是8。
3 out of 4 one leg stand.
一只脚站立的指数是4个里面有3个。
DIC red and breath consented.
DIC 是红色，然后它的这个呼吸也是经过同意的。
The results were 0.174, 0.174.
呼吸的结果是0.174。
He has no prior DWIs and no license. I'm sorry, driver's license is eligible.
之前没有任何醉驾的前科，所以他的驾照是有资格的。
Mr. Luo, I'm going to find that enough probable cause exists to go forward with your case.
罗先生，我觉得我们现在有足够的证据，可以我们可以认定你是有罪的。
I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
Your Honor, the interpreter needs to clarify one thing. Go forward means that you can find them guilty or not.
I'm finding there's enough probable cause to go forward.
Oh, go forward. Okay.
Correct.
OK， 那抱歉，刚才说的是我们有足够的证据可以继续审理这个案件，而不是说你认定有没有罪，是继续审理这个案件。
I am putting conditions on his bond, and if he violates them, his bond will be revoked.
那我们现在给你一个保释金，那我们将会有相关的保释金的条件。如果要是您违反了保释金的条件，那你将会有后果。
I am ordering you not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
我命令您不要喝酒精或者是吸毒。
You will be randomly tested.
你会在不定时的情况下被检测。
If you fail to go test or if you consume alcohol, your bond will be revoked.
如果您要是在检测的时候没有过关，或者是您喝了酒，那您这次的保释金将会被撤销，将会被没收。So the interpreter requests a clarification because there is some I couldn't hear some of the words. So if it's failed to the test and the consumption of alcohol, his bond is ineligible?
So what happens is if he tests positive for alcohol or illegal drugs, I will revoke this bond and put him in jail.
Okay, that's what interpreter was. Okay, 所以如果要是您的酒精测试是阳性的，或者是您喝了酒的话，那我们就会把您直接就进监狱，然后呢，您同时也没有保释金了。
We are going to reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer.
我将会给你时间去寻找律师，同时我们也将会让您的出庭日期重新安排。
Do you have any questions?
有什么问题吗？
因为我有三高，我从来不喝酒的，只是因为那天过节日，过圣诞节我喝了以后，都是已经5-6个小时以后才开的车，但是我不知道为什么这个车是这么高。 我从来因为我有三高，每天需要吃药，我根本就不喝酒的人。
Okay, so I have high blood pressure, diabetes, and high cholesterol, so I hardly ever drink. And that was during the Christmas holiday season. I drank
Okay,
very
hold on,
little.
ma'am. I don't talk about the case.
No, that's the interpreter's job is to interpret for it. So it's not the
Right.
interpreter interpreting, it was Mr. Law was talking.
I don't want you to say it because he has the right to remain silent.
Okay.
Anything he says, they can use it against him. And I don't
Okay.
want him to say something that hurts the case. I'm trying to
Okay.
prevent that from happening.
Your
If
Honor,
you can tell
if you can address to the defendant instead of to the interpreter, I think that
Okay.
would be properly. 'Cause-
You have the right to remain silent.
Okay. 你有权利保持沉默。
I do not want to talk about the case now.
我现在不想谈这个案件。
Anything you say, they can use it against you to prove guilt.
如果你说的任何事情都可以作为您的这个证据。
The
让
only
你有
thing
罪。
you need now is you need a lawyer.
你现在需要的就是需要个律师。
We will give you time to go look for a lawyer.
我给你时间去找律师的。
Understand you're not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
你现在要理解的是，你现在不能够喝酒，也不能够吸毒。
Do not violate the law. Do not pick up any new criminal cases.
不要犯法，也不要去做任何违法的事情。
If you do, then I'm going to put you in jail. No more PR bonds.
要是你出现这样的问题的话，那你直接就进监狱，
No,
没有什么任何可以保释的机会了。
For now, I will have you sign a reset with Victoria.
那现在呢，你可以跟 Victoria 那边签一个重新安排出庭时间的文件。
You will then sign with your bond conditions, understanding the bond. You will sign a paper indicating you understand your bond conditions.
你将会签个文件，上面会表示你已经了解了保释金的条件，
And then you're free to go.
然后你就可以走人了，
Please.
可以吧？
I need the interpreter for the bond conditions. So I'm not sure how to go about that.
Do you mind chatting me your cell phone perhaps, and then I can give it to our pretrial services officer and she can go into one of the witness room and call you so that you
okay.
guys can go over the bond conditions together? Is that something you can do?
Sure, as long as Your Honor permits. And Your Honor, you're talking to the interpreter, right?
Yes, yes. I'm talking to
Okay,
you, yes.
okay, yeah, yes, as Your Honor permits, that would be fine.
So if you don't mind just chatting me your cell phone and I will give it to Felicia, my
Okay.
pretrial services coordinator, and then I can have her reach out to you. You guys can do it via speakerphone, if that's okay.
That will work. All right.
That's a Friday. How far? Maybe 21st. Okay. Anybody else?
And Deputy, do you mind accompanying her in the witness room with the defendant, please? Okay, if you want to go ahead and log off, I can have her reach out to
Okay.
you now.
And just one more thing, Your Honor, I just want to attorney know that the interpreter cannot be in the room with the defendant without anybody else present. So,
I'm going to have an officer in there as well.
okay, sounds good. Thank you. All right. Your Honor, could the interpreter leave right now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for helping.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Take care.
You too.
Hi, Josh. Ready?
Christopher Perez on top.
Okay. I think they've all been signed, Trey. Nope. Sign. Okay, they've all been signed. Okay, I'm sorry, Josh.
Yes, Judge, we were just, wanted to address the bond amount. So his bond is set at 2,500 right now.
Who?
Sorry, Christopher Perez on docket.
Is he in custody?
In custody.
Page 20, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Christopher Perez.
Luis Martinez?
His bond is, so he has a open PCS that's at 10,000 and 10,000. And then I guess while on bond for that picks up an assault and it's at 2501 because we gave him a GOB in September. We issued the warrant and because he failed to appear and now we got him. What would you like?
And I was mistaken on the timing. I didn't realize that was before. Okay.
So he was on bond for the felony, picks up this assault. We give him a general order bond, fails to come, we issue a warrant, now we got him.
So, yeah, he was asking for a PR bond.
Yeah, we gave him one already. And I mean, if he makes bond on the felony, come back, we can talk. If, you know, if week or two, I'm amenable to it, you know. So just if you want to, the felony is set for 17th. If you want to do the day after, let's find out what happens there. Come back. We can talk. Yeah, for sure.
Sandra Gutierrez?
Michael. Yeah, come on up.
Mr. Raquel Biagas, Your Honor.
Did you look at PC?
I think Mrs. Yeah, we're prepared for argument.
Okay. Morgan, are you ready?
Yes, Judge.
This
This
is-
is Biagas, correct?
Biagas, yeah. Go for it. Okay. Ball's in your court.
Your Honor, Mr. Biagas, when he climbed to the mailbox pole, he didn't stop. He got out of the car. There's no one to talk to. And so from there, he went to his residence, Your Honor. But, you know, it's not a case where he didn't identify himself or anything. And then we don't know what the restitution amount's going to be for the mailbox.
My concern was that according to the statute, right, it says that you're supposed to, I don't even know.
Take reasonable steps to locate and notify the owner or person in charge of the property of the collision.
What time, was this the middle of the night?
$1:50 in the morning.
I don't think it'd be reasonable to knock on anyone's door. I don't think anyone would open it.
I mean, reasonable steps, you know where the person lives, you hit their mailbox. It would be pretty easy to walk up and knock on the door.
Is that reasonable? I mean, if you go up to someone's door at 2 a.m. and you start knocking on the door, are you going to scare the?
Probably, Judge, but I would want to know if it were my mailbox and somebody ran their car into it.
Would you open the door and go out?
I would look through the peephole and I'd see,
I
and then I would
guess
see a
there are
crash car.
there are other measures I guess you could take theoretically.
Something.
Right. I guess leave.
Right.
Maybe leave a note on the door.
Okay. All right. Mr. Biagas, come up. I mean, reasonable measures, right? And I guess that would. Have you run his license? See if he has a valid Texas driver license.
It's an out-of-state Florida license that appears valid in our system.
Okay. Mr. Biagas, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you not to drive any vehicle unless you have car insurance in your name. Do you understand? If I find that you're driving without a license and or liability insurance in your name, it's not going to go well for you. Do you understand? Okay. You've got a lawyer. Listen to your lawyer. He'll take care of you. I will waive your appearance so you don't have to waste your time coming to court, but you have to stay in touch with Mr. Pham and he'll tell you when you have to come back to court. If he tells me he can't get a hold of you or you pick up a new case, I'm going to revoke your bond, put you in jail. No more PR bonds. You understand? Okay, guys. Any conditions you think?
I'm okay with your conditions, Judge, just no driving without
Yeah,
insurance.
just
Law
be
violation.
careful out there, okay?
He does have insurance. Can you rip the CW?
Yes.
And then we can settle it.
You did have insurance,
Yes.
hopefully?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wonderful, great. Okay, all right, man. Take care, have fun. Can you file that? Do you mind those conditions? All right. Michael, he still needs to sign the conditions and then he can go.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just. Hey, Corey. Sorry, waiting, man. They just had a full docket over there, man.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, come up, ma'am. Come up. What'd she say? What'd she say?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, what was the last name again?
Simmons-Urban.
Page 11 and 12.
You picked up a new case, Miss Simmons.
Simmons
Urban. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You now stand charged with the offense of criminal trespass. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine.
Yes, Judge. The officer was dispatched to a club in Harris County, Texas in response to a disturbance. The complainant, an employee of the club, told officers that she had asked the defendant to leave and the defendant refused. The defendant had been trespassed by another officer the day prior, and the complainant stated the defendant continues to return to the location. During the incident, when the complainant told the defendant to leave, the defendant stated, "Leave me alone or I will hit you in the head." The defendant told officers that everyone at the location was trespassing and that she should have been given a pink paper in order to be trespassed.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. You've picked up a new case. The only thing I asked you to do was not pick up a new case, and now you've done it. So what happens now? Corey?
Judge, I'm going to ask for you to allow her to remain on bond. The state hasn't filed, if that's what you're getting at. The state hasn't, the state hasn't filed a motion to revoke bond. I'm not prepared for it. If they have, ask for time for a hearing to be set. So we can, have a hearing based on evidence. She hasn't violated the bond conditions, from the previous case as far as they relate to going to the housing authority.
She has, though. One of the conditions is behave yourself, give no facts or rise to probable cause so that you violate any new laws. She's now picked up a new case.
What it is related to your very specific orders about her not to go back to the address where her apartment was or the Houston Housing Authority address. She's complied with those terms.
But if I let her go now, that's enabling this behavior and telling her it's okay.
Well, Judge, I think it would be punitive if you put her in jail as opposed, well, that's not the purpose of bond, right? It's community safety and the community.
She's threatening people allegedly there to beat them in the head. She won't leave.
That's hearsay. Let me just talk.
Taking you into custody, ma'am.
Judge, that's hearsay. I think we're entitled to a hearing.
Yes, I'll give you a hearing. Sure. Whatever you want.
My arm is broke.
I don't know how else to, she's gonna do whatever she wants to do. How am I supposed to handle it?
I'm not a threat to the community, so I'm not understanding, and as I said, that is hearsay. Is there any way, can you subpoena the cameras? Because I didn't threat anybody, and there is also multiple witnesses that was there as well.
Sure, so that's my job, that's not the judge's job, and I'll do that just like I've done for the previous case. So, Judge, can we allow her to remain on bond until we have an actual hearing following the rules?
I haven't been around the.
Following the rules of evidence for bond revocations.
Here's what we'll do, Corey. What I'm gonna do is I'm sending you for a drug and alcohol test now. If you fail to take the test, if you fail to do what you're supposed to do, I am gonna revoke your bond and put you in jail. I'm now putting a GPS monitor on you and I'm giving you a curfew of 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Do you understand?
Okay, 1 second. I'm homeless because they have refused to let me back into my apartment.
I'm not going to talk to you. This is not a negotiation.
No, I'm
It's
not.
either you follow the conditions of bond or I'm going to revoke it and put you in jail.
Okay.
This is
So
better than being in
whatever you
jail,
want.
unless you want to be in jail.
Your lawyer's asking me not to put you in jail now.
Well, how long
because
would
you
I be in
picked
jail?
the case.
Until November the 22nd?
No, I'm sending you for a drug and alcohol test now. We are going to reset this case until Monday. You were to come back Monday so we can address it. In the
I
interim,
did consume alcohol, oh, well, not anytime soon, so that's fine.
I want you to listen. I'm going to put a GPS monitor on you and I'm giving you a curfew of 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Do you understand?
Where is my curfew supposed to be from is the question. Because if I'm currently homeless and I am sleeping on the city streets, residing, because they refuse to let me back into my apartment, where
Know what you're doing.
where is that supposed to be at?
That's what these conditions I'm giving you, ma'am.
It'll be within an exclusion zone. We do GPS within exclusion zones. And
Sure.
Have a permanent
Oh, okay.
address in.
But I don't. I'm ordering you not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs. And I'm going to randomly test you, but I'm saying you now for a test, you're to come back Monday. Do you understand?
That's fine.
Okay. I'm giving you a monitor on your ankle. I don't want you going to any clubs, bars, or anything of this nature. Do you understand?
That's fine.
Thank you, Judge.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sending her now for a test. I want to know what, if anything,
Where do I go to take this test?
she'll tell you.
Curfew's 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.? Okay, so if she's homeless, we need a home base for the GPS to observe the.
That's what I was trying to say.
She's got to live in somewhere. Got to be
I
living.
don't have friends or family or nothing, so that's what I'm saying.
You put your head somewhere down at night.
Yeah, on the city streets.
We'll get an address for it. Thank you, Judge. It's better than jail.
Yeah, it's not gonna be examiners either.
Maybe excuse me.
Craig.
Good morning again.
Hey.
I wanted to reapproach regarding the PC on Mr. Allen's case. I know the state has emailed me some cases that they wanted to cite to.
Morgan.
Judge. Morgan.
I don't know whether someone else wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, if we may, upon reviewing case law, so as we've discussed before, so he did veer into the shoulder and then go back onto the lane. And in Hardin, failing to maintain a single lane with the added vehicle component is the danger that they provided in the case law that makes failing to maintain a single lane, unlawful. Furthermore, in cases such as Lamming and Martinez, the court added additional factors to consider for the officer into determining whether or not failing to maintain a single lane is unlawful. And one of those is the time component. In Martinez, it was at midnight or at 1 o'clock in the morning. Here it was midnight as well.
No, but one of the things is there's an element of unsafetiness, right?
And Your Honor, there are other vehicles around. As the officer articulated in the dims, there are other vehicles around when he veered and then jerked back into the lane, as the officer put in the dims.
But I get it.
And then,
but where are the other vehicles? Are they next to him? Are they in front? Are they in back? He doesn't articulate it. All he says is there are other vehicles.
And furthermore, Your Honor, what he did articulate into the shoulder, and upon looking at the statute for that, the Court of Appeals in Lothrop v. State articulated that there are 7 permissible reasons to go onto the shoulder, and there is reasonable suspicion to perform a traffic stop where there is not one of those permissible reasons. And here, the officer did not, with those other vehicles saying he passed the green light and then go halfway into the shoulder and then jerk back, it implies that there is not one of those 7 reasons to allow another car to pass, to stop or park, or to accelerate before entering the main lane of traffic or decelerate before making a right turn. None of those are present. None of the 7 reasons articulated in the statute on the Transportation Code 545.058 are present. So that alone, him going into the shoulder without a permissible reason, is enough to perform the traffic stop. And that taking that into account with Hardin, which he veered out of, he failed to maintain a single lane with other vehicles around, provided enough of a community danger to allow the officer to perform that initial stop.
Man, where's the danger?
It would be the other vehicles present, Your Honor.
He doesn't articulate that though.
He does articulate that there are other vehicles.
All he says is there are other vehicles.
That is all the case law requires. He doesn't have to say there's a vehicle right in front and right next to him. The case law requires that there be other vehicles within the vicinity for it to be a danger.
Right, in the case law.
You don't know if it's in the vicinity, though. All he says is that there are other vehicles. That's so vague. You say other vehicles in the vicinity. He doesn't say that they're in the vicinity. He just says there are other vehicles, and that's so vague and conclusory.
Your Honor, the case law does specify there only needs to be a minimal level of justification for the stop. In this case, that is enough where there's other vehicles around to provide that additional threshold for failing to make a single lane. In addition to no permissible reason to enter the shoulder, there's nothing there to indicate
Right.
there is a permissible reason.
If we're taking outside of the failure to maintain a single lane, and we can go into the other part of the transportation code that this defendant violated, which is veering onto the shoulder. He did not do so for one of the 7 permissible reasons, and thus the officer has reasonable suspicion to stop him.
You're veering. That is 545.060, right? Isn't that part of your, that's the weaving, right?
It's a different one.
Because you just said there's another violation of the transportation code.
Yeah, and it's under 545.058 is for entering the shoulder.
Right.
May I address the court, please, Your Honor?
Hold on, let me pull that code up. So that's
545.058.
The transportation code.
All right, let's see. That is driving on an improved shoulder. An operator may drive on an improved shoulder to the right of the main traveled portion of a roadway if that operation is necessary and may be done safely, but only if to stop, stand, or park, to accelerate before entering a main travel lane of traffic, to decelerate before making a right turn, to avoid a collision as permitted by an official traffic device. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. So in terms of their arguments about the driving on the shoulder under Lothrop, their case that they're citing, the case itself says, and I quote, merely driving on an improved shoulder is not prima facie evidence of an offense. That's their case. It says the exact, that doesn't benefit them at all. In terms of Hardin, their own case, based on our review of the record and precedent, we conclude that the detaining officer did not have reasonable suspicion to stop appellee for violating Transportation Code Section 545.060. Again, that's their case. And in that one, that's where the vehicle's tires crossed over the fog line, just as in our case, into the shoulder. And in their own case, it says that was not reasonable suspicion. And so, I would like to, highlight these 2 cases because I think they're directly on point. I don't know why the state did. In terms of State v. Hernandez, which is 2016 out of the 4th Court of Appeals, and I have the appellate case number, but I don't have the specific site.
My only concern is there an element of unsafetyness?
That's
That's all I want to know.
To just address one point briefly, in the case Lothrop, they do say that really on an improved shoulder is not prima facie case evidence of an offense. However, if it states explicitly that the offense of illegally driving on an improved shoulder can be proven in one of 2 ways, either driving on an improved shoulder was not necessary part of achieving one of the 7 approved purposes which are articulated in the statute, or that it could not have been done safely. And here, we're again going back to the 7 articulated purposes in the statute that are not present here. He entered halfway into the shoulder and then jerked back into the lane. After previously having just gone through a green light. So there's no indication that he's allowing a vehicle to pass or anything like that. He went through a green light, entered the shoulder, and then jerked back.
So by your theory, then, any single person that ever drives a mere nanosecond to the right of an improved shoulder is now violating this offense, this transportation code.
He wasn't just
law can't be like that.
It wasn't just announced. He went halfway in. So he veered halfway into the shoulder. It wasn't just like a little deviation. He said, the officer said halfway into the shoulder and then jerked back into the lane. So he went out and then came back into
So
the
are
lane.
we supposing that that's like half a second of driving on an improved shoulder? Is it 1 second? Is it a minute? Is it?
I'm sure it should matter. I mean,
Because the legislature articulated 7 specific reasons why that would be permissible, and they wouldn't have.
If an old grandmother who is 70 years old is driving on a freeway and accidentally,
And that's, but that would provide the minimal justification just to perform an investigatory, a stop, just to investigate. It wouldn't be an arrest or anything like that. It would just be the traffic stop would be allowed at that point.
I don't know. I don't think that the officer wrote enough in the report. I don't think that the unsafetyness as far as, saying that there are other cars around. I just don't think that there's enough.
Yes,
All right,
Judge.
I'll find no probable cause.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, ready? Come on, let's wrap it up.
Sir, I have Tristan Smith, Judge.
Okay. Come up, Tristan Smith. Let me express my extreme disappointment with you. You've now picked up a new case. Is it on docket today or no?
It is, Judge. We placed it on after we spoke.
Thank you. Mr. Foster, you now stand charged with the offense of assault. You are facing up to a year in jail and/or a $4,000 fine. You're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. For some reason, I don't see it.
12, Your Honor, it's under Smith.
Well, Judge.
Tristan Smith, I'm sorry. I called you Foster, I meant Smith.
The new, ADI was a 2B, so this is a walkthrough on the new case, the new charge. The previous one, which is the AFM, because he has 2 open misdemeanors right now.
Right, so he initially had the open assault of a family member.
Yes. and
As
that's
of
on docket.
December 19th, he's now picked up a new assault.
Yes.
All right, let's do probable cause
On the new assault.
on the new one.
Yes, Judge. On October 29th, 2024, an officer was assigned to investigate an assault that occurred on the 18th of October at a residence in Harris County, Texas. The officer reviewed video footage of the assault that showed the first complainant and the defendant engage each other in a physical fight until another female assisted the defendant by punching the complainant and grabbing the complainant by her hair. The female swung the first complainant to the ground by her hair, causing pieces of her hair to be ripped off while the defendant punched the first complainant multiple times in the face. As the first complainant was on the ground, the defendant stomped once on the back of the first complainant's head, and the officer observed the first complainant with injuries based on photos. The first complainant told officers that on the day of the offense, the defendant told her that he was going to assault her once she exited her vehicle, and a friend of hers that was inside the vehicle recorded the fight. The defendant and the first complainant used to be friends, and the defendant used to live with the first complainant at her residence until the defendant was kicked out.
Judge, if I can, just utilizing the state's information that they provided, and I didn't hear the prosecutor read this part, but at some point, the officer interviewed the complaining witness in the new assault. Based on what she told him is that she had heard that Mr. Smith was going to attack her. And if you just read in the DIMS, she exited her vehicle to engage in a physical fight with Mr. Smith to defend herself from him. When I talked to Tristan about this last week, he told me all about it. He said, I remember this because it is a 2B. He hadn't heard nothing, any follow-up on it. This woman, this young lady got out of her car and attacked him as he was walking down the street. It says it right here. MB exited her vehicle to engage in a physical fight with Mr. Smith to defend herself from him. She's in a car where she could have easily seen him and kept driving. No, she got out of her car and attacked him exactly like he said. And while he was defending himself against her, another individual, another female came to assist him in this fight because he was attacked and blindsided. This is exactly what the complaining witness in this case told the police happened, except she said that, well, I heard that he was going to attack me, so I jumped out my car and attacked him first. That's not an assault.
I don't know. All I know is that the facts are pretty egregious. And I mean, he could have taken off, didn't have to sit there and didn't have to engage. He could have, you're on bond for a criminal case. So stop. I'm not asking you to say anything. You, in the correct mindset, I am having open assault. It's probably a pretty good idea for me to go away and not do anything here.
And if he had that time to reflect in that instance, then perhaps he should have done that. But he's walking down the street and this girl jumps out the car to engage him in a physical fight, like she told police that she did, to defend herself from him. He doesn't have time to sit and reflect, oh, I got a case and all
He
of
could have
that.
run away. He could have gone. He could do something else. I don't know.
Being attacked, Judge, I mean, you got to do something.
Look, I get that there's always two sides to the story. But I mean, I'm going to find there's probable cause now.
I understand.
If you develop something later, if you see something on video, if you show something that she's the initial aggressor, come back and we can talk.
She said it. She told the
I
officer.
don't
she
know
was.
that for sure. I mean, it just, you know,
Let's say in self-defense.
Yeah, we have in self-defense, and then we have furthermore that once the female was assisting the defendant, that the defendant continued to assault the complainant, even stopping the complainant on the head.
You
Even
got to
after
stop
she
her if
was
she's
down.
attacking him.
Well, Judge, she was down on the ground. The
Yes,
complainant was
Judge.
down on the ground and the defendant stomped on her face.
I'm finding that there's probable cause. You picked up a new case.
And we'll deal with that, Judge. But the biggest issue, of course, is the fact that he did pick up a new case, albeit he didn't ask for it. I mean, he's walking down the street. And his situation being one that's extraordinary, one that I haven't seen much this year, dealing with indigent defendants, being of his age, which is a high school student, as we've talked about before, pending graduation with an acceptance to a great school. This is a very tenuous time for him. You've already ordered him to be drug tested before and all of that. So we're working through those things. The last thing that, and I know we have to consider the complainant witness in the community and all of that. I understand that. But I'm advocating for Mr. Smith.
I get it.
Mr. Smith has a final on Monday that he must take. If he does not take this final, and he's again in high school, then he may not graduate. If he doesn't graduate, then we can kiss Baylor goodbye. It's not likely to happen for him in light of all of the challenges that he's dealing with. He doesn't have his mother to help him. His grandmother, we know she's a complainant witness. He can't even go around the house. He doesn't have any help right now. He's living with a friend and walked here from Atascocita this morning, which took him 9 hours. I mean, this situation it's extremely difficult, Judge. So my ask is that we do something, and it could be amend bond conditions, but to keep him on bond so that he can take his test, do what he needs to do to finish school, and hopefully we can resolve these issues. I've looked at the evidence that the state has submitted for the new case. There's clearly something happened, clearly. I mean, and I would see the evidence shows that. But if he's walking down the street and this girl, per her own admission, jumps out her car to engage into a physical altercation with him to defend herself, that doesn't make sense. And that's not really fair to him. Someone that's on bond, and everybody knows he's on bond because she said, I knew him. We used to be friends.
He could have walked or run away, gone to a store, called the police. There were a multitude of other options you could have done. You know what's at stake here, yet you pick up another case where you allegedly stomp on someone's head. And you want me to let you go? I understand that you have school. I don't know that you have a final on Monday. Am I supposed to take your word for it? No. All I know is that you are a danger to my community. You have one assault. You have had violations on bond while you're on that assault, and now you've picked up another assault. You are a danger to my community. And there's only one thing that I need to do, and that's to put you in jail because you refuse to comply with bond conditions. And I've given you over and over. I appreciate your tenacity, and I love that you're defending zealously, but I can't let him go. It would be enabling this behavior and telling him it's okay for you to do what you're doing. And it's not. It's not okay to sit there and stomp on someone's head.
And Judge, we anticipated that possibility. I'd ask in the alternative that you consider a very low bond, as my client has approximately $100 to his name, being a child, in my mind, a person that hasn't even graduated from high school.
State of Texas, what do you think?
Judge, we would be opposed to that. I mean, given the egregiousness of these facts, we believe the defendant is a.
I won't do the normal. What I normally do is I set bonds at 5,001 when you pick up a new case. I'm willing to go down. I'm not going to give them $100 bond because that's what we do on new cases.
I'd ask
I
for.
think that that's a little.
So we're going to revoke the previous bond that was a personal
I will
bond.
only touch the old case.
And so we'd ask that. Well, I didn't anticipate that you would set a personal bond on the new case. So I guess my request would be 2 $500 bonds.
Oh.
I mean, we're talking about a misdemeanor assault between children. not a.
Well, I don't know that. I mean, you're
Well, the
putting
state
in
of-
stuff that I have no
The
idea
state
about.
alleged a misdemeanor assault. They didn't allege an aggravated assault, which they could have, and they did not. They alleged a misdemeanor
Doesn't make me
assault.
feel better.
Well, I mean, the state says, alleges that there's all this injury. We can see what the injuries were. You see the plaintiff witness in the picture. She's smiling.
Did you go to
and
the
she's talking
hospital?
the police. No, she didn't go to the hospital, Judge.
I don't know.
I've read everything. She hasn't gone to the hospital. She has a swollen eye, is what she has.
Judge, I don't believe, I mean, her hair was also ripped out, Judge, based on what we see in the four corners of the dims. We haven't done.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people who wear different types of hair.
Sure.
So,
But just going off the dims, we have her hair being ripped out and being stopped. So
And to your question, not hospitalized, Judge.
so here's what I'll do.
Judge, just if I may add, even in the first AFM, Judge, the complainant has gone back to the home at least once, to my knowledge, based on my communications with the complainants on that case. The defendant has gone back to the grandmother's homes, contrary to the bond conditions and the no contact orders in that case. He's repeatedly, time and time again, violated his bond conditions, and now so we would be opposed to anything less than $1,000.
Yeah, I know. So what I was gonna, his bond on the first assault it's 1,500. I'll do 2501 on that. Okay, I'll only raise it at $1,000. On the new case, what do you think? Should we give him a PR bond?
Judge.
No, Judge.
We'd be opposed based on the nature of the allegations where he stomped on someone's head, pulled her hair, and in addition to that being picked up just a month after the previous AFM.
And charged with a misdemeanor. I mean, if the state felt so vigorously about this case, then they would have filed it in district court. I mean, this is a misdemeanor assault between.
I think there's no way this would have been gone upstairs,
I agree. And which is why I think a personal bond could be adequate in light of the fact that he would be given a surety bond on his previous case. He doesn't have much of anything. If anything, that keeps him in jail until we get to trial, because that would be a case that we would set.
All right, Mr. Brooker, I'll set the new one. I'll set it at $500.
Thank you, Judge.
I hope you get it. You're going in today, but I hope you get it. I mean, we're not going to stand for this. You got to pay the piper. And I don't know if it's dealing with the school now will get you to wake up and realize that you can't do what you're doing, but that's it. I've literally bent over backwards not to put you in jail, Mr. Smith. Literally bent over backwards. How many chances have we, Goes with you. Okay, Mr. Smith, good luck. Hey. Set it a week and then we can talk.
Will do.
Are we going to set the bond on that one for 500?
Okay, so
Are we gonna revoke and raise the old case from
Correct.
1,500 to 2,500?
2501.
Okay, 2,501.
Yeah.
I got one more.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Ricardo, come on, man. I got a jet.
Judge, approaching on Jose Caceres, he had a 11:15 pickup time.
Yay or nay?
Yeah, he's done.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Hey, Judge, real quick, this one, I had to ask Sylvia because basically there's an out-of-county case. It's still the temporary OOC case. Michael wanted to approach to ask about a bond adjustment, but I said, hey, let me ask Sylvia if we're even allowed to do that. So I told her it's a temporary case number, OOC. And she said, is he taking all the bell factors in this? And then she said, could he? Yes. Should he?
Who are we even talking about?
Diaz on the jail docket.
Is he? Oh, there's Michael. Hey, Michael.
He's the attorney.
How are you, man?
Good to see you.
You have a,
Diaz.
which one?
Oh.
Kevin Diaz.
There you go. But he's on the out of county. Montgomery, 10,000.
So the deal is this, is that the bond is set at 10,000. Who
Right.
said that?
Right.
The teletype Montgomery County sent over.
Said 10,000?
Sets at 10,000.
Okay, I mean,
And they said $10,000.
well, I don't know that. Hey,
Because
can you do me a
it's a
favor?
temporary case number.
Right.
So Kevin Diaz is on the docket today.
Yes, Judge.
It's,
This is the one with the Montgomery County case, right?
he's got a theft with us in court 5. It looks like he also has a theft out of Montgomery County. Is it a misdemeanor? Is it a felony? Can you run an NCIC? Do you
Yes,
mind?
Judge.
Because the only thing I see here, it doesn't tell me what.
And Judge, she'll run that, but I was disappointed on it. It's a misdemeanor theft at a Target.
Okay. I'm happy to, you want a bond reduction is what you want?
I would, Judge. He was taken in on the 31st on a misdemeanor theft.
I don't even
He's
see
been
What
there.
is your position?
Last name again?
Diaz, Kevin Diaz. The thing is this, is that normally what happens is we get these out of county cases, they sit there for 10 to 11 days. And if the other county doesn't come get them, which is nearly always, I mean, I'd say probably 90% of the time they don't come get them, we release them. And we just give them a PR bond. I do it, I mean, don't we do it on a daily basis now? We have so many.
When it's a 5 case number, but this is still
Hey,
in
Steph.
temporary.
I don't see it on the TCC. Is it in warrant status?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's my.
He can still make bond on it though.
Yeah, he can post it in Montgomery County. yes.
Right.
But I
But
suppose,
would our reduction reflect it in Montgomery County?
so they would have to postpone with our sheriff's department to let them go. So
I don't know. What say you? Is it a misdemeanor? Is it a felony?
Status, so that's why it wasn't showing up. Is it?
I think so.
Just one I can give you a case number so you can look it up on the clerk's website.
Is that what you're doing?
Oh, Your Honor, it's a misdemeanor. I pulled the
Okay.
information. It's a misdemeanor.
10,000 is high for a misdemeanor. So are you okay with 5?
About 8.
I requested $2,000. I mean, it's a class A theft. I get that he picked up another one here, but he's been in jail since the 31st. He got picked up on his birthday. He's been sitting in Harris County Jail ever since.
5 is fine.
And I just request 2, Judge.
I feel like I'm negotiating against us. You want, what did you want?
$2,000.
2,
Yes, Judge.
5? So let's split the puppy. Okay? Happy?
30.
Split? So 35.
35.
35.
Okay, Judge. Thank you.
So Trey, do you mind? So on the out of county on Diaz, do you mind reducing it to 3,500 from 10,000? And then I had to make a documentation. Hey, so wait a second. Are you going to represent him on the theft case? Because I need you to sign on. Yeah.
No, he's already got an appointed attorney on the theft case here. I'm just his attorney in Montgomery County. And you've
On
already.
that case in Montgomery County.
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
you appointed or retained?
Appointed.
Okay. Well, that's a hell of an attorney to come all the way down here to address the bond reduction,
I
right?
gotta start building a name for myself, Judge. Come on.
Great job, Michael.
You told me I'm gonna do great.
Good job.
Judge, Mr. Bear that we had in here earlier, we gave him a GPS device with the 9 p.m. to 6 p.m. curfew.
Who is it?
Mr. Ware, Brett Ware.
Okay, yeah.
And we went up to the felony court and the daytime curfew of 7 to 7. I just want to make
Do
sure.
it. Same thing. Yep, match. Hey, Vic,
You'll have to do a motion to sub. I called counsel who was telling me which one.
Georgette,
Yes, Judge.
sorry to see you go.
I know,
It's been a
I
great
know.
time. Morgan, I think that we're gonna somehow kind of keep you, maybe.
Maybe.
She
Right?
might, they might. They could.
Because I
Might
hear,
be your new PDD prosecutor in here, Judge.
right, and I know Conrad is moving up. You're taking his place.
maybe. I can't say for sure,
Oh.
but they brought more of us in, so instead of us having 4 courts, it'll be us having 2 courts a person.
Great
Now.
training.
Yeah.
So nice.
I haven't seen, in my time, I don't think I've ever seen, like, there was an exodus and now you have like so many people coming back. You know, so many friends that I have, like I see on Facebook where they're, hey, I'm back at the office. I'm back at the office. I mean, I probably at least 5 different people are back at the office now, you know, which is great because, you know, they were great prosecutors and, you know, you never want to see someone good at those.
People have to come in and out, Judge. You know,
Yeah, for sure, of course.
in a few years. Based on what's looked at this. That's insane.
All right, page 1, you found no PC. Are we expecting a dismissal?
8?
Oh,
Okay. Page Page on Allen, the no PC. Are we expecting an Allen?
Yeah, I need to look at it more.
Okay, can we put it on for that Monday, the 27th?
Yes, please.
Got it. All right, Judge, next is also page 1, Bahena, Sepor Rain, it's also page.
first time,
Yes.
2501.
Next, page 4, both defendants. First time.
On Cheatham, 2501. Diaz, 2501.
All right. And just a heads up, page 5 was transferred to court too. That's what that is. Next, Judge, is page 8. Jimenez. Sit for arraignment, 2 bonds posted. He called and said he was sick.
Who?
Jimenez. Was sick.
No, he's already had one time that he skipped out on us, right? No, 5,002.
I told him that was a possibility. Next, Judge, is page 10, Salazar. Set for arraignment,
2501.
all right, page 11, Santa Benito.
Santibanez, 2501.
All right, Judge, that's it.
All right, guys, we're done. Have a great weekend. What? Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna do it now. I have so much crap to sign, it's ridiculous.
And just to be clear, on Smith's new case, you said 500 for bond settlement?
Yes.
Okay.
Alex, are you staying or are you going? What are you doing?
I'm staying here. I'm still here.
Don't ever
Are
move,
you,
Alex.
you're a full-blown lawyer or are you in law school?
Law school. I have 1 more semester.
Gotcha.
Judge, is this a bad time to tell you I'm leaving too? What? I'm just kidding. I didn't expect you to know that. That was really fun.
Someone's getting hurt.
I didn't expect you to ask that.
Oh, please. I'm gonna leave.
Mike, you know, we never see those digital phones. Okay, Judge, now I feel important due to your reaction.
You're doing good, you know, we don't.
He's like, eh. He's like, oh, finally, we get a new one.
Tristan Smith.
Yeah, you're not getting that.
What do you mean?
Because I don't like the way I look.
Send them to me.
Yeah, you're not getting it.
They're not going anywhere. They were just.
No, I'm just kidding, I'll send it to you.
No, we have.
I just texted Mr.
No, I just completely forgot.
Yeah, okay, very
Hey,
good.
Would you tell me that I didn't send you Discovery that I had on my
It's
calendar?
hard.
Hell, there's no way.
You want some cake?
Yeah.
Well, where's Mr. Dixon?
I just texted her.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Kelsey. Okay. I mean, we're always. Okay. Yay.
And Mike's time.
Okay. Well, YouTube, that goes without saying.
Right, appreciate it.
Judge, is it giving you any trouble signing? It's acting all weird for me.
No.
Yes. Oh, and you can get Mondays, document.
For Monday?
We can do one together. Let's see if there's one to do for Monday. Yes.
There's a weird issue. He's got an opinion if you like it. The same transaction looks like that exposed, this one looks like exposed.
Stephen, did I take anyone else into custody besides Mr. Smith today?
Well, we had, you didn't take anyone, no. Mrs. Smith was the only one. 2, 3. You were about to take Miss Simon, but
0, 5, 2.
I was really surprised on that one.
I don't know why I feel. Kelsey.
What?
Try brownies.
Yeah, they were good.
Oh, that's
Next up, another full docket from Judge Fleischer. Stay with us here at the Courtroom Files Archives.
So Alex, if you can file, no going to Target, please.
Sorry, just that particular target or all target? Yes.
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Judge, next is page 19. Ridley, come on up. Yeah, that's fine.
Good morning, Mr. Ridley. Sir, you are charged with assault of a family member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. On December 29, 2024, officers were dispatched to a disturbance in a weapon at a residence in Harris County, Texas. The officer observed the defendant standing in front of the complainant's vehicle, preventing her from driving away. The officer made contact with the complainant, who stated she and the defendant have been in a dating relationship for about 2 years, and the complainant stated she and the defendant got into an argument in his residence after he mentioned something about her children. The complainant stated she decided to leave and got in her vehicle, where she stated the defendant wanted his belongings out of her car, and the defendant had placed some of the groceries she bought on her car. At some point, they were arguing and attempted to break her driver's side window. The complainant stated she rolled down her window to prevent the defendant from breaking her window, and that the defendant reached into her vehicle and struck her in the left side of her face with a closed fist while she was sitting in the driver's seat. The complainant stated the defendant hit her in the left side of her face several times and that she felt pain.
I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. Mr. Ridley, I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. I'm ordering you not to have contact with this person. Do you understand? I will protect every person in my county. If I find that you violate any of these conditions, you become a danger to anyone else, I'm going to lock you up. Do you understand? A protective order has been issued in this case. I would get to know it. If you do something to violate this protective order, like go to the protected individual's house, have any contact with her. If you're in possession of a weapon, the state can and probably will file a violation of protective order against you. It's one of the worst cases you can pick up. Do you understand? So get to know it and don't smoke any dope. Don't use any alcohol. How old are you? What do you do for a living?
I go to school right now.
Where do you go to school?
I was going to Summer Creek High School. My friend in Houston, Kansas Academy.
So what are you doing now? Are you doing nothing with your life?
No, I go to school, but.
No. Are you actively enrolled in school? Yes or no?
Actively, no, not right now, but
So that's what's going to happen now. I'm going to provide you a lawyer. You must either get in school full-time or get a job full-time as part of your bond conditions as well. Do you understand?
not the reason I understand, but the reason I ain't in school, right?
Don't matter. When you have too much time on your hands, you become self-destructive. We need you to do something with your life so that you become something of yourself and with yourself, because you turn 40, 50 years old and you ain't got some kind of education or some kind of trade or some kind of working knowledge, you're going to end up on the street, no money. And this life sucks without money. Do you understand? If you don't believe me, go look in the jails. If you can provide him a lawyer, same thing. Hold on, not done. We'll set out 2 weeks, see where we go on, and then no dope, no alcohol. All the jazz and no weapons. All right, come on.
Go ahead and sign for your receipt. All right, Judge, next is page 20. Sanford, come on up. Go ahead and have a seat in the jury box.
You were Jessica Sanford. Ms. Sanford, you're charged with assault of a family member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, man.
Yes, Judge. On September 29th, 2023, officer was dispatched to a disturbance call in Harris County, Texas, and met with the complainant, who stated he asked the defendant to leave his apartment multiple times, but she would not comply. The complainant had video footage of the defendant refusing to leave and mentioning something about darkness inside of him. And the complainant and the defendant were in a relationship, but the complainant had ended things earlier that day. The defendant locked the complainant out of his apartment, and the complainant showed officers an injury on the back of his neck that appeared to be nail scratches. The defendant barricaded herself in the apartment, refusing to leave. So in this case, Your Honor, the injury caused by the defendant, according to the complainant, would be the nail scratches on the back of his neck that he showed the
You
officer.
say you never told me that an officer said this, that he told this to an officer?
Complainant just showed an officer an injury on the back of his neck that appeared to be nail scratches. Let me read the full DIMS, Your Honor, and see if he mentioned something else.
We don't work on hunches.
Yes, Judge.
I never heard anything that don't, please.
So the full DIMS reads that the complainant advised of an injury he had on the back of his neck area that appeared to be nail scratches done by the defendant with their hands, causing the complainant to feel pain.
That's.
Yes, Judge. And I apologize for.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're.
Yes, Judge.
In the up and up. Ms. Sanford, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Do we know whether he wants to have contact with her or not? I know that you want to talk. I've got a bunch of DAs here. Whatever you say, they're going to use it against you. Now's not the time. You will have the opportunity to fight. I promise.
I don't want to fight, sir.
Okay, don't say anything. I know, please. I've got a bunch of DAs here. Whatever you say, they're going to use it against you. Just don't.
We've attempted, but we're unable to get a hold of her at this time.
Okay, so tell me, Ms. Sanford, are you working at this time?
Sir,
I only want to know, are you working?
I haven't been able to because since I've been arrested,
Stop.
I haven't been able to get a,
I will provide you a lawyer today. I don't want you to say anything. I'm going to give you a lawyer. You can tell your side to the lawyer. Lawyers can talk to the DAs for you. But I've got so many people here. I mean, all these people will be witness to whatever you say, and they'll use it against you to prove guilt, okay? So just hang tight. Give me 20 minutes. I'll give you a lawyer, and you can tell your side to the lawyer, okay? I want you to understand, though, I don't want you to have contact with this person because I don't know if they want to have contact with you. They've been unable to reach him. Until that we know that she or he wants to have contact with you, don't. Trust me, I'm trying to help you, okay? I promise. We're not here to do anything bad. I'm going to help you as much as I can, okay? But I need you to be patient with me, all right? Rome wasn't built in a day. Just be a little patient. Let me get you a lawyer and you can tell your side to the lawyer, okay? Scott, please. All right, so what I'm gonna have you do now, I'll have you sign a reset. Just take a seat in the jury box. Let me find you someone here momentarily, okay? Give me tissue.
Just have paper towels.
No contact, no weapons for that, Judge.
All right, Judge, next is page 20. Segundo, come on up.
Thank you, Stephen. Hi. Are you with Mr. Segundo? And you filed an attorney of record?
His attorney of record is Nicholas Hale. It should
Okay.
be filed today, and I'm gonna bring this up next because he's supposed to.
Got it. Okay. Morning, Mr. Segundo. Sir, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you, sir.
Yes, Judge. On December 30th, 2024, the officer was dispatched to a possible DWI at North South Houston Tollway in Harris County, Texas. The officer made contact with a witness who stated he observed the defendant's motor vehicle fail to drive in a single lane, driving on the improved shoulder and striking the right barrier wall. The officer observed the defendant's motor vehicle change from lanes 2 to 3 without a signal, signaled the lane change from 3 to 2, and then failed to signal a lane change when going back from 3 to 2. The traffic stop was then initiated and the defendant's motor vehicle pulled over at a high rate of speed, nearly striking the barrier wall. The officer made contact with the defendant, the driver of the vehicle, and the officer observed a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage, an unstable gait as the defendant walked, and red glassy eyes. The defendant stated he was driving home from being at a party. He had consumed 3 Bud Light beers and 2 vodka mixed drinks 2 hours prior to the traffic stop. The officer administered standard field sobriety tests, HGN 6 out of 6, walk and turn 4 out of 8, 1 leg stand 2 out of 4. The defendant read the DIC and refused to provide a sample. A blood search warrant was signed and executed.
Just Segundo, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're consuming alcohol or illegal drugs, I'm going to revoke your bond, put you in jail. No more PR bonds. Do you understand, sir? Any prior DWIs?
No, Your Honor. And license eligible.
Okay, as long as you have a valid Texas driver license and a liability insurance, you can continue to drive. Just be careful. It may become suspended. If it does, you can't drive. You've got a lawyer. Because you do, I'll waive your appearance, but you got to stay in touch with them. They'll tell you when you have to come back to court. If they tell me they can't get a hold of you, I will revoke the bond. So just stay in contact. Don't pick up any new cases and don't use. Questions? All right, man. Good luck. Thank you.
Right this way. I didn't see what judge. Judge, that was the last one.
Right.
Could you file the
Do we have any THAs?
Yes, Judge. Ready for those?
Yeah.
All
Come on.
right, first one is page 1, Ayala, come on up. Go ahead and sign.
Do you need me?
Yes,
Okay.
Right, just add.
Let me just talk to him and then I'll bring it in. Come up, Mr. Ayala. Good morning, sir. Do you have a lawyer today? What are you doing about that?
Can't afford a lawyer.
Did you even look for a lawyer?
Yeah, I talked to somebody and I was trying to like come up with the money.
How many lawyers did you talk to?
Like 3 of them.
That may not be enough. Sometimes you gotta look 10, 15. You know, what do you do for a living?
Paper.
How much money do you make a month, did you say? How much?
500 a week.
I'll have you fill out an application. Let me take a look at how much money you make, and then I'll see whether you qualify. But I'm telling you now, you got to meet the federal poverty guideline, and I don't know if you do. So I need to know everything about you. Be honest, because it's an affidavit that you're filling out.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind giving an affidavit? It should be right there, please.
All right, Judge, the next is page.
Oh, hold on, Vic. Let me just talk to him real quick. Yeah, of course. Come on. Good morning, sir.
Your Honor.
Hi.
Your Honor, I have Israel Barrena Vasquez.
Okay.
He's a DWI judge. I have applied for the PTI and submitted a mitigation package, Judge. He took the TRAS, Judge, and it's come back. And he's already paid the
Restitution.
DWI fee. He hadn't paid the restitution because he thought that's what that was. So if I can get him to pay that, and then he'll reconsider the PTI at that point, Judge.
So it's old. It's 191 days old. I mean, a week. Can you pay it within a week?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll set you off a week, assuming he's got it paid. We'll come back and then, I mean, it's still on hold, right?
Still on hold. They're still not yet approved, but there's no sign that they've rejected it. So they're still looking at it.
No. The program in general. Like, weren't you guys gonna have a meeting,
Well,
right?
they've enabled PTIs again, and as of now, currently our deputy chief is evaluating them. So they're currently evaluating for PTIs now. It's back going again. So.
Okay. Vic, did you hear that? PTIs are rolling, they're back.
Oh, what?
Top page 2. So he still has to pay the restitution before. He's not paid the restitution yet, so I was gonna give him a week to pay. Okay, so we'll give you a week.
Yes, sir.
He's
I
got-
have an offer if he doesn't get it done, so we'll get off of your doctor, Judge.
Sure, okay, I got you.
So much. All right. So one of the friends out to house.
Yes.
Yes. Judge, are you ready for the next CHA?
Yes.
All right, it's gonna be page 12. Johnson, come on up.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Do you have a lawyer today? Tell me what you're doing about that. You need a lawyer, 100%. You may have had one for magistration, meaning when you first were arrested, but that doesn't carry with you to the end. What do you do for a living, man? What kind of money do you make a month? Or let's do this. I'll have you fill out an application. I'll see whether you qualify. I need to know everything about you, how much money you have coming in, how much money you have going out, how many kids you have, and then I'll see whether you qualify. Okay? All right, do you mind?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, Judge, next is page 13. Jones, come on up. Go ahead and sign it.
Good morning, Mr. Jones. Do you have a lawyer today? Tell me what you're doing about that. What are you doing about that?
Trying to find one.
How old are you?
17.
You're 17.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you're doing with yourself these days, Mr. Jones.
I'm trying to get a job.
Did you graduate from high school? Oh, this is no good. We're gonna work on that. I'm gonna give you a lawyer today, Mr. Jones. And I'm now sending you for a drug test. I want to know what, if anything, is in your system, and you're to come back. If you fail to take the test, if you fail to come back, I'm going to issue a warrant for your arrest. This is no good. You're not working, you're not going to school, you're 17. This is not a good way to start life, man. So I'm sending him for a test now, and then we'll have him come back, and then I'll give him a lawyer. All right, take a seat for me.
Judge, the statement request that we call Miss Johnson back up to amend bond conditions due to a recall that we've done.
Sure. Come up, ma'am. So let's start. I don't remember anything about the case, so if you don't mind me reading what happened, please.
So, you wanna?
Oh, so for this case, the officer was dispatched to a disturbance in Harris County, Texas, where the complainant and the witness stated the defendant had been texting and posting on Instagram about wanting to fight the complainant. The complainant and the defendant were inside an apartment when the fight began. The witness stated she observed the defendant to have a small sharp blade in between her knuckles when hitting the complainant. The defendant punched the complainant in the face, causing lacerations and pain, and the defendant told officers that the complainant believed that the defendant was with the complainant's ex-boyfriend, which is what started the fight.
A fight and there's a blade and it just,
We are going to get this case re-indicted most likely because she was also pregnant at the time. the complainant.
Yes, Judge.
And,
okay, what do you want?
I'm just requesting that for the time being, the bond conditions be amended to no contact with her mother, Crystal Williams, due to the complainant notifying me that she has been going near the mother's residence and also threatening her mother.
Who's the complaining witness in this case?
The complainant is Demiracle Williams, Judge.
Okay. And does she live with mom?
She does not live with mom. They live at different residences.
Because I really don't know if I can, you know what I mean?
I understand.
So have her call the cops
Okay.
if she's in fear, you know, if she has anything of this nature, but I can't, on the complaining witness, okay, but on just an average other person, I don't think I can, you know?
Understood.
But like I said, if she's ever in fear, if she has any issues, tell her to call, 911, call the cops, and then they can take it further from there.
Thank you, Judge.
Be careful. I'm going to protect my community at all costs, Ms. Johnson. Do you understand? All costs. Take a seat for me. What conditions do we have now? Just no contact with the complaining witness?
When she's done with the bond conditions, she'll give the defendant the consent.
So as of now, we have,
No contact, no firearms, Judge.
No, try the rip again. See if there have been any further, issues and who do they live with? So,
yes, Judge.
But, all right, Vic, you ready?
Judge, that was the last.
Wow, really? Nice.
Rodriguez, Vicente? Jones, Gerard? Council for reset? Yes.
Hey, let me know when you're ready. So,
Segundo, Mario? Council for reset?
hey, when do you want me to come? Are you there? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have any arraignments? Okay. Okay, I guess just let me know and text me and I'll run over there. Okay, bye.
If you have any issues with that, you change your number to not receiving that for some reason, or automatic, or that's something you have to
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Hey, Mr. Stoll, what's up, bud?
I don't know if I told you this the other week. I was at Chris for and a mutual friend that was at the Briss was like, "There's something using this judge." And he showed me the video. And he's also a lawyer, but he does like bankruptcy and some other stuff.
Who is it?
A friend of mine's husband. He does more business related issues, and he's licensed out in New York and Texas, but most of his stuff is like corporate stuff out in New York.
I don't know.
No. I told him I was gonna have him come when I got like a really fun case to come.
Yeah.
And do the probable cause here. But he's like, hey, so I got this ticket straight. He's like, watch this one.
Well.
It's like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
How are you, Michael?
Then there was a video which I saw.
Let's go. Let's.
See, they got homeless the top of the
Yeah, so,
Numbers on the back, like income, expenses,
Right, well, yes.
and it's, she's got kids, and dependents at home, and she's a student.
yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, I have additional resources to that. So, yeah, I just need to. Judge, can I check around? Did you have something?
Yeah, those are quick.
Yeah, I need to print this out outside the line.
Not a rush. Six to reach five.
Let's take this up, use it.
It says, they're not gonna go out of town on Friday. 2-5-4-6-3-2-5.
Okay, 1 second.
So in the dance room.
Good morning.
Good.
Your first day is long.
Hi, Judge. Good morning. Permission approach?
Yes, ma'am. How's it going?
Hi, Judge. Happy New Year.
New Year?
I'm here, Ms. Shaniqua Smith, Judge.
Okay.
I the court with an update on it. We have everything submitted for the DWI PTI program. However, Ms. Smith attempted to get the interlock device on her vehicle, but she has an electric vehicle, so she was told that it would not be able to get placed on her car. So Attorney Carter has been communicating with Beadle to try to figure out what we need to do then.
He's
And
no
we
longer
haven't-
here, so
Because we haven't heard back from him, so that's why.
yeah, he's not with the office anymore.
Okay. Okay.
Alex, do you have any idea what they do with electric vehicles?
So we do have information that she was approved for the DWI program. And then they emailed a procedure to follow. So presumably if she still follows the procedure outlined in the email sent from Beadle prior to his departure, then
Well, the issue isn't necessarily the procedure, it's what do we do when we can't get the interlock device installed on the vehicle, which is part of the procedure based on her having an electric
Does she
car.
have another vehicle?
No, Judge. And I know she has to drive, so she can't do the portable because then she has to sign the affidavit, which would say she's sworn to not be able to drive.
so in that case, it would probably be best to reach out to Brenda Gomez or Bernadette Habe, who's in charge of right now the DWIs.
Hold on a second. Let's do that. And then,
On the first day. Not crazy.
your client has bond violations too. Do you know that?
No, Judge, that I
Yeah.
did not know.
Shanika Smith? Come up.
And it doesn't say that. I'm just concerned about my client.
Right.
I'm printing this out for you. Who is the other one? Gomez, and who is the other one, Alex?
Bernadette Habe. I can,
Oh, Bernadette, Miss Habe, she's the one in charge of everything, right?
yeah, she's the one overseeing.
Yeah. Almost.
I mean, if you want to go talk to her, but she's got bond violations. Yeah, you guys go figure out, but you've got bond violations, man. I don't know what we're gonna do now. Okay, please.
Thank you, I'll step aside, thank you.
Hey, what's up?
Just wanted to let you know, I'm actually gonna be the new DB prosecutor for here.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Good. How are you doing?
It's been a while, right?
It has been, yeah. Yeah.
Where you been?
I was just in court for, since I was interning, I went back to school, finished up, and then came here as a post bar. And then I've been in court for the entire time, and I just got moved into DB.
Okay, so are you gonna be just with us? It's 2 courts though, right?
It's 2 courts, so I'm in 5 and 7, so I'll be on the floor. So,
Thanks.
and I guess ERD whenever that happens, but somebody should be just covering me when I'm over there. But yeah, so I'll let you know.
Thanks.
Would you say about the PBR?
They're out talking.
I think that's something that's she's being told that the billing cycle. But it shouldn't be taken out of her account, but she will be possession. Oh. Yes, but still, we were able to fix her water pre-trial. Okay, time served.
Yeah, coach basement.
She didn't just get up. I said she prepared for PTO, so she just. Okay, then maybe she doesn't have to start with that. But she's on. She's on the trial right now, right? Our supervisor's doing that. Whenever they're preparing to go on to PTO.
You're watching the Judge Fleischer archives from the courtroom files, bringing you the most watched judge on YouTube 24 hours a day.
Yeah, coach basement.
She didn't just get up. I said she prepared for PTO, so she just. Okay, then maybe she doesn't have to start with that. But she's on patrol right now, right? Our supervisor's doing that. Whenever they're preparing to go on to PTI, they have to get certain things done. So I believe one of those supervisions will be don't state it. So to get approved for PTI, she has to get the admission first. So she also just started getting that, and they might be required to pay. So that's probably what that situation.
Yeah, but you call the complainant and see what they can.
Can I commission your approach?
Yep.
Would you like me to ask Ms. Smith to come up again?
And I spoke to Wolf and I didn't realize he had already had a conversation with her judge. And I will. I did speak to Wolven Carter and he advised that he had spoken to Ms. Smith as well regarding the possibility of this being the result. He and I spoke to her again just a moment ago. We were out there on call, and at this time, Judge, Ms. Smith, that we were going to have her speak on her own behalf, Judge, because I think it's important for her to take ownership for what this report shows.
I don't care. I'm putting an ankle monitor on you now. If you ever test positive for alcohol again, I'm going to put you in jail. That's it. No means no. Doesn't mean it's the holidays. Doesn't mean I have a birthday. A court order is a court order. And when you don't follow court orders, there's only one place that we have you go. There's no tolerance anymore. And I don't care what you come up here and say, whether it's mouthwash, a tequila lollipop, hair dye, I don't care. And I don't care who you're with. A second violation. Do you understand? Today you will get an ankle monitor, and I'm going to tell you now, it is extremely finicky. So best beware of anything that you put in your body. Okay, no more. That's it. Okay. As far as the other, I don't know. What I would suggest is, email if you can now, Brenda Gomez, and see how we handle it, because I don't know. All I know is that this case is nearly 200 days old, and now we have violations, and I'm ready to put this thing to bed. I'm not going to hold it anymore.
Yes,
So,
understood.
I'll give you guys to the end of the week, figure out what we need to do.
Okay.
But you're walking a very, very thin line. Do you understand? All right. So, Felicia, if we can amend it to put it on today, please. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Can I get contact information for who you said I need to speak with? I want to make sure I have the email.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I can just take a quick
the person looking
photo.
at it is gonna be Bernadette Havey, so, yeah, you just.
Okay, it'll make it easier though.
Yeah. And then the other person, do you have Brenda Gomez's contact information?
Just make sure I have it.
I don't know if you got this email before, because it has it on there.
Oh,
Take a
okay.
picture of it
Just so I
again.
can double check.
Yeah.
I'd rather do this
Good
now
idea.
than not have it later
Yeah,
if I
no
walk off.
problem. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Judge.
Take care.
Just don't be able to.
Shane.
Were you done there? This is it? Yes. Okay.
You can email. Yeah, she really talking to someone. Yeah.
This case is old. Look at all the discoveries.
Morgan is in the meeting now.
Okay.
Which one you want to start? Just do this other one and then I
Yeah. We're gonna pull it. Yeah. Yep. You ready?
Yes, Joe. Morning.
Morning.
Well, Judge, I was telling Judge Carter that I can feel my face again now, defrosted. It's a little.
Yeah, it's.
Unfortunately for me, my ears stick out further than anybody else in the room, so walk forward.
Right.
But here on the imam case this morning, Judge, I am a.
Cuss here, Mom.
So she's here at the end.
Okay.
And, so on bond, this is a case that I inherited about 3 weeks ago, and your instruction was put a scram device on her. She's had no issue with it. And, but we needed to figure out kind of.
Yeah,
what we wanted to do. Okay, she was on PTI. The chatted with the state about what I think would be an appropriate resolution to the case. They're not quite there. And so we'd like to get a trial date. I've also talked to them about, I think, what are some legal issues involved in the case that deal with the way a search warrant was.
It's, yeah, it's okay. I mean, if you want to set it for trial, go ahead.
I just don't know what kind of dates you have.
February. Like mid to late February.
Okay, yeah, I think that's what.
Whatever Tuesday you want.
So I'll get a date. Thank you, Judge. Thank
So
you.
Judge, the trial dates in February are the 25th. Would be the next one would be the 25th.
That would work for us.
Okay, done.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ramon. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
So I'll get both to the clerk and you'll call me the sign. Council for reset.
Q. Hey, it's David Fleischer. Hey, what's your email address? Because I keep getting it kicked back.
Thank you.
Okay, that's what I thought, and it keeps getting kicked back. Let me see, I'm gonna try it again. Okay, so tell me, let me see. Yeah, and then your last name at Gmail. Okay, let me see. Yeah, undeliverable. Yep. I don't know what's going on, but your email's not working. Okay, got it. Okay, thanks. Bye. Hey, Mr. D?
Yes, sure, you want to?
I have a Miss Walter on the docket today. She has a bond violation. Is she here?
I think they've transferred it to,
Did it go to EOD?
yeah, I think that's where it's at, Judge, because I left off. Yeah. Yeah, it's with my file on it.
Okay, I guess I'll just leave it with them.
Yeah. She failed to go test.
Right, so I guess I'll let him deal with it and I'll, so what I'll do is I'm gonna reply and then I'll add Judge Singer to it and then you guys handle it however you want, okay?
Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna forward it. But yeah, I guess if you wanna send the VVR to his queue, yeah.
Straight up. Straight ahead for me. Straight ahead. Go across. This way. Slide down a little bit. Slide down. That's what. Rubio. There you go. Mr. Webb, you're going to be the first one to sign, which I tell you, stand up straight.
Council for reset.
Right, tell me, you like. Good. All right. Slide step this way for me. Rubio. That's how you want to sign. There. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Mr. Rubio, go ahead and sign.
Yeah, she's here, I'd like to see that.
Yeah. And right thumb on the blue light, start now. Good. Right side step one more time. Right there. Once. Your Honor, here in a second, you're gonna have Mr. Webb, Mr. Rubio, and Mr. Gerard. In that order.
Okay.
For all for three.
Webb, Rubio, and Gerard.
Gerald time served while appointed for dog center. I think it's good.
Yeah. So Lori has all of them? All right. Good morning, gentlemen. All you guys have picked up criminal cases and you all have worked out agreements with the state and with defense to end up pleading guilty to these cases. You are Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb, you stand charged with the offense of criminal trespass. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. Mr. Rubio, you stand charged with the offense of criminal trespass as well. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. And Mr. Gerard, you picked up a number of cases while you have been on bond. However, it looks like you have worked out an agreement. You have a total of 4 cases, and it looks like they are going to dismiss 3 of them in exchange for your plea on one of them, which is the theft, where you're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. You now have at least 2 on your record. So what happens on the next one? Right. Instead of days, you were looking at years. So no matter a pack of gum, pack of smokes, you could be looking at years in jail. Do you understand? All of you are giving up valuable rights by entering this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you are not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty, it will go on your record and you cannot take it off ever again. Is this what you guys want to do?
Yes, sir.
Is this what you want to do, Mr. Rubio?
Answer out loud.
Yes, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to do this? Yes or no?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Y'all don't do? Yes.
Do you know what's going on now?
Yeah, not really.
You were charged with a criminal offense. You've worked out a plea bargain agreement that you want to plead guilty to a criminal trespass. If you don't want to, you don't have to. We can do something else. If you need more help, we can give you time to get any kind of help that you need.
Okay.
What would you like to do, Mr. Rubio?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I've never been here before.
Okay, so let's give you a second. I'll have you talk to Lori. You guys can work out what you guys want to do.
Okay.
If you need more time, that's okay. Mr. Webb, is this what you want to do as well?
Yeah.
So-
No, I'm gonna, sir, plead guilty.
Plead guilty.
Yeah, so they've offered you 32 days in jail. We'll give you credit for the 32 days that you've done. So basically, it's a wash. You get out today, but understand from now on, it's a minimum of 30 days in jail.
Right.
How do you plead to the offense of criminal trespass, sir?
Guilty.
I'll find you guilty, and I'm going to send it to you to the agreement. Good luck to you, sir. Mr. Gerard, you've worked out an agreement. It's 5 days in jail, credit for the 5 that you've done. How do you plead to the offense, sir?
I'll plead guilty, sir.
Sir, I'll find you guilty. I will follow the agreement. If it's enhanced, it'll be abandoned. Mr. Rubio, if you want more time, we'll give you more time. You can come back and let us know what you want to do. Okay?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, go ahead. This report.
Oh, man.
Mr. Gerard, can you please go?
Come on.
Go.
No, no, that way it's easier for them.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hold on. We'll wait to see if they,
Otherwise, I'm all.
which is the theft that we're going on? Is it the, on Gerard, is it 6-2? So 6-1 is being dismissed.
The one page 29 is getting flag. Page 28 is getting.
Yeah, okay, got it. If web is enhanced, that needs to be abandoned as well. If web is enhanced, it's got to be abandoned as well. I didn't see whether it was or not.
So there is conditions in the queue for, I mean, just looking at it. Anyway, so it's one person, she had bond violation, she made a beautiful and servant in her lot. And this was like from like last month or so. Beginning of last month.
What's the name?
I just had it. Sorry, my things were. I'm on lunch. So her attorney was there to think that she wasn't here to sign. And they wanted her to, I remember, he wanted her to take the device before the end of the day. She went over there and we signed her conditions, got the device.
Right, I remember.
And then saw that, we deleted it from the queue a while back. So then our office caught that.
Well, because no one signed it, just, it's perpetually sitting in the queue and I'm trying to clean the
I
queue.
had them get her to sign it there and I don't know what was going on, so they let me know that wasn't there, so I just need you to sign again, we're gonna have a re-sign.
Okay. Well, you can waive it. I mean, that's fine, yeah, so we don't need them. Right.
Instructed over everything.
But
just
I
so
don't,
that we're still
I don't like stuff to sit perpetually in the queue.
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean?
understand.
Okay, so are they in there now?
Yes, they're in there now. I removed it from deleted and sent it back. But I think what
All
happened
right.
is, it was deleted that same day, but she hadn't, our office wasn't closed yet and she hadn't made it to our office yet that day.
Okay, I've signed it now.
Okay, I'll leave it, and then I'll let my department know so that they continue going the device.
And then if they can process it so that it gets out as well. Thanks.
Judge.
Yeah.
July, you said you wanted to abandon the enhancement?
Yeah, well, yeah, you had to.
You had two
Yeah.
enhancements. You had AFM and then the previous thefts, and that's what
Yes,
included. So you wanted them both.
both the minutes, yeah.
Did you want them to reduce the NCIC code as well? Because that was part of the plea with the previous conviction theft.
No, so I didn't realize that. Let me see.
That's why I wasn't sure.
I'm
not sure if
because
that was
normally
reduced
I didn't,
clause.
let me see, it is.
Because they abandoned the AFM,
6-2.
but I want to say that they pled true to the theft to keep the NCIC.
Stephen, you still have Gerard back there, right?
Yes, sir.
I need him one more time.
Lori's back there talking to Rubio. I'll let her
Please,
know.
because we just need to do the enhancement. So, yeah, I need Lori too, sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, so you kick the assault, but we need to keep the theft because that's what makes it. I'm sorry, we have to do the enhancement.
Oh, the pleasure to the.
Just to the theft, because
Okay.
that's what makes it the actual B. Sorry. Hi.
I'm here on Marvin Opute.
Okay, I see it.
I'm here, we're still pending a writ for restitution. I didn't realize that they're still reviewing packets for PTI, so we'll be submitting.
It's 190 days old. We got to get on it like really quick. How long is it going to take?
We can get a packet in within a week.
Done. And then do you guys know about the RIP? How many times you've attempted? It's on Opute, please. Yeah. Because it's 190. It should have been,
Oh.
yeah.
1 second.
Tell me about the RIP, please.
We're still working on the rest, but we just understood this one as a wheel witness, not as the first direct involved in the crash. We can get that done right away.
Okay. I'm gonna set it off a week and then he's gotta get the packet in. If it's not in by the week, I'm bringing here day after day until he gets it. Okay?
Sure.
Okay. Top of page 17. Thanks. Mr. D. Yes, sir.
Judge, I need your wisdom on a matter. I was just appointed to a Miss Jessica Sanford. Mrs. Sanford is the defendant. She was residing with the complaining witness in this case. She has a medical issue that involves where she's going to have surgery. She has some personal implants and stuff that's currently leaking, and without getting it medically taken care of, it could result in infection.
Come up, ma'am.
And I'm trying to get her keys and stuff so that she can have her ID for purpose of hospitalization.
Where is it?
It's with the complaining witness in the case. We have a no contact order. Well, we don't have a no contact. It's just no threat and
No. I did no contact because well, the reason is because they've not been able to, speak to the complaining witness, and I don't know what the complaining witness's wishes are.
Yes, sir.
So until I know that they want to have contact with you, we do no contact. And I do that not just on your case, on every single person's case, because I don't know what their wishes are. What if they don't want to have contact with you, right? So until I know, now, if you can make it easier for them to be able to get in contact, and the state can, and they find that it's okay, then I'm all game. But I have to know what their wishes are. So they're going to attempt.
I'm here for my help right now.
I get it, and I never want to do anything to prevent you from getting help, but remember, you can also try to use another friend.
I have nobody here in Texas. I'm not gonna let that contact with anybody.
You can have contact with anyone you want.
When I was in the relationship with the.
I don't want to talk about the case.
I haven't been allowed.
My only concern is the wishes of the complaining witness. So I can have Alex go out there to try to call now, but if they're sleeping, they're at work, if they're not answering, it may take some time. Perhaps maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Do you mind?
I don't mind that. I just, if she has a number that we can. Okay.
Yes, I can provide.
So let's see that you guys get together, see what you can do. If you are able to make contact, see if she's okay with having contact or he. We'll go from there. Okay. Hey, guys, one more thing. You guys filed 2 motions in limine on Perechu. Is this a trial case? And then have you spoken with the defense?
Morgan approached me to put those in your queue Friday, but I don't think they approached you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I guess, let me see. 254.
What's the cost number again?
2544848.
Okay.
Ricardo, this is your case. Yeah.
I think it's disclosures, no?
No.
No?
No, this is, are we set for trial?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
That's the
separate
one I was
trial.
looking to plea out. He's in custody.
She filed motions for 2 states motions in limine.
I think they're related to disclosures. I think they were filed at the same time as the disclosure.
Maybe it's done by mistake?
Possibly. I didn't give it much thought because it was just, I think we talked about it. It was just a disclosure issue. We're not heading towards trial on this.
Is it true or untrue that you had that prior theft?
True.
Okay, that's all we needed. Thanks. All right, so true to that enhanced. I don't have Morgan's number to call her.
She's in DVD.
She's in DVD now. I guess, you know what? I'll email her and I'm gonna attach you to it and then.
I don't think it's a big issue.
She probably just did it preemptively.
Your Honor.
Hey,
Happy New Year. How are you?
Happy New Year. How are you, man?
I'm good, man. Didn't get moved to your floor, but I'll be moved soon from floor 11, so gonna get used to that. I'm a Mac appointed attorney, so.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, we'll look forward to having you.
Yeah. So I'm here, Your Honor. Looks like there's a bond violation report this morning on Kabir, K-A-B-I-R.
Is Kabir here?
No, and that's why I wanted to approach you, Your Honor. I'm gonna follow my floor here with the I didn't for my client. I'm used to pricing on floor 11. They retrial their text them their court date, so I kind of just assumed that he knew. I should have reached out. That's my fault. If we can.
Well, let me see. Hold on, because if he knew that he had to be here and he's not here, we're gonna have issues.
The violation was filed just this morning.
It was filed this morning, Your Honor, and it was for IID lockout, not he has scram as well. So
let's do this. I'm gonna put him on for Friday.
That's fine.
Got to be here Friday. If he fails to appear, then if you don't mind reaching out to him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Mr. Salinas, do you want me to print you out a copy of the bond violation report?
No, they emailed it to me this morning.
It's okay.
Right.
Okay, I'm trying to call it right now.
Council for reset?
Sir, take the hood off your head. It will be. Sorry, first point. No, this is. They have.
Hey,
How are you?
how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Any issues?
No, I'm just
One.
like trying to, she's in the hot seat today.
Okay. You put her to work. What's up? Ah, crap. Okay, I need to unsign it. I'll go.
Once you unsign, I'll close the pending.
Yeah, please.
It does.
Yeah, so that's what we were gonna put it on for Friday. He just told you, right? No?
Well, no, he just said because it didn't come today.
We're on for Friday.
It's in the, well, it's gonna come. Yeah, the 14th. Once I get here, I'll make the request.
All right, I think I got it all. Trey.
And are you even aware that he's going to become more likely to go to city?
Hey, did you see? She replied to the email. Will you take a look to make sure before I sign it? I don't know if you've seen the motions in learning. I want you to see it before I sign it. Please.
She's going fast. Thank you.
For the race.
I thought this was the one where she handed.
But these are motions in limine, like when you're going to trial. The other ones were documents that, this is like in anticipation of trial. And I think that this case is gonna end up, like you said, ending up going the other way.
Yeah.
So I don't know why.
Okay.
So this, the procedure for this, I was thinking is the fire. One is the building that we line the flag. For the one service for people.
Hey, how are you, Ron? You need a translator? You didn't call one yet or no?
I just have it.
Look who it is. Harold. Great to see you, man. What's new?
Good to see you. I just want to let you know, Mr. Lawrence.
Where's Mr. Blunt? He picked up a new case. Do you want to stay on or do you want us to appoint someone else?
I'm okay staying on, but the prosecutor's judge, and I just want to run the by you, for his time served for both of them. One and the new.
On both.
And your already has 5 days credit for the assault and 7 days for the DWI.
I just want to let you know, if you're okay with it.
Yeah. It's on both. So he now has an affirmative finding on the assault. He picks up another one, it's a felony. It's a DWI second, picks up another one, it's a felony. So it's out of our hands from now on,
It's the vice counsel and I told him.
Okay. All right. Do it up, right up.
And how would you like that written if it's 5 days on one, 7 on the other?
However you want, no matter.
Do you want
me to make notations? Do you want to make DACA notations? Against advice? Okay. All right, you ready? Yeah.
Brother Reyes.
Good morning, Mr. Reyes.
Good morning.
Mr. Reyes, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. You guys have worked on an agreement. They're offering you 3 days in jail. Credit for the 1 day that you have served. You need to understand that this charge will go on your record. It's going to be there for the rest of your life. From now on, you'll be facing a minimum of 90 days in jail for any cases like this that you pick up. No more proverbial slaps on the wrist, because you now will be facing a minimum of 90 days. You get pulled over. The only thing an officer is looking at is your prior criminal history. If they see that you have a prior DWI, they come up to your car and you smell like alcohol, what do you think they're going to do?
Arrest me.
Right. I would never, even if you've had a drop of alcohol, get into a car because you're taking a humongous risk. You give up a lot of rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you are not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty, it will go on your record and you can never take it off. Are you sure you want to do this?
Yes,
How do you plead to the offense? Guilty or not guilty?
guilty.
I'll find you guilty. I'm going to send you to the 3 days in jail, give you credit for the 1 day that you've done. I'm going to suspend your license for 90 days. Do not drive until you get a license. Tell me about him, Robert.
Judge, he's a chef in a restaurant. He makes between $500 to $550 a week. His wife does not work, stays at home with the kids, 5 kids, 17, 15, 2 twins, 15 years old apiece, 3 and 5 years old.
I'm asking you these questions because there is a $4,500 surcharge that you have to pay when you pick up a DWI and you plead to it with a breath test of this magnitude. Your lawyer is asking me to waive that fee. I will reluctantly do this, but I'm going to tell you now, if you come back with another DWI, it is a $6,000 surcharge, not to mention court costs of around another $500. So you pick up another DWI, not only are you facing 90 days in jail, but another $6,500 to $7,000 in fines and fees. Do you understand?
Yes.
Don't come back, or there's going to be you-know-what to pay. Good luck. Thank you.
That'll be the last day.
Disclosure, it's a motion in limine. I would argue let's bring that up when we're at trial.
Right, so that's why I'm replying to her now, and I said, I remember talking to you about disclosure docs, but not about liminees.
Right, I haven't even seen how this relates to if we're going to trial or not.
That's why I'm gonna, if you want me to grant it, would you mind stopping by? So you're opposed?
To the motion in limine, yeah, I haven't even seen how the disclosures relates to, we're not even set for trial yet. I mean, I haven't even looked at it.
Hey, Trish, did you want to waive the court costs and fine as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And what
So
is
it's, no, it's the
4,500
with whatever the court costs are.
So waive it. Gotcha.
February 25.
Just take some.
No, I'll take one. It's front of that. Show the signature.
Like that. Is your name Keisha Lewis? Yes. Raise your hand. You solemnly swear to affirm all information on this agreement, contract, and rental
So I tried twice, was able to get contact, I tried 2 times though, so I'll try again tomorrow morning. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
How long does the driver's license take for judge?
90 days.
Maybe your approach.
Hi, Josh.
Hey, Judge.
How are you?
Ashley Young.
Okay.
Number had changed. I haven't
No, no. I mean, we've given it 3 resets just to get the stuff done. Yeah, no. I gotta say when, at some point, she just doesn't want to. No.
Yes, sir.
So, and we already have one revocation, so now 5,002. Okay, thanks, Josh. Do you want to stay on or do you want to withdraw?
For now.
Okay, just whenever you want, just, I guess, let us know and, okay? Okay. Sorry, hey, 7503, and this is the 3rd time. Did Josh take off already?
Support independent court coverage and pick up our merch at courtroomfiles.com. There's a link in the description down below.
Did you figure it out?
I just filed the limines as like a precaution, just to have them in the system in case we do go to trial. But the protective order was and I believe Ricardo's unopposed. That was the only thing we actually needed signed.
Right, and she did, I do have the document.
Want me to sign these or no?
No, that's the motion in limine, the protective order is fine.
All those have already been signed, the protective orders. So this, can I just?
You can just, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bring that up in trial if we get.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Judge.
So.
Yes. They welcome to do a second because it's just a handled one, but he has an escape for the rest. The address, I'm not sure. Okay, great. Did the attorney come talk to you about areas? Is that all you need, or you? Motion situation where.
Do it.
Now before recess.
You ready?
Yeah, so it's only this, it's enough.
Yeah, how are you? Everything okay with the pipes though? I'm so paranoid now of that freeze that we had for like 3 days. I had like 5 busted pipes. So now I shut the water off at the main and I drain the house every single time. I'm never gonna do that again.
Pressure, high pressure. And now we would have happened. Now it's not the house.
Be careful though, because it could be noxious, you know?
I mean, I know it works and everything. Draws from it. How do you get reliable energy?
Solar perhaps, a generator, so that when your power does go out, you've got the generator and that works on natural gas.
10 grand, 20 grand.
Not only that, but when you do run your power with the natural gas, it gets expensive too. It's not cheap. So I don't know. I remember when we had that big freeze for like 3 days, I lit my fireplace and we had the fireplace continually going for like 10 hours a day. When I got my gas bill, it's ridiculous. It was like $1,000 or something like crazy. I nearly hit the roof, and it was only for just a couple days. So I figured, how are you going? If you're running your entire house on natural gas?
Sure.
Mr. Blunt.
Ray, were you ready for one?
They got sent. They believe me that that's
I'm ready on hands, I don't know where to go. I just want to make sure that she's good. Does Maria get this?
I'll send it to him.
It's not a question. No, will we?
Question as to what kind of happened, why you got T-bone.
We need to check some boxes, I know this one too.
So I don't know if they that. That's very good.
You saw this one from the year we convicted of felony.
I'm sure they have insurance too.
Now you're requesting judicial probation.
Chance to pull a bird and just.
Good morning.
I just.
Hi, Mr. Nolly. How are you?
Yes, sir. Fine.
See you.
We have to play him out on a 12 months deferred.
Shh. What is,
12 months deferred.
what's the name?
His name is Mr. Arias. Arias Rangel.
Good morning, Mr. Arias Rangel. So you were charged with theft. You were facing up to 6 months of jail and or a $2,000 fine. You guys have worked out an agreement where they're offering you a 12-month deferred. That is a type of probation that if you successfully complete, you do not end up with a conviction on your record. But you cannot tell people it was dismissed. It was not dismissed. Shh. You merely took a probation and completed it successfully, and you don't end up with a conviction. Do you understand?
Yes.
You also need to understand that you give up many valuable rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you are not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty and once you accept this probation agreement, you were stuck with this until you complete it successfully, or if you get revoked. Now, I told you that the great thing about this probation is that if you complete it, you don't end up with a conviction, but you give up nearly every right known to man by entering into this agreement. If you violate this agreement, I can put you in jail for up to 180 days. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you pick up a new case, if you don't do any classes on time, if you do not do your community service, we will issue a warrant for your arrest, put you in jail, bring you back out. And if they prove to me that you violated it, you're looking at 180 days. Is this what you want to do?
Probation?
Correct.
Yes.
How do you plead to the offense of theft? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
I will not find you guilty now. I will withhold that for 12 months. To successfully complete this agreement, you must do a TRAS, which is an evaluation to see what other conditions you may need. He's done the TRAS,
Yes, EDM, low risk.
okay? As part of the agreement, you will do thinking for a change, an anti-theft class. Do you know if he has children? Mr. Nolly, does he have children? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay, instead of the community service, I think that a parenting class is probably better, you know?
Thank you.
I will make you a deal. If you do well, if you're nice to everybody, and you get your classes done on time, you don't test positive for drugs or alcohol, I will take you off in half the time. As a reward for doing well, I will take you off in 6 months. If you do great. Do you understand? Can you get this done?
Yes.
All right, sir. I wish you the best of luck. We will have you meet with our probation, and then you're free to go. All right, good luck. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Just want to verify, even though it's like completed EDM, which is effective decision making, you wanted to do.
You know, I guess, yeah, do the EDM instead of thinking for change.
The court cost check.
You can roll. You can roll.
Okay.
Sure. No community service, that's just. Yeah, yeah, and then, that's it. Well, I mean, aside from the anti-tap, these guys still do. Okay. Okay, hi.
How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Two on your docket today that I need to talk to you about. The first one is Jordan Stanford.
Okay,
Super old case, Judge. I believe at our last setting, the state was gonna evaluate to see if they were gonna dump it since he has so many other felony cases and things going on.
is he in jail?
Yes, sir. Not for this case, but.
Right.
I know the state just kind of needs to take a look at it to figure out what they want to do. If the court is open to setting it for trial now, or if the state needs.
Hey, Kelsey, can you take a look at Stanford, please? It's nearly 300 days. He's got a ton of other stuff. I don't think you've got the eval done yet.
No, eval's not been done, Judge.
Can we do a week and take a look at it and tell me what you guys want to do? We got to set it because he's got so much upstairs that's going to take 3 years to resolve, you know?
And this one is DVD, Your Honor, but I will.
Oh, is it? Then, yeah, if you don't mind asking.
Yes, sir.
Okay, who's your next one?
And then the other one, Judge, is Mr. Jashawn Harris.
Okay,
Judge, did you say 1 week on Stanton?
yeah. Is he in custody, Harris? No, on bond?
I believe his appearance this week.
Okay. I mean, it's getting up there.
Yeah, and
By the next setting, we need to know what you,
And that's all I was gonna ask. I think the state is gonna eval it, to see what they wanna do with it. I think we're at a point where it's either they'll drop it or we'll try it.
so he's not interested in PTI? You sure?
I'll talk to him one more time about it in this interim period
If he is, by the next setting, I'm giving you 30 days, but by then it's 185. So he's got to have the packet done in hand if he wants it.
Got it.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
I got it. Okay.
All right, Judge, and that's all I have.
All right, take care.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
Yeah, come on up. Mr. Sims.
Judge, Mr. Galvan, Francisco Galvan, it looks like he checked in, but he's not here now. He's set for bond forfeiture today. He did let me know that he has an appointment to get his license situation cleared up.
No. We've had a lot of issues with Mr. Galvan. If he's not here, I'm revoking his bond.
Yes, Judge, we have a PTI offer where part of it is him clearing his license.
He's had that since October.
Yes, Judge.
We've revoked his bond multiple occasions, He's testing positive for all kinds of, no, if he's not here, I'm revoking his bond.
The only thing that was interesting is that he apparently at one point he checked in, but he's not here now.
He's got to the end of docket.
Yes, Judge, I'm not sure.
And then if he does come in, I'll text you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
For sure. Hey, I need to go to court 1. Harold, are you want to do this thing now, or do you want me to? Okay, I'm gonna have to bring him out so we can get done because court 1's calling. Do you mind bringing out? You're ready on Blunt, right? Do you mind bringing out Blunt? I have to go to court 1. Yes.
Has knowledge for Kathleen and come across this here.
You need me to sign a nollie, Matt?
I don't know if you already have. I just
What's the last name?
Nguy, Nguy.
I think I remember signing it.
Yeah.
Is it on docket today?
Yes, it is,
Let's
Judge.
see.
I think it was filed on Friday. I just wanted to.
Oh, it was filed Friday. Do you have a case number? I can check.
I got it right here. I got it. I signed it already.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Judge.
You want a copy?
I'll just get the clerk's
Okay.
website later. Thank you, Judge.
For sure.
Mr. Flores?
I'm not sure if you'll.
Don't do anything. Don't be too anxious.
Yeah, that's good. That's.
Everything that you said. So one of the things says yes, we're gonna report to the packets, with minutes from it, so this will be. This is your first identification number, just in case you need it. And then if you have any questions over that, you can call any of our or get over to change that. No, you can contact the trust services at the and then the interest messages, just make sure you're responding to them with your details, just so that they know everything. Do you have any questions about that? So if you have any, someone else can and then also the law violations, that are the signs of she has to sign.
Morning, Mr. Blunt. Good morning. We finally got you. You could run. We're gonna get you at some point. It's the long arm of the law, as they say, you know? Shh. What you need to understand, though, is that from now on, you and I will probably not be dealing with each other if this continues. You're charged with driving while intoxicated, second offense. You're also charged with assault of a family member. Both of those carry enhancement penalties, meaning that you're now will be facing on this assault. There's an affirmative finding of family violence, meaning that you can never own a gun or ammunition as a result of this. The other thing is that you can never pick up a case like this again. You do? Even so much as grabbing someone's arm and just squeezing to, even if it hurts, you're now looking at a third-degree felony, a minimum of 2 years in prison, a maximum of 10 years in prison. And if you've been to prison before, if you've got a third degree on your record, they can enhance that to a second degree. They can make it maybe to a 15 to life case. You got 2 pen trips, you could be looking at a 25 to life case. You pick up a serious felony. The thing that you have failed to understand yet is that perception is reality. And when you get in trouble, you got to understand, it's always going to, you understand. You give up a lot of rights by entering into these agreements today. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, you're a possible immigration consequence. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You give up the right to appeal. So once you plead guilty, you can never take this off. The other thing that you also need to understand is that you're pleading guilty to this DWI second, a third DWI. You're looking at a felony DWI, and then it's 2 to 10 in penitentiary, another third degree. You get into a car, you get pulled over. What do you think an officer's going to do? You think they're going to give you a hard time? Probably. So don't give them the ammunition to give you another headache. How do you plead to the offense of driving while intoxicated, second offense? How about the assault of a family member? You understand that there's affirmative finding. So another one of these, no matter how trivial it may be, you're looking at up to 10 years, huh? All right, I'll find you guilty on both cases. I'm going to follow the agreement. It's 7 days in jail on one or on both cases. It will give you credit for the time that you've done. I am going to suspend your license for a year on the DWI. Don't drive until you get a license. you will perpetually go back to jail until you get everything straightened out with regard to driving. If you don't have the registration, you don't have a license, eternally right back and forth, back and forth. Do you understand? It's not easy to do things the right way, and you get rewarded when you do. Good luck. Thanks. Thanks, Harold.
Judge, on the second case, they said I was gonna get appointed, but I guess you have to sign.
I made it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll attach you.
It came on my email, just saying.
So, yeah, we'll attach you. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. Thanks so much, Harold.
On the video they sent me, did you want to waive the court costs?
Yeah, he's in custody.
So
Yeah.
what's the amount for the state?
6,000,
And you want
and then whatever the court costs are.
to waive it all?
Mhm.
Sophie Webster?
Thanks for coming, Harold. All right, just make sure.
Oh, perfect.
To see the options
So how many trials under your belt?
Yeah.
Charge of.
Metal wears on that. So this one stops.
Got it. Okay.
Mr. Brooklyn. Matt First Judge.
Hi, how are you?
Doing great. How about yourself? So Judge, Tristan Smith is back on the docket. He was unable to make bond over the weekend. Some issues with co-signers or whatever. Nevertheless, he's in custody. He immediately asked me about a time served. I told him I didn't like that for him.
I'm not doing it.
Well, that's why I wanted to talk to you, because I figured.
Now, the last thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna ruin his life by just racking up convictions and just doing it out. I'm with you, and we won't do it. So.
Then I would say we probably, if we could, set the matter for trial. Because otherwise, I don't see him getting out based on what he shared with me and the one person I did talk to.
Mr. Brooker, I'm not gonna just hold him indefinitely, you know?
No, I know, Judge, I know, but he had a test today and it's like messed up, and so I'm trying to do what I can to get things moving, because otherwise he's not gonna get out. I mean, he's just gonna sit there. Apparently they have the money. It's like $380, but they don't have a cosigner. He doesn't have any adults here that's gonna vouch for him. So I'm talking to children about his case, like some 19-year-old in another state is really.
Hey, Stephen, do you mind bringing out Mr. Smith, please? Marcos, you want to talk to me while we're waiting?
Yes, Judge.
Hey.
Approaching on Mr. Miguel Moreno, this is an FSGI judge. The state has spoken with AT&T, who is the owner of the other vehicle. There's an estimate of about $26,000. Does not necessarily, I don't think that's accurate, to be honest with you. They have an estimate of $26,000. The state has reached out again to see whether that's what was actually paid by AT&T, which I'd be very surprised.
No, of course not. No. They're loaded with insurance for these kinds of.
So what the whole point was, what I'm trying to do is have him pay some sort of restitution and let it go. And
Sure.
I think the state's
Yeah,
inclined, but they just need to find out, what happened, whether repairs were
Yes,
done.
Judge, we just need to confirm whether the vehicle's been repaired and what the actual amount paid by.
Problem is how do you do that, right? Because I know that you guys had a problem even trying to get a hold of anyone at AT&T to get this kind of information.
Well, Mackenzie's reached out and she sent an email and they said they would return some sort of response to her, but as of now, they have not.
So why don't we set it for Monday?
Okay.
Hopefully, you can try to get a response. Good luck. I know that it's been an issue in the past.
Go from there.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good, Judge. Thank you.
Judge, is that a waive of parents or required?
Waive it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's no sense in bringing it down here. How's jail?
113, waive of parents.
Nothing. Not.
Mr. Smith, we want you to be the best person that you can be, right? And part of what you need to do and what we're here to do is teach you how to grow up, to make better decisions. You know, you have no one that's going to bond you out. These are things that you think about when you go out. If you are hanging around with thugs, people will treat you like a thug. If you, perception is reality. These are things that you think about when you're out there, whether you're going to a party, whether you're hanging out with other friends who like to smoke weed, whether you're going to a park and you know that there are people that are not good for you and you're still doing that. These are decisions that you need to look at and to think, okay, if I do this now, what potential bad things can happen? I'm on bond for a criminal case and I don't have anyone to bond out. I got a test on Monday, yet when you're out there, always consider the negative of what can happen in every decision you make. You are now in jail. You've missed a test, allegedly, because I don't know for sure. You could be blowing smoke on my puppy. I would never even know, right? Am I supposed to feel sorry for you now that you have 2 assaults?
No, sir. You just doing your job.
Right. But what I want you to do is I want you to learn. And you got 2 assaults and you still haven't learned. So what do we do to ensure that you now, if we let you go out in the street, you're going to make the right decisions? What do we do? Because I don't know. I want to let you out. I don't want to keep you in. But you're your own worst enemy. If I let you out, I know that you're just going to continue to make a bad decision. So we're at an impasse. It's a dilemma. It's a fork in the road.
Situation is a little different today, Judge, after a weekend in jail, seeing how easily Mr. Smith can lose his liberty if he is not 100% compliant with bond conditions. He hasn't just heard it from us now. He's actually experienced it. So that's different. And I would think that matters to him as he understands how quickly things can change in his situation.
How many times have we put him in jail?
It's only the first time, Judge.
We tested him.
We revoked his bond once, am I not?
No, I don't think we have any bond revocations.
Tried it on Mr.
No, we appeared initially and he had a drug test and we had a conversation. You admonished him, but this was the first time that he actually went in.
And how many violations have we had?
It was only the one dirty UA, Judge. At least that we spoke about.
Here's my other, if I were to go send you for a drug test now, what would pop up? It's a rhetorical question. I don't want you to answer. But that's what I'm also thinking about. You know, me, you're in jail, you picked up a new case. I've repeatedly asked you to not smoke weed. You've tested positive already once. If I send you for a test now, what's going to happen? I don't know.
All of that before he had to go to jail. Now he sat in jail and can't get out. There's no way for him to get out. He understands that. So I would think that would change his mindset. He's intelligent and he understands, but still 17 years old has to sometimes hit their head to learn and understand what those consequences really feel like.
Living now.
I stayed with my best friend in Humble, Timber Forest. I just started staying there like 2 days before I came to court.
You don't even have a stable home.
Well, the order and the request of the state was to stay away from grandmom and don't go there and don't ever go back. So he hasn't.
Have any other parental figures out there?
No, sir. I don't really know too much about my family. Yeah, just pretty much. I don't know too much of my family. They really don't want nothing to do with me. So I just be alone.
And just somebody that purported to be Tristan's mother did reach out to me, but indicated that she could not help or didn't want to help because I asked those questions too. Wasn't
take him in?
No, sir. This was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So he's truly on his own. And again, the person I've been speaking to purports to live in Georgia and is young himself. Can't come here, can't do anything here. So our hope was that he was able to make bond because it is reasonable. It's a reasonable amount of money, but the bond company won't bond him out without.
But even Mr. Brooker, even if you bond out, if you continue to make the bad choices, you're going to end up right back here over and over and over. You know, he's telling me that you want to plead guilty just to get out. I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to let you ruin your life. Because when you end up with these assault convictions, you're all but ruined. You know, do you think people hire assault convictions? You think you're going to get a job? You think you want to go to school to study this and that? It's all for naught, because when you start racking up convictions, life is hard enough as a Black young man in society today as it is. And when you start racking up convictions, it only makes the life more difficult for you. That's hard enough as it is. And you're not getting it through. If I go drug test you now, what is the result? Even after months of me preaching to you not to use. I don't want you to answer the question. What I'm trying to break through to you is that I have repeatedly told you not to use. I've told you not to hang with dogs because you're going to get fleas, and not you caught yourself a damn flea. I don't know. I want to let you out, but I can't trust you.
So where we are with it now, Judge, state made the offer. We understand your position on it, which I thought that would be the case, that you wouldn't accept that plea. So I'd like to move forward as quickly as we can.
Who is the best friend that is, you're telling me that you were in the state with? How old is this person?
She's 18.
And who does she live with? On her own?
No, she stays with her mother. Me and her mother have had a talk about me staying there. And she said that as long as, you know, I do what I continue to, well, she said as long as I continue to, you know, keep up with my schoolwork and stuff and, you know, keep going to school. She said she just don't want to go near her house. So as long as I continue to go to school and stay out of trouble, then I'm good there. And she understands that I have.
If I can verify that there's a parental figure at that house, I will let him out. I'm going to put a monitor on you and I'm giving you a curfew. But if you can somehow verify, Mr. Brooker, that there is an actual adult living there, it's not just an 18-year-old just hanging out, 17 and 18-year-old, then I'm down. But I got to know that there's some kind of adult figure there so that we know there's at least some kind of supervision, not two 17 and 18-year-old hanging out with each other, because that's a disaster in the making. I don't want any more disaster. So if you can verify that, I'm down. But I'm going to tell you now, you will be reporting here to me while you're on bond, and I'm going to test you on a weekly basis to make sure that you're not using. The next time you test positive, so help me. Do you understand? You pick up a third case, I'm going to lose it. And the little hair that I have left will be gone, because that's how upset I will be. Do you understand? Don't smoke weed, and I want proof that you're enrolled in school full time. Do you understand, Mr. Smith? The only way is that I know that there's a parental figure here. So you have at least some kind of someone watching out. Okay, so we got time. I mean, I'm here. You have my cell phone.
I do.
Right? So just text me, and you know, even if it's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, we can work it out.
I'll work on it. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
I have Victoria Jackson.
On bond or in jail?
It's on bond.
Okay.
And she is not here today. She contacted me on Friday with this, says she has the flu, and she sounded pretty bad on the phone.
Okay.
I was going to see, and I spoke with the state, if we could have about a week to eval the case. We're still trying to get in touch with a witness.
So I'll acquiesce. I'll set it for bond forfeiture for 1 week.
Okay.
But I mean, it's 200. She's got to be here so we can figure out that this is not the first time she's taken off. State, do you really have a good witness that you can get a hold of, or is it like?
It sounds like they just saw a verbal argument, but if we can get them to say that as well, then we're prone to maybe resolving the case.
I mean, is it like one of those fights out in the?
Yes.
I'm not going to find the complaining witness.
That I don't know. I know that they had contacted the complaining witness, but this was right when
All right, so I'll give you a week, but
But this is just another witness that was there that's also on the body cam that where I'm just trying.
it's not the complaining
It's not
witness.
the complaining.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, okay, we'll give you a week.
Great, thanks, Judge. And then I also have Kendrick Boyd, and he's in custody.
Boyd. Okay.
And we need to, wanted to get a trial date for this.
Whatever you want. Sure.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
State, are you ready?
Either, y'all ready for Boyd? Yeah, okay.
What's to set it? You guys, you cool? Yeah, okay, done.
Thanks, Judge.
Sure. Hi, Mo. I see that you filed this. Is it going to you or is it? It's gonna go to you? Done.
For the agreement as well.
Okay,
Thanks, Judge.
done, for sure.
Appreciate you, sir.
They're unopposed.
I talked to her, I said, she said it's up to you.
Okay, good. I'll sign a premium.
Thanks, Judge. But the felony already told me, they're the ones that dismissed it. They told me that like I can get.
Okay, just make sure that it's, you know, it's to you. They don't, yeah, okay. Got it. I trust you.
Judge, for Mr. Smith, in the event that he is released, did you want the Monday, Thursday testing?
No, we'll just do once, right?
I'm
But
happy to set it up once weekly.
yeah, and so GPS monitor, curfew of 9 PM to 6 AM,
Yes, sir.
proof of enrollment in school, no weapons, no contact with any of the complaining witnesses. But I want to know first before he's released. So I'm,
Yes, sir. I'm just having sex with the.
Sure, sure,
in the event
of course.
that it's installed, right?
yeah, that's a good idea.
And that you're the science here.
Yeah, the one at 1/9 originally. So I did that. I will pick that date last week. Thursday. You wanna keep it?
You want to set it that far out, you think? Okay, whatever you want, but I was,
We want to make sure we can take care of step one. Otherwise, I don't know when they'll be able to come back.
Judge, Corey Rock was on Zoom, is he still there?
oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, he's here. I had so many things open. Bye, Mo. Take care, bud. Corey. All right, Mr. D, you ready?
Yes, sir, may I approach Judge? Yes, sir, Your Honor. I am here on Mr. Gerard Jones. It's my understanding that marijuana tested positive for THC, I believe.
Where's Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones? And at the top, sir. Yes, sir, no, sir, to be judged.
I will test you 45 days from today. You saw already what happens. We're not here to play games. You need to leave here better than you came. The first way that happens is for you to get into school. You need your high school diploma. You cannot go through life without, at a minimum, a high school diploma because you will never, ever make any kind of money. Do you understand? So that's part of the deal now. I'm going to have Mr. D work with you to be able to do it. I have a bunch of paperwork I can give you to enroll into free classes to do it.
I gotta get my GD. I can't go back to school too old.
That's okay. I have programs available for you that are free to help you do this, so you don't have to use money. We have resources. All you need to do is show the effort that you want to get it done, and you can get it done. But at a minimum, you need a high school diploma. Going through life 17 without this and doing nothing, either working, this is not a good way to start, because you're going to end up invariably, like here, life is hard enough as it is. And if you don't have money, if you don't have an education, if you don't have some kind of prospect going forward, life is really going to go down the tubes. I'm telling you, life is miserable without money. That's why people get divorced so much. People always fight because they ain't got no money. When you don't have money, it's a really miserable experience. This life is a good journey. It could be a great one, or it could be miserable. Do you understand, Mr. Jones? The first thing, no more smoking weed. If you stop as of today, when I test you the next time, you should be negative. If you are, we will all be jumping up and down and happy. But if you test again positive, it's not going to go well. Do you understand? You're on notice now. Number one. Number two, I'm going to bring you back in about 2.5 weeks, and I want to see what you have done to start enrolling into a GED program. Do you understand? Who do you live with now?
My cousin.
Do you have a mom and dad around?
I don't know my people. I got a doctor, I don't know none of my people.
Okay. If you ever need anything, we're here for you. If you want a job, we can try to help you find one. But you need to get into school. You need to get an education. Knowledge is power, and it'll take you places.
I got GED, go to school, but I don't got no transportation.
You can do anything online. You should be able to do everything. Do you have a computer, or do you have a phone or something?
I got a phone, but it's not on. Straight, I just got out of juvenile. Just got out probation the other day. I'm still trying to find my way.
Where's Shatori?
Do you need a list of GED classes?
Well, we got to find a way for him to do it, because he doesn't have a phone, doesn't have any kind of resources. Is Shatori in her office?
I just teased her. Corey said his phone froze and he just logged into it.
Oh.
Two holes. I already tried to go back to school.
I'm using that word ain't.
I don't have.
Same thing.
Can't read. Can't.
I'm using that word.
From where I stand, I can't.
Listen, there's no excuse. I'm going to give you papers now to give you a list of providers that will give you a free phone. I'm also going to give you a list of ways for you to be able to get your GED. We will help you as long as you come here and show us that you want to do it. If you stay out there and make wrong decisions by picking up a new case, if you become a danger to my community, I'm going to put you in custody. You now know that there's no one that's going to bond you out. You're out of jail now because I gave you a free bond. But if you become a danger to my community, if you violate conditions, I'm going to put you in, and you have to realize and know no one is going to bond you out. So the next time you go to jail, you will be stuck like Chuck in there until either this case is over or something else happens. Think of that when you're out there in the free world. You're out there now on our bond. If you violate conditions, you pick up a new case, you end up back in here. It's not going to happen. You'll not get another free one. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So if you're out there and you see people are acting like thugs and they're making the wrong decision, hey, come on, man, let's go hit this place up, or let's go, and you know that they're making the wrong decision, don't go. Be a man, stand up for yourself, know when to make the right decisions. I don't know if you have ever had someone to push you in life. I'm going to try to do it now to make you the best person that you can be. But I can't do this alone. I need your help. Do you understand? You only get a couple shots in life to make the wrong decisions to where it becomes so catastrophic, your ass is stuck. You're now at that crossroads. All right, Shatori, what do you got?
Yes, sir. I have places where he can get a cell phone and a tablet. You just have to, I can hold you this right there.
I agree. If you ever need anything, come back to us here. I can give you, I'm gonna try to give you everything I can, but don't go out there and make the wrong decisions. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, do you mind giving them that? And then did you bring the paperwork as far as GED as well?
Yes, sir.
We're giving you paperwork. All you have to do is go apply. Put some effort into it. They'll give you a phone. They'll give you a tablet. We'll set you off 3 weeks. When you come back, show me what you've done to start working on your GED. Mr. Jones, make us proud. Don't make the wrong decisions. Thank you. Mr. Jones, make us proud, man.
Judge, so you said 2 weeks pending.
3 weeks. We're gonna do 3 weeks.
Oh, 3 weeks.
Yeah, because he needs to get the resources.
Right, and then for the 3 drug tests.
We're gonna test again in 45 days. And then, Felicia,
Yes, Judge.
no contact with the complaining witness and no weapons.
Yes, sir, Mr. D, how is January 27th?
Corey, I'm so sorry I didn't see you. I had a bunch of windows up and I didn't see you.
No worries.
Come up.
Ms. Simmons,
Yes, ma'am. Come on up. You tested negative.
Well, thank you.
That's fantastic and it makes me very happy. So look, just be good. That's all we're asking, okay? Nothing's gonna happen to you today. We'll just give you a reset and just be good. Don't pick up a new case.
Monitor. It's very tight. I'm not a flight risk. I'm not gonna be, I won't go around that area. Me and everything else, and I just,
You tell me I can trust you.
yes, you can.
Judge.
I know, I saw it.
And it's really cut, like, it hurts. It's like they put it real tight to the point it's like getting into my ankle.
Corey,
Yeah, yes,
I'll take it off.
thank you.
Just be good. It's not hard. Make the right decision when you're out there. You pick up a new case, a third case, I'm gonna lose it. You understand?
Gotcha.
Just be good. Talk to Corey. He's gonna help you out. We'll take it off now. Okay?
All right, well, the evidence was we able to run the camera.
It's gonna take.
You and I will talk about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Simmons Urban, it takes time. I mean, they gotta talk to the people. They gotta get it. It takes at least 2 weeks.
Okay.
But don't worry. Don't go back.
I won't do it. I won't go back there.
Be good.
I will.
All right. Take care, man.
Thank you, Judge.
So it does I get to go get it off, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Corey, whatever day you want, doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Doesn't matter to me much either.
Judge, how much
Thank you.
time is given, like a regular reset?
Straight normal reset, yeah.
All right, how's February 25 to the 27th?
What say you?
I say, how about the 26th? Are we good?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Thanks so much. Y'all do it.
Take care, man.
Like if you take all the cases that are moving ahead.
Yeah.
Like that, it should be assigned correctly.
How do you do that?
You can change it in the employee roster, you can change the assignment, so just put you as the 2 on Morgan list.
Oh. All right, go ahead and sign for your research.
Arias Rangel, the deferred adjudication plea that we had.
Yeah.
You said real court costs,
Yes.
so we're gonna waive the court costs, is that including the supervisory fee?
No, just the court costs. That he'll have to pay the supervisory fees, right? Do you have anyone else in back?
We have one comment.
Oh, Christopher Gomez?
Here you go. You're free to-
I have not seen Carl, I don't know. Sims's guy? Never, James Sims's guy, he never appeared, right?
No, Galvan.
Galvan, yeah, that's what it was.
Page 6 and 7.
Got it, all right. $15,003.
Hey, so Alicia, what about Hunter? Did he ever test?
He hasn't checked in as far as I know. I can check for you just a second.
Okay. What's the trial
Hey, you ready? Come on up.
Yes. This is an off-docket matter. I'll give you the cause number, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's 254.
Okay.
3614. That's Janelle Sherrod.
Okay.
This is the young gentleman.
I remember. How's he doing?
He's doing well. He's in Baton Rouge, staying with his aunt.
Great.
And what I'm here about is to add her requirement to the bond conditions that he stay at her residence. She's been trying to enroll him and needs some proof that she is supposed to have it.
Good. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Do you need anything, you want anything else?
That's it.
Okay.
So everything's going very
Absolutely.
well.
Great. Let's hope it keeps, you know?
Yes, sir.
All right, good job. Thanks.
So cost number is 254. We're going to add the requirement that.
Just ask chance to that and see under
Yes.
No, it doesn't. It's just I did. They were here like all day. Having discussions at them with the DWS. The shame? Yeah. Yeah, it's the question.
Just have you heard from them? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so for that one, it's genuinely, it's just the top, so. Okay.
Okay, I'll stand up some of this ones.
Okay.
All right, Judge, you ready for the next one?
Come on.
Next is page 11, Hunter, who is the drug test chart. Let me see if you have checked in. Judge, I'm here on that one, if I can approach, not quite on this side. Mr. Hunter reached out to my office this morning. One of his children is in the emergency room. I don't have any documentation, but.
We'll roll it tomorrow.
Okay.
See, just show us. Okay. Thanks.
All right, Judge, next is page 15. She's here. Yes, counsel, I haven't heard from him.
I saw him here. He's been here the whole time. He was here for a long time. Oh. Hey, guys. I'm Keisha Lewis.
Yes, sir, I was talking to Shane about that, and it's just this weird PTI stuff, we need to have it in other formats, we can't do PTI right now, we're still talking to Brenda Gammons, but she said that we can't do anything right now. Because it's not enough, we don't have like the proper interlock, it's not loading on her end, so we just need to.
Thank you so
much. Time. I
Did,
can't file a supervision order yet.
how much do you think? Did Shane say?
No, he sent all that he had, and then she just said that we couldn't do anything with what he sent over.
Does that mean he didn't send enough stuff? Or does it mean that we're still waiting for the program to get?
Interlock is the issue. We have the money and we have the contract, but the interlock was the issue. And we need it to be from the facility, but when he forwarded that email to her, it's not opening on her end.
I guess, I don't know. I didn't talk to him, so I know, reach out to him and see what, I guess up to a week. Or, I mean, it's only 150, so if he needs a little bit more time, he can have more time,
All right, Judge, next is page 15, a column.
Wow, he picked up a new case.
Well, I did get an email
No, dude picked up a new case.
that said she's in the hospital.
No, this is a new case. He's supposed to be here, and it's been one case after the other. I'm in shock.
She said, evading arrest charge. Unfortunately, I ended up breaking my knee, my fibula bone, and was snapped in half. And I'm certain you guys have that. But I was rushed to the hospital. I currently cannot walk and have no transportation.
I don't,
Want me to email her back asking?
yeah,
Okay. So I'll roll it.
tomorrow.
All right, Judge. Next is page 22. 5, set for agreement, 3 bonds posted.
What's the last name?
SIDE, side, page 22.
Okay. Wow, he's gotten 3 different bonds, another.
Yeah. See, I have these little tabs in the different colors.
10,003.
And then you have another one, and then it's like things that I need to do in person. So, to do that.
Just monitor to be nice. Okay, just really.
Yeah, that was my only concern because they were concerned there.
It's all right. And all she wanted was proof of the paperwork. And they're like throwing a fit. All she wanted was proof.
No, they just said like,
I don't think she was asking for, I get it, but I don't think she was asking for something reasonable. They could have made a copy and given it to her.
we're not allowed to do that. Like it says protocol, we're not allowed to do that with certain documents unless we get permission first. And since it's closed,
Okay, I'm giving permission if she needs proof.
Okay. She wants to talk to her.
Sure, let her, she can have whatever she wants.
That's the only thing.
Oh, that I didn't. Oh, just, yeah, just when you're nice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, who's next?
Yeah. Okay, cool.
That was it.
All right, guys, we're done.
I put some last. Simmons.
Yeah, I'll sign everything now. All right, that's it. Felicia, for, waive the signature, because you're gonna need to, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next up, another full docket from Judge Fleischer. Stay with us here at the Courtroom Files Archives.
You were LaToya Jackson. Ms. Jackson, you were charged with fraudulent destruction of a price tag. You are facing up to 6 months in jail and or $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to, bless you. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you.
Yes, sir. On December 30th, 2024, the officer was dispatched to a theft at a business in Harris County, Texas. Upon arrival, the officer spoke with a loss prevention officer who advised he was watching surveillance when he noticed the defendant removing price tags off items and placing them on different items in her basket. The total was $136.27, and when the officer spoke with the defendant, she admitted to removing price tags and placing them on different items before checking out.
Jackson, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Do you have the ability to hire a lawyer, ma'am? Do you work? What do you do for a living?
In my healthcare.
Okay. What kind of money do you make a month? Do you have any children? Okay. Do you get support for the child? Did you want to apply for an appointed lawyer? Okay. Do you mind giving an application, please? Deputy Lopez is going to give you an application. I'll have you fill it out. I'll see. I need to know everything about you, and I'll take a look to see whether you qualify. If you do, I'll provide you a lawyer today, ma'am. Please.
All right, Judge, I can call this letter supervision.
Okay.
Your Honor, any bond conditions for?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Yes. No going, where was it from?
The Walmart.
Okay, no going to any Walmart.
Yes, Judge.
If you don't mind filing that, and then, hey, I forgot to do conditions, and so, before she goes, we'll do, no going to Walmart.
That's from the state.
Yeah. All right, you are Aguilar Barrera.
Sí, soy yo.
Yes. Okay, sir, you are charged with driving while intoxicated. You are facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. The officer initiated a traffic stop after observing the defendant failed to maintain a single lane and run over a curb in an underpass in Harris County, Texas. Upon contact, the officer observed unsteadiness, slurred speech, bloodshot eyes, and a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage. The defendant did not consent to standard field sobriety tests. The DIC was read, and the defendant refused a blood and breath sample. A search warrant was signed and executed.
Do you see any prior DWIs? And have you see it? Oh,
I have no license on file, and there's no prior DWIs.
Okay. Mr. Aguilar Barrera, I don't know what your immigration status is, but if you were in this country without permission and you go to jail long enough and immigration finds you, they will put an immigration detainer on you and you will be stuck in custody until this case is over with. And then you will be shipped off to immigration where you will sit for another 6 to 9 months. You do not have a Texas driver license. You are not allowed to drive. Do you understand?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir. I don't care what's going on in your life. I don't care if you need groceries. I don't care if there's a burning building and you have to save 50 kittens. You drive, I can have a contempt hearing. I can hold you in contempt, slap you with another 6 months in jail and or a $500 fine every time you drive. You will be signing an affidavit with me today promising me you're not going to drive. Do you understand?
Yes,
I'm also ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You will be randomly tested. If I find that you're consuming any kind of alcohol or illegal drugs, likewise, you will go to jail. No more PR bonds for you. You got out of jail quick because we gave you a PR bond. If you pick up a new case or violate conditions, I will revoke your bond and you will be stuck in there for at least 6, maybe 10, maybe 12 hours. And that's when immigration will put their clutches all over you. This is the only warning you're going to get. Heed this warning. How old are you, sir? What do you do for a living? How much money do you make a month?
Como unos 3,000 al mes.
All right, we're going to give you time to go hire a lawyer. So I'm going to have you come up here.
I have an attorney.
Oh, you do?
Sí, hay abogado.
Who is this?
Androge.
Oh, Androge? Okay, so this is what we'll do. I'm going to have you swear to us you're not going to drive. I'll get you to Victoria to sign a reset. I'll have you meet with Felicia for your bond conditions, and then we'll just have you wait in back for your lawyer to arrive.
Gracias.
Please.
Thank you, señor.
All right, Judge, next is page 16, Robert Moore. Come on up. And Judge Ramon just got a call from the permanent.
Mr. Moore? Who?
Judge Sydney Sexton.
Did she indicate whether she's going to be here today?
Yeah, she said she's 15 minutes away.
So we'll just wait for her to get here then, okay?
Okay.
All right, Judge, page 19, Crawler, come on up.
You are Mr. Prowler.
No, yes, sir.
Is it, did I say it right?
No.
Prowler or is it Prowler? Sir, you're charged with criminal trespass. You are facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. On December 30th, 2024, the officer was dispatched to a doctor's office in Harris County, Texas in regard to a criminal trespass. The officer made contact with the complainant and the witness, and the complainant and the witness stated the defendant had an appointment at the doctor's office several hours prior, was asked to leave, and the defendant stated he was not going to leave. The officer found the defendant and the complainant, and the complainant and witness pointed to him stating that that was the defendant. The officer told the defendant he needed to leave or he would be arrested, to which the defendant refused, stated, "Let's do this," and turned around, putting his hands behind his back.
Have a lawyer, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is he coming here today? Let's do this. I'm gonna hold off on it real quick. I'm gonna have you take a seat. Let's wait for your lawyer to get here and then we'll.
That's exactly what he told me. He told me to just explain to you that.
Don't. Let's wait for your lawyer.
He's asked me to, or tell me to explain to him regarding the case itself. He simply told me to tell you he'll be here as soon as possible.
Okay, just hang tight for me, take a seat for me, and then let me know when he gets here and then we'll continue.
That was the last case.
Okay, any THAs? We're done.
Time to go home.
Let's go home. So I was talking with my other brethren and they said you can on an electric. Hi. So let me see what I can find for you real quick.
I did reach out and I did get an answer back yesterday. And I was told that she can do a portable device, Judge, and that she would not have to do the non-driving affidavit.
Really?
And they sent the contract over, so they would be sending it over to us and let everyone be aware since she does have insurance and since she is eligible to drive.
Oh,
So I don't know where the electric car.
Ms. Gomez said this?
Yes,
Okay, I
yes.
mean, if that's, okay.
And so I know we spoke with her yesterday, so we gotta get, of course, everything notarized, signed, and then get her to get the portable. We're hoping to have everything complete by Thursday, because we're set to come back here on Thursday with everything taken care of, Judge.
Here, let me see.
And I don't know the type.
Will you do me a favor? Give me your cell phone, wait. Right here, just, I'm live streaming, so I don't want you to say it, but if you don't, here. Give me your cell phone and I'm gonna text this to you. So in case, because I'll send this to you now, and I don't know if this is gonna make a difference, but
If you don't know, they have to make the type of mitigation she has.
Yeah.
okay, I just sent it to you. Just take a look, and I don't know if this is gonna, you know, whether she wants to do this or whether she would rather do the other one, because on an interlock, you're only blowing when you drive versus when you have a portable device, you're gonna blow in it 3-4 times a day. And it may be at, what if you're in a meeting with a bunch of people and then it goes, okay, blow. If you don't blow, you're in violation, then they're gonna kick you out. So let her know that it's probably gonna be at one of the most intrusive times when it's gonna require her to blow versus just getting it in the car. She only blows when she drives.
Yeah, and I don't know why I thought it said scheduled, even with the video before, it said scheduled time when you're still part of the low.
I don't know if they put a blow schedule on it in the car. I don't think they do. But I know that when you have a portable, there's always a blow schedule, where here you may not get one. I don't think that they do put blow schedules on it.
Okay.
But it's worth letting her know this is an option worth exploring.
Definitely.
So,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you, Judge.
for sure.
Judge, we're still in
Oh my
your
goodness.
affidavits to give you
Because
clean.
these are ugly.
Oh, yeah.
Look at
Oh
these.
my God, look at, did you see this case we got? Holy moly.
What's the name?
Cordova.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have him today? Do you know?
I think that was. No, not today.
It's on docket today. Hey, you remember the 3 transfers from Court 8? One's on docket today, Cordova. Right?
I'm still waiting on that. I'm sure it's been requested several times. So
Hey, tell me.
I've got you guys.
Yeah,
We do have another case on docket, Judge.
Okay.
It would be Jesse Ferreira.
okay.
This was the one, Judge, that we approached on where we didn't submit the mitigation package because we were awaiting the accident report, which is typically required because an accident was involved in order to get possible injuries into the DWI-PTI program.
Okay.
With that said, I know that was the issue of never having the accident report submitted.
You have it now?
I still don't have it, but I did submit the mitigation.
We did request it again yesterday, and we've been following up consistently. There's at
Who are you
least
who are
5
you asking it from?
from,
The actual officer?
yeah, we're asking it from, yes, from the administrator from the constable precinct. We haven't asked the actual officer himself. We've asked the administrator involved.
How many times have you asked?
The prosecutor that was handling it, I know there was a shift, but she stepped out one morning and actually called and spoke to the officer who said she did have an accident report, and it was just a matter of clicking, I think, some buttons to get it on over. And I know that the state has been diligently following up on that, but it's on HPD or whoever.
So let's do this.
constable's
Subpoena the officer to come to court.
Yes, Judge.
I mean, we'll give it a week. So the officer's got to be here in, 7 days with report in hand. Subpoena duties taken. If they're not here, I'm gonna have a show cause hearing. The case is 200 days old. They still don't have a damn accident report.
Yes, Judge.
Unacceptable.
And there are some offers, Judge, but of course, we're not willing to move forward on any of
No,
that.
I mean, you got to have all the evidence before you can make an informed decision. And it's 200 days. You still don't have an accident report. You should have gotten that within the next 30 days.
Yes, Judge. We'll subpoena the officer.
So we'll roll to 7:14, I'm sorry, 1:14. And then I'll waive the appearance and we'll go from there. Okay? All right. Thanks.
Hey, Charlie, when we take the officer here for the accident, we didn't know how the accident happened. I forget it.
Hey. Window. Diana Galindo, come up. Take a seat for me in the jury box. No, we're good.
They put them in there, they didn't tell me. We will find out.
So Garcia, I think, is out on bond, and the bond paper says it's 13 or something. Yeah. No good. Yeah. But is it claims, so we're still seeing.
Oh, I was just emailing you, Kim. Your guy Harrison has bond violations.
We're
So,
going to do a plea today.
okay.
Thanks.
Otherwise, I was gonna put him on for, okay.
He didn't answer. The department sent her an email though, so maybe they'll get back to her later today. If not,
Did you call the department?
I called the department and her phone numbers. She didn't answer personally, but the department's gonna let her know. I'll put the pin here too.
It's new.
It's just busy. Everything else is saying. You know,
Yeah, I hope you're killing it out there. I know, man. It's just nuts. Is this supposed to stay like this too? Is it gonna be warm? The same temperature for another 2 days? Really? Wow.
This is weird.
This is coming up. I have such PTSD from the last time because I busted 5 pipes that like at night, like when everybody goes to bed, I go out to the main and I shut it off and I turn the water on to drain the entire house because I'm never dealing with that again. And I don't give it, I don't care.
I have some friends with the contractors, and I say that's they freeze. Drain.
That's what I do now, 'cause I'm never gonna deal with that again. Just, I don't want it.
Easy nightmare to get all of it.
Yeah, well, that's what it costs because for us, it busted out 5 pipes over like half the house. We had to remove insulation, we had to remove drywall, we had to remove windows because it ran behind. It was just a complete and utter, just, I mean.
So. We will wrap the pipes together. And how, of course not.
I mean, that's what they always say.
It's just. A friend of mine, he called me 11 p.m. Not last night, but the night before. They just got a text because the reason was we just got fly everything's out. So he's like, can you go by the house?
That's nice.
I don't have to hear, but he just know. Just call me, just please.
That's a nice thing to do.
And I was like, all right, I'm on the way.
Good, that's nice.
So.
Hey, I'm live streaming, so.
This guy is stuck. And what he did was, I had stomach issue. He diagnosed it, took me to the emergency room. And
Wow.
to the body back. Like, she was like, come to my house, let me just make sure there's a number of those. Then when my dad had his stroke, I was completely freaked out. I couldn't think. Like there was no, and he was like, where is he? I'll go meet you there. I'll go meet you over there.
Wow, what a great guy, man. This,
Pipes. Yeah, that's
for sure.
Yeah, that's what.
It's always good to have a friend like that, because they can always, we don't have one where it's a doctor that close that you can really call on in a time of need, that they're willing to come and just drop. And because doctors are great in that respect where, it's, I need a doctor and then a dentist in the family. That's what we need, Yeah. You got something with us today or no?
No. I'm start off.
Oh, you got a case over there?
Yeah.
They're not up. What? Oh, and 6. They don't, okay. No, I don't know. Is she there this week?
That I don't know. But this was one that I talked to the chief about. Kai to a fellow, so I just want to let him know what's going on.
If she's not there today, just let me know and I can go over and help out with whatever they need. I don't know. I know she was on vacation. I don't know if she's back.
Don't do harm. I know how you will.
Please try. Can you put Garcia on some more? Because he's not that good. See that? Is it past?
Swear to the.
First rank. Jackson. Do some sworn to affirm that all information in this document is true and correct to the best of your knowledge? All right, you're
Judge, I'm gonna take my client back to talk to her if that's okay.
She's not allowed to leave though. Hey. Are we all okay? You know?
That's a great question.
I mean, I guess I can go.
Yes, Judge. Yes, we are.
Great.
Steve was in there, she said, I said her, she was like, look at the expenses. How she look at her. How long is it, 3 months? Well, you know, he's cool. He would actually have somebody on his sister's job. I'd be able to keep him on this.
Person on, window. I think it's yours.
What are we searching about?
They're still on my list.
Oh, okay. All right.
She missed 2 random days.
Sounds good.
Morning, Judge. I have Miss Galindo.
Come up, Ms. Galindo. Come up, ma'am. Is this a first or a second?
This is a first. So Judge, I know that there was she missed on the 19th and the 31st. She's been in a situation where she's only been working part-time. She lost her phone service. I've explained to her that it's her duty to call in and make sure that she doesn't have a drug test on every day. She has been using her mom's phone. The issue is that when her mom goes to work, she doesn't have a phone. I told her that she needs to be able to call and check in every day as the bond conditions require of her. So as she's told me, she is getting a new phone, which should make the situation easier. I've told her she needs to update pretrial services with if her phone number changes, what her message phone is, all those things.
I'm sending you for a drug and alcohol test now, and I hope that you don't test positive. And I'm going to tell you, if this happens again, 3 strikes, you're out. You've missed 2 tests. I don't care what your excuse is. You're supposed to abide by the bond condition of this court. And when you don't, there are serious consequences. You get no more passes. Do you understand? Now I can't trust you. So I'm also now going to give you a device, you know? So now I'm not going to have you call in. I'm going to give you a device. And if I find that you consume, you're going to go to jail. But first things first, I'm going to send her for a drug and alcohol test now. We'll have her come back. Assuming she's negative, I'm going to give her a device. If she's positive, we'll have to take another route, but hopefully you're not. All right, take a seat for me.
Judge, I'd like to set this for jury trial, in this case. I'll get a jury trial.
Whatever you want.
Thank you.
Sure, of course.
Judge, you said you'd like to wait till she returns for a device?
Correct. Because if she's positive, then I don't know what we're going to do. But
Judge, we have another.
okay.
Page 23, White, come on up.
Yes, you'll be able to. For now, I'm just gonna-
Yes, 2 days. Take a seat for me in the jury box, ma'am. Nope, in the jury box. I don't know what we're gonna do. I mean, she's multiple FTAs. You know, it's 240 days. Take a seat for me in the jury box, ma'am. Have you reached out to Jillian? Do you know?
I'll send her an email. I sent her.
Do we have her here anyways today? Do you know? Do we have her here anyways? No?
I'll send her.
All right. Hi, Kim.
Can I get Mr. Harrison from the jury box to do it with me?
Sure.
Yeah, I did file it and I said.
Hi, how are you? What's new?
Yeah.
Join us live for real-time court action, streaming every weekday morning right here.
Hi, come on. Yes, ma'am.
I'm here on Raymond Henderson.
You said Peterson?
Henderson.
Henderson. Okay.
We're trying to work on a fee for I just wanted to know if the court would be willing to give him time, credit for the time that he served out of county before he was extradited here.
Sure, of course. Yeah, I mean, young though, isn't it?
I think he's old.
No. The case,
Oh,
the case.
Yeah.
It's only,
Sorry.
right?
Yes, it's a newer case. He's got about 17 days of credit built up from out of county, and then he also has some credit here in Harris County.
Okay. What offers have you given?
So we gave a 30-day offer, so we're expecting that with the credit to be time served.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down, for sure. Yes, ma'am. Thanks. Hi.
Hi,
Good morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I've been approaching this morning on, Robert Moore.
Moore?
Yes, Moore.
More with an M. Okay. Oh, he's not?
Oh, no, that's somebody else. They both have the same last name.
Yeah, I have another case that got moved to Friday. Her last name is Moore.
Is this is a new case?
Yes, it is.
You mind bringing him up? Oh, this is the case. Okay, okay, right. All right, good morning, Mr. Moore. Sir, you're charged with possession of marijuana. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
Yes, Judge. On December 31st, 2024, the officer initiated a traffic stop for the defendant's vehicle speeding 61 miles per hour in a 50 mile per hour zone at the 6100 block of South Highway 225. The officer made contact with the defendant, driver of the vehicle, and the officer observed an odor of marijuana. The defendant stated someone else possibly smoked marijuana inside the vehicle, and a PC search was conducted. The officer located 3 individual packages with a green leafy substance known to be marijuana based on training experience. The officer located these packages inside a red backpack on the back seat of the vehicle, and the marijuana was weighed, and the weight was 2.87 ounces.
Did you say, you said speeding? Did you?
61 and a 50.
Got it. Okay.
And the issue that I have with the PC, so in regards to the speeding allegation, there were really 2 cars in front of my client prior to him being stopped. It was 3 a.m. in Pasadena. He had the nicer car, was pulled over. And also my client explained to officer when he asked him about the smell in the vehicle, he did tell him that he had CBD in the car. He said that I had 3 packs. I just purchased it. They're in my backpack in a bag. They were unopened at the time. The officer did take the bag so that he wasn't, he didn't know how CBD looked or smelled. So he was just gonna find it to be marijuana and would take him in for that, even though my client did prove up the fact that it was CBD.
But if it's CBD and it's unopened, it wouldn't smell, right? Because it's vacuum sealed.
Well, no, he said he smelled something in the car.
but the substance that he found in the packages, they were unopened, and those were CBD. That's what he said that he found to be marijuana. But my client let him know that this is CBD. It's in my backpack. When you search, you're gonna find it. It's gonna be in there. But I purchased it earlier today from a smoke shop, and so when the officer did retrieve them out of the backpack and asked about it, he's like, "Well, I can't tell the difference between, you know, what CBD and marijuana is. I only know marijuana, so I'm gonna have to take you in on that."
What form is this CBD in?
It was like in a little,
Is it,
it was a flower, so.
it is a flower?
Mhm. So I do know that the CBD flower and cannabis flower, they look very similar, so.
Your Honor, if I may, so as the DIMS establishes, so the odor was enough from the search, and finding that leafy substance is enough, because upon further testing, it may or may not, but just for the purpose of probable.
So I think for probable cause purposes, I think it's enough because the odor, right? Now, they're gonna test it. If it tests different, then there we may have an issue. But as far as probable cause, and you know, your record speaks for itself, Mr. Moore. Anytime you get pulled over, what's gonna happen?
They gonna search me.
You know what I mean? This is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 marijuana case. Anytime you get pulled over with your record, what's gonna happen? Every single time. So why give them a reason? You know, really, we keep coming back and forth and back and forth and no. Can you run his license if he has?
Eligible, Your Honor.
All right, I'm not gonna put any conditions, just be careful. Don't pick up any new cases because I'm gonna lose it at that point. Just, you've got a great lawyer, listen to her, she'll take care of you. If she tells me she can't get a hold of you, I'm gonna revoke your bond. Just be good, don't pick up any new cases. If you're gonna drive, make sure you have insurance, car insurance, all right? Okay, guys.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Hi.
Judge, I have an Anisha White on the docket.
Oh, I'm gonna get
Okay, it's getting up there, but
Yes.
not up there.
So, I just asked the state to eval the last time they did. I would like to get a trial date, but.
Of course you can.
Okay, then I'll do that.
Sure. Yeah, just talk to Ramona, whatever you want.
Thank you, Judge. And
Of
then I
course.
also have a Coriel Dixon on the docket.
How's Miss Dixon doing?
She's doing well. Judge, she,
Did you finish it yet or what?
No, her last class was on 12/19, then they took a break, and they come back tomorrow. She brought her, over the break homework and study guides that she's filled out.
Okay.
So she's been working on it. I asked her, tomorrow, when she goes back, to figure out exactly how long it's gonna be before she takes the test, because she took the evaluation test already. Those results aren't back yet, because that was right before the break. So we should know in the next couple of days, hopefully.
So let's set it off a week to see, and then we'll go from there. And then, but we're there, we can do just a longer day, huh?
Yep, sounds good. Thank you,
Okay,
Judge.
thanks, bud.
There was a video that's just found in this case.
I know, I saw it. That's why it's. So what, come on up.
Good morning, Judge.
Is he here? Is that him? That's not him, right?
No.
Okay.
My understanding is that he is still home with a sick child. I do have a doctor's note that I showed to the state. I don't know if that's sufficient for the court, but that's.
Okay.
Is he wrong tomorrow or do you want to get on his?
Just regular.
Thank you, Judge. Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. You ready? Hey. Come up, Mr. Harrison.
Yeah.
Was today his regular setting or was it a setting that we brought him in because he has bond violations?
This is regular setting.
Okay.
We had accepted the plea offer and we're ready to move forward today, before I got that email.
I have here that you have bond violation, Mr. Harrison. in that you were continuing to use alcohol. You are entering into a probation now, and I'm warning you that if you test positive again, I can amend your conditions, and I will, to put you into a rehab facility. And I can take you there kicking and screaming, and I don't care what is going on in your life. But if you continually show me that you cannot stop, then I'm going to do it my way. And I promise you, you're not going to like the way that I do it. It is a minimum of 9 months in treatment if you respond well. Do you understand? But it could be in an inpatient facility for up to 1.5 years of your life spent with me in jail. Do you understand? If I didn't get your attention enough last time, heed this warning now, because you will not get another one. You are charged with driving while intoxicated, second offense. They have agreed to reduce it to a first, and I hope that you thank them, because thereby you are now not going to do 5 days in jail, because that would be the mandatory minimum for you if you plead on a second. But I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to keep you on a very short leash, and one false move, they're going to file a motion to revoke, and if they prove it to me that you violated this probation, get ready. For you to complete it, what are you pleading to is 180 days in jail to be probated for 15 months. As part of the conditions, you will do a repeat offender DWI education class. 2 victim impact panels. You must also do a TRAS. This TRAS is an evaluation to see what other conditions you may need. If they assess other conditions, which in my guess they're probably going to, you must fulfill those. It can be so much as intensive outpatient treatment, supportive outpatient treatment. Because you're continuing to drink while you're on bond for this case, it may very well say that you may need inpatient treatment. I don't know, but that's what you're agreeing to now. Do you understand? No drugs, no alcohol, random urinalysis. You must maintain a guardian interlock and a $100 one-time donation to MAD. One more thing that you must recognize here, that there is a requirement for a no breath test refusal. If you are driving in a car and you get pulled over, an officer asks you to submit to a breath test, you must submit to it. If you fail to, then they're going to take you to jail and you're in violation of this probation. Do you understand? You give up many rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you are not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty to this offense, it will go on your record. This is number 2. What happens the next time, Mr. Harrison? If I had one strand of hair, every time someone told me that it wasn't going to happen, I would have flowing, beautiful locks. You need to know what happens if you get pulled over again and you get charged with another DWI. What happens next time? You will be facing a 3rd-degree felony. You'll be facing a minimum of 2 years in prison, a maximum of 10 years in prison. If I were you, if you even have a sip of alcohol, I wouldn't get into a car because you were taking a humongous risk. You tell me now, it's not going to happen. You told me you weren't going to consume. Here we are. We've got you on a bond violation. Goes in here, goes out here. The only thing that matters are actions. Your words mean nothing. Actions speak louder than words, Mr. Harris. How do you plead to the offense of driving while intoxicated, guilty or not guilty? I'm going to find you guilty. If you violate this probation, I'm going to issue a warrant for your arrest. I'm going to put you in jail. I'm going to bring you back out here in Orange we're going to have a conversation as to whether you violated this probation, and if you did, you were looking at 180 days in jail. Do you understand? Okay. So the other thing that we have to do is the fines and fees for the DPS surcharge. It's a first, so it's a $3,000 fee, but let me ask you this, is this a 0.15 or above?
To your honor.
And is it alleged? Is it alleged on the information?
I believe it's alleged to be a 0.15.
You should be walking out here with a $6,000 surcharge, but because they reduced it to a first, it's now a $3,000 surcharge. You must pay that in addition to the court cost. If you don't, for every $100 you owe, you will sit 1 day in jail. Do you understand? Okay. How do you plead to the offense? I will find you guilty. I'll send you to it. Good luck, sir. Thank you, Kate. All right.
Judge, are you issuing a no voting license?
He has the portable device at this time.
Okay.
His license is suspended until February 18th.
Okay, yeah, we need to do a no driving affidavit. You are not allowed to drive. I don't care what you're doing in your life. You'll be signing an affidavit with me today that you're not driving. I hope you're not driving at all. Take it seriously, Mr. Hunter, because if I catch you driving, get ready. Okay, so if he decides to, if he wants to drive, he needs the interlock before he even gets into a car driving. So we have to amend conditions to be able to do that. So you can't just start driving. You cannot just start driving. You are required to have an interlock in your car. There is a paper that we sent to DPS so that every officer in the state knows that if you drive, you're supposed to have an interlock. You get pulled over and you're driving and you don't have that interlock, they're going to take you to jail. Do you understand? Okay, talk to Kim. She can help you out when that time comes.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kim. So the 3,000 plus the court cost, who's gonna pay all? Carl, hey. Yes, sir. I did. Man, when I was 19, my hair was so beautiful. Oh, man, it was like.
History 19.
I know, it's beautiful. Where the times are gone.
I have had Christopher Gomez on your docket yesterday.
Yes.
I was not here because I took my wife to the doctor.
Don't worry about it.
It was reset till January 22. However, you apparently signed the BDR. And I guess it needs to be
Undone
or rescheduled for one.
It's not on today?
We got a felony case pending.
You got a cause number for me?
Sure.
Okay. All right, what?
2544095. You got two cases. You better pull up one. He's got a felony case pending on 2/30th that was reset till January 17th. And I think the reason for the BDR is because of the felony. I'm not sure, but it doesn't really matter anyway. Just need you either set it for the 122 or undo it, whatever you want to do. Coordinate. It's already, I mean, the case is already reset to 142.
You see what he's talking about?
Yes, so the PDR was found in one of the investigations in custody.
Right, so we want to put it, I guess I can just change the date, put it on that day.
Right, I had only put it out to the felony because I didn't know if it would come back this week or.
Do you want a different day or do you want that day? Okay, yeah, so we can just change the date on that and put the 122 on it and it's,
Keeping it like set for law enforcement to address the BDR or we're just using this?
he's in custody. I mean, there's just, it's redundant. There's just no need. Sure, yeah. Where is it?
It's on the case number to begin 489.
Okay,
It's ready for activities. Because you signed it already.
25424.
Oh, it's still in ready for activities. Oh,
I would say hopefully it's Yeah.
got it. Okay, done.
Thank you.
For sure.
So you're gonna continue supervision?
Yeah, I'll just continue because, I mean, really.
What's the last name again?
You ready for cause number?
25424. Thank you.
anything was discovered.
Are you trying to? Oh, you're waiting on it.
Johnson? Okay. I'll just make it possible. How's February 18th?
Just be trying, President.
Sean, Christopher Murphy. Write on the conditions and I'll check this. Judge.
Yo.
Looks like was brought in, he appeared on his phone last Tuesday on the 31st. And he didn't have an attorney, he came in, and on the docket you wrote other, and was reset for other, which didn't write if you found PC or not, and I'm seeing on the
What's the
reset,
cause
that you found no PC, and the state was dismissing it on no PC.
What's the cause number?
And then you also.
254-4502 is appealing. 254-0502. Yes, for Hardy.
Yes.
The reset says that you found no PC, but we didn't get a probable cause form filed. And nothing was written on the docket saying no PC was found. So the dismissal was signed today, but
I would have put no PC in here. Can we look at the docket?
yes, I can show you the docket.
Did I put no PC on the
You didn't
docket?
put no PC. You didn't put any. It was just a reset for other and other. But on the reset that Victoria.
Alex, can I give you a cause number?
Yes.
254-0502. Did I find no PC? Yeah,
Joseph, did you have anything else?
I don't remember. I never found no PC. Okay, so let me put it on the docket.
I have it. Oh wait, what do you want to do?
Oh,
So we can't put it on the docket. I mean, if you want to put it in.
I can do an amended one here, right? Like one of these.
Oh, and also.
And then date it, and then, so that was on, what day was it?
12/31. 12/31. And I already have a probable cause form in here too.
Okay,
If you could sign that, I'll do my entries. That way it'll reflect the dismissal. Because I checked the dismissal and I didn't see a no PC for it because they were dismissing it.
So regular is the 29th of February.
you put it in where? Ready for activity?
Say it again?
Where'd you put it? Ready for activity?
It's, let me push it through YouTube. I haven't.
Wait for transfer.
Good morning.
I went ahead and backdated it.
Thanks. I can't believe I would have not. I didn't do either. I
I
don't.
should have caught that too.
That was the same day you were running around the course because it was the holidays.
Right. Yeah. But was that hitting 3 other courts or something? I don't know. Hey, Josh, you ready? Wait for. Okay.
Yeah, Bertrand.
Yes. Oh, hey, Frank. What's up?
Last name is Garcia Castillo. Has a couple of to-dos and eval setting on it. Mainly a root call. And I'd like to review it because as I was looking at it, the videos are like 25. It's ridiculous. But as I was looking at some of them, I saw several issues and I'd like to send her some case law.
How long do you want?
As much time as you can give me.
You want a regular reset?
Just a regular reset.
Okay, but at the next time you're over 190, so we need a decision on what you want to do. If he's doing the PTI route, we need him to be.
This is a second.
Oh, it's,
Right.
I see, okay. So that time when he comes back, we gotta know what you guys want to do.
All right, perfect.
Okay. Do you have offers in the case?
Can I get the case, the last name, please?
It's Garcia Castillo. If you don't have offers, can you go ahead and put them on?
Yes, Judge. Let me see if there are offers on here.
Yes.
So we have an 18-month probation offer on it.
All right,
No, actually.
Garcia.
Yeah, the best that I can do is 90
Of course.
Okay, so a couple things, Judge. Let's start off easy today. Alexander Avalos, just a heads up, Judge, he is in jail. I'm gonna waive a bail hearing because his felony is set at no bond right now. So we'll sort of wait to see what happens with that.
Avalos.
Council for reset.
So felonies 1-9 on one, or do you want the day after?
I was just thinking the day after, and then depending on that, we can definitely figure out bond and dealing with this case.
Got it. Okay.
All right, so then that one's done. All right, next one is Dustin Eli. So, would you accept
Nothing.
a jail? What do you want to do?
Set up. what we had originally intended to do.
Sure.
But it's gonna depend on what happens upstairs, because I don't know what.
That's what I was thinking, is
So-
what if we just let them deal with it? Okay.
Well, I don't know where he is. I don't know how things go up there anymore, but
No jail offer. Okay.
sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry, but
No, I
make sure that things are done right this time. I'm not playing this game with him.
I understand. Do you want to set it for after the felony? So he does say he hired.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's March 10th though, so are you okay with that?
Well, let's do 30, just in case. We'll
30
come
days.
back in 30.
He's not making bond, but we will.
If nothing has happened at that point, then we'll do another 30.
Sure, it's blood results, so I'll keep it for 30, 30, 30.
It's going, I mean, I know it's a dumb question, Alex, but nothing's happened upstairs, right?
Nothing's happened as of now, Your Honor.
Any offers?
No offers, Your Honor.
Okay, because, at the end of the day, Shreya, I don't know how strong, I don't know how weak. What if they end up dismissing it? And that we've pled, he's done nothing, and, serves no one. So I'm scared for the future. And
All right, and I'll file a waiver of bail on him as well.
I think we've already done that.
Oh, yes, we did.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
don't worry about it. Yeah, so we'll do 30 and then we'll, yeah, okay.
Hey, I just need to call on and right now, so you should go. She has a different dog, she's a merchant, she's a little seed, so I told her that's one bit half of it.
Okay, you're just gonna, okay, I just take it down. So I just wanna make sure. Okay.
Yeah, it's. We're just gonna follow up. Okay, the next one's gonna be olives.
Right, okay, I
I
just
can
wanna
get
make sure we looked at
the.
it. Yeah, I just wanna make sure. Okay, because the trial, I think, listed it, yeah, it's fine.
And out on Friday, so just, felony is step one. So I could can you get the 13th or 14th? She was. She said. Yeah, yes. Council for reset.
Council for recess.
Latoya Jackson?
And Mr. Ross. He was, since he was released, it was time served. Ben's and Ben, we did it, so then, and now.
I have to monitor. So before you leave, please.
Yes.
Come on. Ms. Jackson, I wanted to just apprise you that when we have cases of this nature, I forbid you from going back to the place in question. In this place, it's Walmart. You're not allowed to go to Walmart. You're not allowed to go to any Walmart for any reason. It doesn't matter. Do you understand? If we catch you at a Walmart or if you pick up a new case, I'm going to revoke the bond. I will put you in jail. No more PR bonds. You understand, man? Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Josh.
Council for recess.
But a judge decides to do Thank you. Well, neither one of them did. One got parole, got a felony. They don't want to come. Okay, looks like we haven't got them yet. Benson, he's pleaded to the theft. Okay, and now.
But that's what
Go check out somebody else. You do like that.
Good morning, Judge. I'm approaching on Jaime Estrada.
Okay.
He's here for termination of PPI. The SOP, he said he's paid all the fees, but we're still waiting. I received a certificate.
Are you ready? Did you receive word that he's paid everything as well?
So the only thing about that, I've emailed it to Brenda. We are waiting on progress report from the CSO. As for an update, I've not received anything.
Okay, so do you have anywhere else to go?
I do have to run to ERD. What time does docket usually end?
But 12:30-ish?
Okay.
You know, I mean, today's a light day, so maybe 12. I don't know, we haven't gotten word. I guess we could roll it to tomorrow to see.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that if we, if I come back and we're still waiting, if we roll it, can we waive him just because he's here today? And,
Does he have a receipt that he's paid?
I can
Have you asked him? Yeah, see if he, because they're gonna give him a receipt anytime you pay, you know? He should have a receipt.
Let me follow up.
Yeah, see that, and then so that we know that he actually did pay, and then assuming that he did, then yeah, we'll waive tomorrow.
Okay.
Hey, Judge, can we, deal with the open boards?
Oh. Come up, Mr. Lestrade. Let's do this. I'm not going to do anything until this lawyer gets here. All I know is he's got 3 open cases. They're all at 7503 because you continually take off. You come to court when you want to come to court. You don't come to court.
People say don't come to court, you told my, the probation.
Let's wait for your lawyer to get here and we'll see. But all I know is you've got 3 open cases. All the bonds are 7503, which indicates to me that you've taken off 3 different times. So let's see. So just take a seat for me. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to wait for your lawyer to get here and then we'll go from there. But you're supposed to come to court when the reset says, not when you want to come to court.
No, he told me not to come to court, Judge. He said not.
You can come to court, right? But you're supposed to come to court when the reset says. And we have multiple instances of you not doing that. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. So let's wait for your lawyer to get here and we'll go from there. Just take a seat.
Judge, I already emailed him because he got one of the.
He got another new one, so hopefully he'll, and he's usually pretty good about showing up. So. Can you, on Mr. Lestrade, tell me how many times he's revoked? Or I know revoked, but I mean, how many times he's actually taken off on all, it's not on docket, I gotta give you the case number. Yeah, that's it. He's got 3 open cases. On all of them, how many times has he taken off? You know? Yeah.
Don't miss court. Subscribe to the Courtroom Files and catch live court every weekday morning.
Okay. I'll start working on this, right?
She's on one, I think I haven't just.
I don't know, I feel like they already got the jail call. The brother, the brother.
Yeah, I looked at the jail call, there's no audio, which means on the there's no audio.
Judge, I sent over, the proof that his, fees and such have been paid. I'm gonna come back.
You send it to?
TP, so, and she
Okay.
forwarded it to
Hi.
her.
Okay, so hopefully that will be
Right,
the,
I'm gonna run to ERD and come back, but I was just wondering, is it okay if he leaves?
well, wait, just, I mean, since he's here, let's just wait to get the okay.
Okay.
And then if it's not already, then we can roll it and I'll waive it.
Okay.
Okay, but let's not let him leave yet, just in case.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Hey.
Hey, Judge Bowditch.
Ready? Yeah.
On Ernest Naquin, he's in custody. He is on parole, so he's got a blue warrant, he's got a hold. I'm at the point where I'm just trying to set it for trial, speed it up. He's just gonna be languishing now. He's not gonna take anything, nor should he. But he's got technicals, so he's probably gonna get revoked anyway, but might as well try it. He's got nothing to lose.
Okay, whatever you want.
Okay.
I mean, it's a jail case, so he'll be prep set, but, I think our soonest is maybe like last week of February. You want to say?
I have checked,
And then
either the week before or week after.
you guys need at least some time, at least what, 30 days to get your motions and your subpoenas in order, so.
I have 2 trial settings in Singer's Court. I want to say on the 6th. So, can we do the week after?
On February 6th?
No, March.
Yeah.
One in a month.
Yeah, yeah.
So that week after Monday, whatever, I don't know what day.
Wherever you want. Happy to do.
Okay. 'Cause those shouldn't take longer than, one of the 2 shouldn't take longer than 2 days.
Yeah, done. Let's do it.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Gentlemen.
I have looked at all the cases that are active right now for the strip.
Hey, you may want to email
Is
it
it 2B?
because I remember specifically that she was.
Possible.
And that the brother says, I know you didn't say, or unless I misunderstood her.
2B, but he didn't.
I don't know if that's.
It was a 2B, and we raised it because he had his other cases. That he was, I think it was file.
Let me say, let me, yeah. Hey, Jillian.
Yes, sir. I have Ms. Layla White on docket. The state's offering PTI. She says that, her phone was getting off spam, so she actually reached out to T-Mobile to put some sort of lock on her phone that she wasn't getting, communications from the bonding company or from me during that time period.
Come up, Miss White.
I will say before that time period, Ms. White was very communicative with me. I did speak with her regularly, and then all of a sudden I didn't, so.
You really expect us, you're gonna blame it on AT&T?
No, sir, I honestly.
You are even lucky to be getting a PTI offer at this point with as many times as you've taken off and the fact that your case is 250 days. We set cases for trial at 180 days, and your case is now 240 days old. What have you offered?
So we offered a 6-month PTI where she has to take a effective decision-making class and no drugs and alcohol.
Like the long effective decision-making class?
Discuss the online one.
Yeah, I mean,
If you're gonna do
Yeah, I believe it's a standard. Yeah.
that's what you guys are gonna do, then I'll give her a week to get it done. But I'm not doing any more. If you don't have it done in a week, I don't care if you come kicking, screaming, you blame it on whoever it may be, prevent you from doing it. I'm going to set your case for trial, or you're gonna end up taking another offer and you'll end up with a conviction. But you can't expect good things when you repeatedly take off, fail to communicate with your client, and you just go AWOL. Would we care if you don't care? It's a rhetorical question you don't have to answer. But that's what's going on in our mind here. Why would we care if you don't care? You have been given an opportunity now. The ball is in your court. You have 1 week. If you don't get it done in that week, that tells you that you truly don't care. And I won't take anything else. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, next Tuesday.
1 week. Okay?
Thank you,
All right.
Right this way.
I got it all done. So last time he was technically here was maybe November 13th. He picked up a new case that was filed 12/11. You signed the 2B on 12/16.
Hold on. So he was here, last time he was here was
November 13th. That
Okay.
was the last reset. He said he was, I think his appearance was waived, but he didn't say he wasn't here. We don't have a
He
signature
was
on file.
supposed to be here December 2 times.
December 12/19 and 12/26, you signed a bail order saying he was failed to appear both days, and you raised all of his cases on to 7503.
Yeah, he was supposed to be here 12/26.
Yeah, he didn't make that day, and he didn't make 12/19.
That says do not appear.
11/13.
11/13.
When we had him maybe here.
Yes, he's
Yeah.
here on that day.
That was the last day he was here, and he picked up a new case 12/11.
Oh, he picked up a new case on 12/11.
That's when you granted or ordered, you signed the 2B on 12/16, and then we raised all the bonds on 12/26 to 7503. And you revoked the rest.
So he picks up the new case on 12/19. So he doesn't come for the arraignment, I guess.
He picked it before 12/19, and he hadn't shown up for any of his cases. And you signed the 2B on
Oh, right.
12/16.
Okay, so 12/19. So he picks up the case 12/11, doesn't show up 12/19, and then doesn't show up
12/23.
Right. Okay. Got it. But 12/19 is still an arraignment setting, right? Because that's 7 days out. He picks up the case on the 11th, right? That should have been an arraignment setting.
It was set for non-trial. Is it a non-trial?
I don't, hey, Vic, can you take a look at this?
Yes.
254, 2563.
Let's try. Oh, yes.
This is the new case that was the newest case that was picked up on 12/11. So usually we do what, a 7-day setting to come back for arraignment. So I don't know why the reset would say waived when it should have been an arraignment setting.
Maybe he came in on his other case and we settled it there, but I don't see any wrong position. That would have been
And what do you want to get?
Which room is it?
It was, you set the bond,
Because he never appeared.
you set the bond, somebody answered a bond revocation instead of a bond set. I'm assuming because he picked up that new case, you revoked your original two that he was bond active on. And the clerk revoked this one instead of just simply doing the bond set.
Yeah, that shouldn't even be there. The LQI, that setting shouldn't be there.
Right, so that's.
Can we fix it?
I can delete it. I can remove it. Because this is technically the first
It's
setting.
hard to make the corrections, but that's what it looks like happened.
Because I don't want it to appear something, I don't want something to appear,
That's not actually.
right,
No.
right. So, was it, the newest case, was it a 2B or was it a?
This case was, because you had to set the bond. It wasn't set.
Do you want to get a reset to contact her?
Yeah, that's what happened. Then she picked up the case and we were both on the original. And Ray said he's stuck in a lot.
I'm right here.
Ray's here.
Oh,
Come back. Great to see you. You got two.
And he done some.
Okay.
Do you want to print the pizza?
Yeah.
It's 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. So you guys are more.